gals and boys and fellow nerds that are watching the Queensland election, who do we think is going to win? You can hear us fine, right? Yeah, I'm sure you can. Thank you.
Yeah,
great shirt. I wore it. Very topical. Midnight Oil. And I think Labour might lose. So this is not going to go well.
Where is it?
Where's what?
Where is it on YouTube?
On your Jordan Shanks channel. Should be.
It's not there.
Maybe I'd have to like...
Oh, no, hang on. Yes, 3 people watching.
Well, it's probably just...
That's our best ever.
Anthony Green is always the winner. Yeah. Like that COVID dude who used to do CoronaCast podcast. Anthony Green, too, is relevant once every 3 years.
Imagine being that man.
Why
Just the groundhog that they take out of America during, New Year's.
Does he even have a good track record of calling it?
Yeah, because he calls it after it's done.
Oh, okay.
So he's got a 100% success rate. He waits until all the votes are tallied and then goes, wait until 10 votes are getting counted in Mackay or something when there's already like a landslide. I think LNP's going to win. Yeah, good on you, Green.
Yeah, he just
I reckon, honestly, Alan Jones was the best at calling elections. He was sick. And he'd call it when 5% of the vote was in. Well, sometimes 2%. Yeah, there it is.
It's easy for him to do it because he's always saying Liberals going to win, and they win most of the time.
Yeah.
So how could you go wrong?
He's right. And, he will call it fairly and say, unfortunately, looks like Labor will win this one. Communism has taken over Queensland, ladies and gentlemen. Why do you look homeless, Jordan? You just noticed that now?
I've looked homeless.
I've got to admit, this
life.
one is losing a lot of coloration. Maybe it is time for me to go down to Kmart and buy yet another $12 hoodie. That's why.
Or an $80
Where's Miss Love? Man, if only I could tell you. But I can tell you this. He said, look at this photo on my phone. And then I said, what, this one? I accidentally swiped it to the right. And it was a photo of Miss Love's penis. He was doing a pee. And I said, what the hell is this? It was a photo of him. And then his penis is out. And he's like, oh, my God. He couldn't remember taking it. He was that plastered. But my question is still, who does that?
A public service message. Alcohol is bad for you.
Yeah, I guess so.
It makes you take photos of your penis without you even realizing it.
Can I ask how Jordan masterfully mashes legend vibes with autistic vibes? It's a gift.
Well,
what can I say?
Zazu933 has a big burn for me. Liberals haven't won in 4 years, Ali.
Think on it.
And I'm 8, so that's half of my life.
Yeah.
Yeah,
now,
but if you have a greater perspective of history, and particularly federal elections, you will notice a trend. It's
the countdown to Armageddon. This is the pod.
It's that George Clooney philosophy. 3 for them, 1 for us.
Yeah. Now, is there anywhere that we can go to watch the tally live that isn't ABC?
No, Channel 6.
We can watch Channel 6. I've got no issue with that. But I would prefer one that has the shit automated, this one from Bundaberg, he's getting the shred. So I'm putting all my hopes on Channel 9.
It'll start in 2 minutes because it's 6:58 in Sydney, so that means it's 5:58 in Queensland. They're saying Channel 9 or 7. Great idea. Sky News. Sharni Freaks says Sky News.
What about Channel 9, though? I think Channel 9 has... I want the most bogan rendition of the election. It's got to be 9. I was hoping for 7, but look, as long as they have one of those cheap 3D effects, you tell me, and I'll happily switch it to Sky, my favourite source of news.
They're saying Sky News, but you have to pay.
What the hell is this? Yeah, I'm not paying Sky.
What is Sky News other than Milo Yiannopoulos now?
I don't know. Is he on it now?
He's not, but Sky News has become Milo.
Yeah.
Their views are exactly the same.
But also, lame Milo Yiannopoulos.
Yeah, like...
It's Canberra public servant vibes as opposed to fun, flagrant, rampant homosexuality vibes.
Yes. So less fun.
Way less fun.
It would be.
That was a
9.
great time, wasn't it? When the face of conservatism was a man whose book was called Dangerous F Word. How 2016 was such a weird year, wasn't it? It was so strange. It's like kind of just normal now, I suppose, but didn't used to be this way. Our Twitch stream fan that is 8 years old.
Yeah, because man, it's gonna take too long for us to find out the election results. I'm thinking we just do a poll, and whoever wins on our poll just wins.
Yeah, and then we'll go, and our day's done.
And we'll notify the Governor General of our results so that he can make the proper arrangements.
Tom Does Politics. This is a British channel. Labour's killing my 21-year-old business. Look at the cheap effects on it. Only 29 views. Fuck, you may as well have not made it. No one cares about your business. All right, let me look.
How do I do a poll? Anyways, give us your questions, or mostly for Jordan, because I don't know anything about this. So, give us what questions would you want to ask Jordan about the election. Also, who's winning? Can someone tell us? There's got to be some Labour person in there that can give us a proper update.
Yeah, poll us. Prediction, who's going to win? What do you reckon?
9 would probably have
9 always has the worst people.
Darren
it's got Shannon Finterman on it. Ugh. Chat.
Someone said I'm glad Milo.
Isn't it amazing that
cancelled.
the people that 9 and 7 get are the absolute most party hack servant of the machines. They are the people that they get for these elections every time.
Yeah, but of course, all of commercial TV
Look
is
at this
that.
man. He looks like a penis. You looking at the Channel 9 one? What are you looking at, Ali?
Does the cap have much influence this time?
What does that mean?
I think he means Katter's Australian Party or whatever.
Oh, yeah. No, he's going to pick up seats. He'll absolutely pick up seats.
Did he have seats already?
Yeah, he had 2 seats.
So he's going to...
One of them was his son, so he just got in because of nepotism. And the other one is a guy. Can you imagine this? I would not want a seat that bad, especially a state seat. Could you imagine every day on the one road of traffic that you have in your rural bumfuck town, he's out there waving at everyone, picking up their kids. You have a good day at school? Yeah, okay. Vote Robbie. See ya. Hi, Mildred. You going to the shops, are you? Yeah, good on you. Vote Robbie. It's not worth it.
Yeah, why... Does he know that kids can't vote?
Yeah, that's who he's aiming. Grooming the next generation.
9 News. Yeah, none of them are fucking doing live at the moment.
Jordan, unrelated, how do you feel already about reaching 60k on the Wombat Trust? Very good. Very good. I think it has a shot at hitting 100k.
100
Happy
million.
with that. $100 million. That's my prediction
That's
for
right.
that. Now,
And
poll.
I have a 5% cut on that.
Yeah. All right, poll. I'm putting it on YouTube. Who winning?
I'm going to try and figure out how to do it on Twitch as well. I think our audience will just say Labour. Can someone set up a poll for us?
I'm setting up a poll.
Okay, you do it on YouTube. I'm going to try and do it here.
Now, let's see.
How to...
Can we refer to One Nation as the crackpot party from now on? I don't see why not.
Dude, I don't know if it was just like on TV, but whoever they were interviewing, they kept saying like, I'm voting for One Nation this time.
Yeah.
Does that mean that One Nation is going to have a swing too?
Here we go. Isn't this the most One Nation comment you've ever heard? I saw this on the video that I released, and then they said, everyone I know is voting One Nation. So if they don't pick up seats, we all know the election's rigged. Isn't that an amazing... That is such a dumb view of the world,
Well,
isn't
it's
it?
the dominating
All
one
my
on the right.
friends are voting One Nation. Yeah, that's why you're voting One Nation, dude.
A right of many countries have stopped conceding elections. That's the new trend. Just don't concede ever.
Don't concede. You won. James Ashby, if he isn't premier, then the election was illegitimate. I suppose it doesn't really matter here because it's not the majority party that's saying it, so it's kind of a little bit cuter here. But I just don't understand how this is acceptable. When was this ever the case? Has there ever been a case in history where people just don't concede the election? I get if it's really, really close and you're demanding recounts. That's fine. But what is this? No, I clearly lost. No, I won. What? What? You reckon that it was rigged? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the utility behind that because they never end up just staying. That's never happened. So why do they do it? I think it's just everyone follows a Trump playbook.
But this is the problem with everyone following the Trump playbook. No one else is Trump.
Yeah.
Don't you think? It doesn't work for other people.
All right, I'm giving up on the idea of figuring out how to do polling.
Okay. According to my audience, the Liberals are not winning. Thank you for your insights. Very interesting. Turns out you were wrong, Ali. You really should have bet on that 7-1 bet on Sportsbet, which I am too scared to do these days for obvious reasons.
Okay, Sex Terminate says...
Sex Terminator?
With an X, Zegs Terminate says, not going to lie, Katter was my second. Like it was Katter versus One Nation, LNP, One Nation, and the Greens.
Yeah. I think that if you are up in far north Queensland, Katter deserves that seat. You should be represented by a guy with a cowboy hat who seems to really only care about sugarcane, and that's it. I mean, what else do people up there care about? Nothing. Rodeos, which I'm sure Bob Katter is not out there saying, look, it's very cruel to the bull. We have to stop this now. I don't think that that's his policy.
I'm pretty sure what Bob Katter... Tell me if I'm wrong. Chat, tell me if I'm wrong. But I think Bob Katter's policy is he's pissed off at, like, non-whites buying houses. So he's saying that he's going to make it more difficult for people that aren't white to buy houses.
I think you're mistaking that with Dutton. That's Dutton's policy.
Katter said, well, I mean...
They all say the same thing. They all say, foreign home ownership is through the roof. How many foreign home ownership purchases was there last year? 5,000. It's a real problem.
Hey, Jordan, we just got a message. Can you change your YouTube stream title from multi-streaming with Restream.io to something else?
Hang on. I'm getting told that we should get rid of our sponsors.
Which sponsors?
I'm just playing around with one.
Oh, yeah, just let it go.
I'm going to argue. I'm going to say, come on, free shout out. Reel them in. There. Hidden.
Okay, where are we? So when do you think the results going to start coming in?
Yeah, I reckon we should just give him a free shout out. Why not?
Stop giving him a free shout out and stop fighting.
Man, we did screw him over last time. Look, to all 130 of you watching, buy Pilot. There we go. Done. Now we're even.
Okay, what do you think about this? It's because every political party on the modern right is downstream of the GOP. That's why you have parties from Guatemala to Hungary to Indonesia using the exact phrase gender ideology about trans people.
What are we talking about?
I think it's like, why does everyone follow Trump's strategy of like denying that they lost the election? So he's saying every political party on earth gets downstream talking points from the GOP.
I don't know. What do you reckon? Liberals don't seem to do it.
I think it's not the GOP. I think it's Rupert.
Yeah, I don't think it's... Yeah, or Koch brothers. Could be the Koch brothers. They could be doing a lot of research into this. But I think that if you are a developed nation, maybe if you're POV like Indonesia, maybe you are just getting it from them because it's all free market research to you. It's not particularly targeted, but whatever, take it. Close enough.
Yeah.
But here, because we have such heavy political infrastructure, they've got their own talking points.
I'm in Brisbane right now, and I can't believe how many Greens posters there are. Who funds these?
What?
The Greens posters. Who are Greens' biggest donors?
Gamblers.
You know? Gamblers?
Yeah, gambling millionaires.
Are you serious?
Yeah. It's amazing. I really love how they're always constantly saying, oh, we don't take dirty money. What? My big argument that I'm going to start pushing forward is, can everyone stop saying, oh, parties get donations, that's why they vote in this way? I'm telling you, you know what is the way that lobbyists influence people? It's not the carrot, it's the stick. It's, if you don't, we will put out $100 million scare campaign against you. That is way more effective than giving a couple of mil to the Libs or a mil to Labor, or, you know, I don't know how much the Greens get from there, like a few $100,000.
No, they like the stick.
I obviously despise the Greens, and I despise the Liberal Party just as much, right?
Really?
But yeah.
That is news to me.
Jordan. Oh no, as the kids would say, the mask has slipped.
But the question is, you're such an environmental man. How do you hate the Greens?
Fuck, I'm stumped. Okay. Well, I really hope they win big in Brisbane, guys.
Qatar is supporting banning abortion. Yeah, I can't believe that that's an issue in Australia. That's always something that I'm smug about with Americans. I'm always like, you guys gotta get over this shit. Come on.
It's done. Find another culture war.
Yeah,
you can't win this one.
And nor should you, bro. Like, do you really want to have no abortions?
Well, I do, but, you know, obviously you can't win, and so you just have to move on and just, you know, shame people in private in your mind.
Or just in front of every abortion clinic. You could do that, too.
Yeah, I suppose you can whinge about it on Fox News if you like. That's fine. But the thing is that you can't win an election anymore based on it.
Is there any other state other than Queensland that's still, like, abortion is an issue for them?
No. But also, you do need to understand this about Qatar, what he is doing with that, and credit to him. There's a lot of things that I don't like about the Qatar Party, obviously, but they're mostly environmental. The reason that Qatar is doing that is because he knows it's going to screw over the LNP. You have to understand, Qatar despises the LNP. The LNP are the real threat to the Qatar voting base. And so the reason that he's putting it out and saying that day one, I'm going to put in a private members bill to recriminalise abortion, he's doing that so that he can get all of the people on the LNP side's name and number, these people voted to ban abortions. That's why he's doing it. So, good move.
Could that be an election issue in New South Wales in any reality?
No, Christ, no. Maybe Tasmania.
Yeah.
No, but even, you know what? Tasmania, a big problem with
Tasmania doesn't even believe in medical exceptions. No exceptions.
No
Life
exceptions.
begins at erection.
I wonder if anyone seriously believes that life begins at erection. Man, that is literally a hard line in the sand.
That's going to be so difficult.
You're not going to be doing it. Matt saying it's off sports bet. Oh, really? And Minnie's also saying it's fine for us to shill. Don't mind if I do. Look, we've got a lot of time to fill up and not many surprise guests like we had at the federal election like last time. And by not many, I mean literally zero. No one's coming in. So Mr. Pilot will take over from Miss Love Bella Bradjick's microphone. In fact, I'm putting it right there.
Why are we doing this when this is not sponsored?
Just, I don't know. I like pretending that we're big shots. Here we go. And by big shots, I mean penis pill advertising.
Keep it on the table. Just don't...
But you don't want him there? Okay.
Oh, for Miss Love. Okay, gotcha. That's Miss Love.
I was just going to say that this is Miss Love.
Yeah, this is Miss Love.
Here we go. See, he is here.
There you go. I hope you're happy.
I knew he'd choose us over his mum's 60th. Being on a stream that wasn't announced at all to an election that is almost certainly going to be lost. Moo Dang for president. Someone gave us $2 to say that.
Nick Ron.
Hey, keep in the donations coming, all right? As you can see, this channel is free sponsored, so you fill up the slack.
Nick Ron says Labor has got headwinds out in the last week or so. So what do you think about this thing? Like, there's a wave towards Labor.
I think that, yeah, no, that's definitely true. The one thing that took a lot of wind out of that, because I was privy to some internal polling on this, Ali, and they were saying that the polling that you're seeing, which is not that far off from what it was in the 2020 election, they're only about 0.5% away from what they were there. They were saying that their polling is even stronger than that. They were saying that they could probably only lose 5 seats, which means that they would still have a majority, and those seats are not going to the LNP, which denies them the majority. They thought that that was what was in the can. However, 1 million people have already voted. So that's where we are. If they banned early voting, like Trump warned them, he gave you a taste of what happens, and much like that election, it's going to be stolen from you. I hope you're happy, Labor. You really should have been more pro-Trump. Got your talking points like the Indonesian government does.
How early can you vote?
Huh?
How early can you vote?
Raven18 says money well spent. Yes, it was. It really was. I think that you can vote probably about a month out, can't you?
Yeah, that's a long time. Someone said Greens had 900,000 for a few seats, while Labor had 1.2 million for a lot of seats.
What the hell? Why are they looking at
going to lead
Let's go to the election? What are you talking about? Say again, what?
They're saying that the Greens had $900,000 for a few seats and Labor had 1.2 for a lot of seats.
Yep.
Of money. That's it? That's the funding for election? $900,000?
Mm.
Half a house in Sydney?
Exactly. I'm telling you, the money that is in elections, it doesn't sway them. Yeah. And then again, like the LNP had 4.6 million or something.
That probably just covers the state beer tab for like these events.
I know.
That's nothing.
Maybe some balloons. Or maybe the balloons are donated. I don't know. But what I'm saying is that what we do know, and we don't know how much, and we will never know, as we never do know, but Cole was pumping heaps of money into dark money. And that's what influences elections. Big Coles.
Oh,
yeah,
Big
Coles. That's the one.
Big Coles.
Coles really wants David Crisafulli to win. I don't know. Seems to shop there more.
If it wasn't for Woolworths, they would have gotten their way, dude.
Yeah. Jordan, what's your beef with Hitchens? That segment hurt my soul. And I vote Labor.
Damn, you've got a beef with Hitchens?
I don't have a beef with Hitchens.
He's a dead man.
It's a long... Really like me having a beef with Marco Polo. I don't know. I think in my most recent video, I just recently saw it. My editor just put him up on the screen. I didn't ask him to do that. I don't really have any control over what the editor does anymore. I'm just at his mercy. Damn. So if he ever hates me, I'm going to be bad.
Christopher Hitchens is a throwback.
Surrender says in, love who you taking shots at, that punters guy. Don't know what that means, but thanks for the $3. Very much appreciate it. Dark money reference based. I thought so. Thank you.
Noseplum says...
okay, yes. All right. Yeah, Minnie really wants this asked, and fair enough. Need a new poll on this. Let's see. How do we close that, or do we start a new one? But yes, Minnie's frothing Stephen Miles.
Jesus Christ.
Now there's a desperate woman.
Minnie, you gotta get those apps.
She's right. Come on, he is hot. He's not hot. He's all right.
The same dude who was wearing that cowboy hat and kissing that baby in that photo.
I don't know who you're talking about.
The Premier of Queensland.
Yeah, but that's... Man, a man in a cowboy hat kissing a baby is literally every candidate in Queensland. You have to be more specific.
But do they look slightly retarded?
And the answer to that is yes. Yes, they do.
Queensland.
And we're getting a lot of love hearts about Miles being hot, but I'm trying to get the poll going.
Dark money from Coles. Oh, yeah. The Italian man is spicy.
What does that mean?
The Calabrian dude.
Yeah.
He's, they're saying he's hot.
The guy that's going to be Premier.
Yes. They're saying he's hotter than the free transport guy.
Wow. That's, I mean, yeah, if you like jockeys, sure.
Come on, dude. The man has a tan. He is hotter.
You think David Crisafulli is hotter? Does it sway your opinion at all that he's about 4 feet tall?
That matters.
It does matter, hey?
Yes, that would matter, but
Felix 2004 says that he is the hottest man ever. Damn.
oh my god, yeah. Look, okay, I'll be honest. They're both ugly.
They're not ugly. Come on. Ugly? I've seen uglier candidates before. Man, if they're ugly, what does that make Albo and Scott Morrison?
Scott Morrison,
You like your
looks
chunky
like a
daddies, huh?
doofus. Albo's like a little animation character. He's beyond sexuality.
Yeah, true.
But Christopher Foley, I think, is hotter than Stephen Miles. I'm gonna be honest.
ALP will lose Keppel since candidate decided to do lines and get finger banged in the local pub. Shouldn't that mean that she should win? Man, if I found out that my local candidate got finger banged in the local pub, I'd think, yeah, one of us. Especially in Keppel. Come on. Another $2 donation.
This guy
Thank you
is
very
hot.
much. Okay. You are doing a classic current affair. Find the worst photo you can.
No, I'm just.
You're a sneaky man,
I just put his name on Google.
We got another $2. Someone said, can we get a new poll for more Dave's dinners? No, I can't even get the other one going. I don't know why. Why can't I have another poll?
Yeah, I guess he's like hot in an old school.
Damn, Samuel Bennett. $10. Ali, are you excited about Pakistan beating England?
Yes, I am, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, I am.
Did they, or is this just
They did.
your
they did.
theories?
No, they did. They just beat them. They beat them in a series at home. The Miami has packed their bags and gone home very sad.
Sucked in.
Yes.
Minnie says Albo is asexual.
Yeah, he does
Not
look
from
like-
what I've heard.
Oh, really?
Dude, what do you reckon? Again, I like it, but come on, the massage parlor thing, it has to be true. Now, the thing is, you guys are all saying that the Liberals are not going to win. Very interesting. I think that you're all basing this off that crocodile. You know how they have an animal pick things? The crocodile picks Labor to win. And as we
Damn.
all know, that means that he is
Croc is-
definitely going to do it.
Croc is always right.
Croc is always right. Don't disrespect the Croc. Now, let me just see if I can get this. Why do I suck at everything so much? You good with technology, Ali? You're not, are you? You're just a little bit more literate because of your Pakistani genes.
Yes.
That's about it, hey?
the gene. I have instincts.
You got instincts. You don't have skills. It's like throwing a baby in water before 6 months of age.
Here we go. Okay. Create a new poll.
Yeah, create a poll. Just say, is Stephen Miles hot? Yes or no?
Okay. No.
God,
Who's hotter?
Miles or Christopher?
or
That's the question.
the
Has to be
Italian?
done. Good. Finally, we're getting
Who's
down to the big issues here. I'm very happy about this.
hotter?
Where else are you going to get two heterosexual men trying to figure out which candidate is hotter in the Queensland election? It's not happening on 9. Oh, wait. Yes, it is.
Okay. Who's hotter? Miles or the Italian dude? One responds Italy, the other responds Miles.
Say again.
Nothing. I just put up.
MacLife said, Geordies, I think you need to end the first poll. It's still open. Yeah, I wish I could. My hands are tired. I don't know how to do this. Hey, we got another $2. Raging Boomer.
Thank you.
What a great
Can you
name.
send them to my
Thoughts on the
account?
Libs and Catta's stance on abortion? Well, we already explained it, Raging Boomer, but since you paid $2, I will repeat myself. We do have hours to fill in and no results. Katta is doing it to trigger the LNP. Katta hates the LNP probably as much as the Labor Party does. That is the threat to his voter base. And ever since he left, they've always had a real He is a prodigal fallen son. And so he's doing it because he knows that it triggers them. I don't think that he really cares one way or the other. I think it's just a very good play. I'm very happy that he's going to be putting that vote to the floor immediately, day one. While Chris is fully saying, that's not part of our day one plan. It is now. That was really good, actually. You can thank Bob Katter. Honestly, I'll say this. I will go further. That swing in the polls undeniably is from a bunch of pissed off mums in middle Queensland, the type that don't really care about politics at all, listen to your Hit FM knockoffs. They, obviously, like they are in America, are triggered by abortion. And so him making that an election issue then moved to Chris Fully having to defend this position of, it's not a day one plan, not a day one plan. He couldn't say ever, I personally don't support abortion. No, it's not going to be a part of our government if that's the case. He couldn't say it because there's too much of his his party that wants that. So he was screwed. It really screwed him. And he couldn't answer it straight for 2 weeks. And the press just kept being like, come on, we're trying to help you out here. Just say, I don't support it. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it because he knows that he can't. So really, if anyone is going to be a hero tonight, it actually is Robbie Katter. Isn't that incredible?
Okay.
$3 from Surrender Sathian. Do you reckon Dutton gets an edge if Trump wins? Nah. I don't think that really transfers over. Ali has that theory, but that's because Ali isn't a bigwig that sometimes gleans ABC headlines. Wait, he does that way more than me. So he probably, maybe.
Miles won by 87% on the poll compared to Italy. Now the new poll is who's winning Queensland election? Labour, Liberal, Katter, One Nation, and Cannabis Party.
Nice.
And it's 50-50.
Very accurate. Cannabis Party's winning, are they?
No, 50 between Labour and Liberal.
Well, as we all know, whatever you guys poll in this extremely non-biased audience, that is what's going to win. Nixo Lydian says, in $2 New Zealand, that's like $1 Australian. Give me more money. But he asks, do you lift? Yeah, bruh, you can't tell. That's because I'm modest in both my lifting and temperament.
But you also don't lift.
Hey! I prefer my phrasing.
No, you do lift. You use those elastic...
Yeah, I use the girl thing. Yeah, I girl lift.
He lifts in a gay manner.
Yeah, totally. No, come on, give me this. Hot, middle-aged housewife.
Oh, they're saying Katter will win by holding the balance of power. Do you think he'll get the balance of power?
If he gets the balance of power, that would be great. I'm telling you now, I am really pro-minority governments when it's the Liberals that are in power because this is what everyone doesn't understand. Why is everyone always so pro-minority government when it's on Labor's side? You see how bad it is when it's the Liberals. You see how much it cripples them. But when it comes to Labor, it's like, yeah, it's crippling them. Awesome.
Okay, you have to rank them. Labor, Katter, One Nation, LNP, Greens.
What do you mean?
Preferential. You have to put all of them in a preferential thing.
Labor number one. I don't really care after that. But if I was going to preference them after that, it would be Katter. What was it again?
One Nation, LNP, Greens are left.
One Nation, LNP, Greens. Greens, One Nation. Look, honestly, it would depend if a Green or One Nation candidate could get up. If a One Nation candidate could get up, I'd put them bottom. And if a Green candidate could get up, I'd put them bottom. But standard, Greens, One Nation, and then obviously LNP at the bottom.
You're saying that One Nation is better than the LNP?
Huh?
You're saying One Nation is better than LNP?
Well, it just screws with their vote. Actually, if I was in his seat, Ali, here's a good question. Okay. No, listen to me. Why? What do you have?
Someone messaged me on Instagram. I don't know if they want to... yo, Ali, can I ring into the show? Got some inside baseball on LNP candidate in Brisbane.
Yeah, do it. But hang on.
That's very, could we get sued for that?
I've got a way more important point. No, just do it. But I've got a much better point. Ali, you're in a electorate where an LNP or One Nation candidate could win. What are you putting number one?
Like, those are the only two options I get, LNP or One Nation?
Well, it's just one of those is going to win, like in the Ashby seat, for instance.
Yeah, LNP, dude.
You're putting LNP?
Yeah.
Well, you have to say that as a brown man.
Yeah, dude.
I on the other hand, have voter privilege.
I'm, as you know, I'm not a big fan of concentration camps.
No, come on, Ali. You're a fan of concentration camps as long as you're not in it.
Pierce is calling.
All right.
Oh, that's his name.
Pierce.
Oh, wait 1 second.
Gotta love that name. Victor Pradley says, "Hello, gamers. What's your expert opinions on the?" You paid $3 for that, and you fucked it up. No refunds. Very well done, though. I very much appreciate the $3. You've cancelled out for the New Zealand one, huh?
Can you hear?
No.
Hello?
Oh no, I can. Pierce.
How's it going?
Pretty
Okay.
good. How you been?
Now you sound like a man that is in an LNP electorate. That is an Aussie voice.
Hell no.
No?
I'm in Labour heartland, through and through, brother.
Where are you?
In Jordan. So that's like, I don't know if you know where Springfield is. It's kind of like halfway in between Ipswich and Brisbane.
Yeah, that's a shithole, all right. That's Labour Heartland. Well done.
So what's
Now, can you turn it up a bit, Ali? Or
Yeah.
no?
Yeah, I just did.
Pierce.
Yo.
He's a little bit louder.
How's
Sorry,
it going?
Pierce. We are having
Nah, you're
technical
right. You're
difficulties
right.
at the moment. Can I just say in the meantime, though, that's probably good enough. Can I just say in the meantime, Pierce, sick
Yeah.
Hollywood actor name. Who?
Oh, thanks.
Okay, but I'm assuming that you come from a Bogan family and your mum named you after Guy Pearce. He's a hunk in Hollywood. Is that what happened?
Dude, you are insanely close. My dad named me after Pierce Brosnan because he's a massive James Bond fan.
Oh,
So you weren't far off the mark. You went far off the mark.
shit. Tomorrow never dies.
Tomorrow. That's his middle name. Look,
Labour's going to die another day.
yeah. Dude. Tell your dad he's a class act. It could be a lot worse than being named after Pierce Brosnan. That's not bad.
absolutely.
I mean, but arguably he was the shittest James Bond in hindsight.
What? Isn't the Australian one
come on.
definitely the shittest? Yeah, you don't even know Ali because he was in
Roger
one
Moore?
movie. Huh? Roger Moore.
Who are you talking about? Oh, the one that had sex with all the James Bond girls. I've heard.
I'm sure that's
Everyone
all of
was
them.
the
No,
Bond girls.
the Aussie one was exceptionally talented at this game.
He was a gentleman.
When every girl in the world is not enough.
Yeah, Pierce Brosnan
No,
didn't
but
even get Aston Martin. He had to drive around in a BMW like a Eastern Suburbs housewife.
Yeah, oh, that poor guy.
And a sedan as well.
Yes.
Not
it
even
did.
a sports car.
Wait, Pierce, what were you gonna? You wanted to say something, but just make sure you don't say anything that
Yeah.
could land us in court.
No, absolutely. I don't want to see little young Geordies go back to court again, for sure.
Bless you, Pierce.
So, yeah, in Jordan, our Labor member is Sharif Mullen. She's an amazing candidate. She's, voted one of the most, highest responding MPs by the constituency. So, she really gives a shit about the area.
Mm.
But the opposition, apparently, the LNP guy they put up, he's a former truck driver. So, immediately, super Queenslander already.
Yeah, totally.
He's got, a massive beer gut from, fucking 90,000 4Xs over his lifetime.
Yeah,
but
he's just getting
apparently-
more Queenslandy.
I'm surprised he's not going to win. But no, so he was a truck driver. And I think maybe he was in business with his dad or something.
Mm.
And we heard some rumors around, because I did some polling stuff today, handing out how to vote cards. And we heard some chatter around the place that apparently he kind of took money off his father or something from the business, basically spent it all, lost it essentially, and then joined the LNP to become one of their candidates. And then apparently he was preferenced over another candidate that they already had lined up. So she was I'm not sure what her background was, all her information, but she was an Indian lady. and like Springfield's quite like a high Indian population, so like you'd get a good response in terms of that. And
fuck, hang on, Ali, have we been to Springfield? Springwood, was it? Springwood?
No, I haven't.
I think I know the place that you're talking about, but continue, Piers. Sorry, I'm trying to get the geography in my head.
Can you give us the geography of Springfield?
Like Springwood or Springfield? Now I'm confused. Is it just because I've watched The Simpsons heaps?
Springfield, so it's like halfway between Brisbane and Ipswich.
I swear we've been there, Ali.
Brisbane and Ipswich.
But anyway,
next time you come out, I'll take you out for a beer, guaranteed.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll be going back there in a hurry. But yeah.
Hey, is Ipswich a good area?
No, dude.
Ipswich, not so much, but Springfield, it's Australia's second master plan city, so Canberra being the first. And so everything's really nicely set out, like in terms of like health and business and shops, housing. It's really, I know I'm biased, but like it's really set out really nicely. It's a lot different from Ipswich.
Do you live there?
So, yes, yeah.
And like, anyways, I'll message you later about this. But continue with the story of the.
Actually, I had an idea like a year ago because I know you love Big Australia, Ali, right? And I feel like Springfield is a really good example of like how successful Big Australia could be. In terms
no
of,
way!
Like,
I thought you were going to say Springfield is yet another example of why you're wrong.
No way. If anywhere's going to be, it's going to be Springfield. Sure.
Nice. Okay, so what do you mean?
Plan build. This fake Masterton home city.
How is Big Australia working there?
So it's kind of like a 15-minute city is kind of what the aim is. It's kind of trying to be self-sufficient. It's kind of similar to, I think, some of the examples people use is like Parramatta to Sydney, if that makes sense. So like a kind of secondary city. So Brisbane is obviously the main city. And I think Springfield is really going to go ahead as the next big kind of area where like business and population is going to boom. Pretty much, yeah.
Because Brisbane is growing insanely.
It's fucking crazy, man. I think
maybe you do need one nation. It's a joke.
But isn't they could do anything anyway? Like James Ashby in there. Yeah, that's it. I'm closing the borders, an emergency, like it's COVID. He'd get unelected because it's the only thing his electorate hates more than migrants. Isn't it amazing? It must be such a hard dance being a one nation candidate because you simultaneously have to argue to open and close borders at the same time, and that's your whole platform.
Shut down people's freedom except mine. Immigrants.
Just immigrants. Yeah. What the hell is that? Partially closed border. So true. Yeah, sorry, we got sidetracked. So this trucker rolled for the use of the pun an Indian lady that... Dude, what the fuck is it with Indians and being so pro-liberal? I'll never understand that. Dude, what the fuck is
taxes?
Taxes.
Yes,
fucking taxes. Yeah, it makes sense.
That and nothing else.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. All right, sorry, go on.
Yeah, the sort of common kind of thought was like if they ran this Indian lady as the Liberal candidate for Springfield, like she would have got so many votes from like the diaspora in India, from India in Springfield. But no, just this random fucking like boomer trucker with like a massive beer gut. And like robbed his dad. Okay, that might be libel. I redact that.
Questionably robbed his dad.
It is reported that he
strongly suspects.
Allegedly by Piers.
Your words, Piers.
I go to court now.
Yeah.
Imagine I go to court and fucking... And it was like, no, it was Geordie's fault. I just blame it on you.
Yeah, they'll just say,
if you he let you air it. Yeah, okay.
You kept saying I have a beer gut. Where is it?
Yeah, that's what he's suing about.
They'd have to extradite you to Brisbane as well, in handcuffs.
Oh, yeah, you're going to be one of those deros from Springfield that has to go to like a state court in Brisbane, hanging out with all the guys with rat's tails, smoking durries out the front of the court. That's you. That's your new crew, mate.
Yeah, it's like guys from Townsville who like robbed a fucking service station and killed 3 babies.
Yeah.
And then they're like, "What are you in for, mate?" Oh, I talked shit about an LNP candidate and he sued me.
Yeah.
All right,
well, what a hard cunt.
Wait, Piers, big question. Who do you think is winning?
Yeah,
you're electorate, so you think that now Because they ran the beer gut guy, your candidate's getting back in. Is that the deal?
I mean, he just sucks, to be honest. Like, he's a really rat shit. Like, he's really rat shit at like getting his point across. You know what I mean? Like, I like talked to him. He actually came down to where we were handing out how to vote cards, and I was just chatting to him. I was like, oh, so you guys feeling pretty confident? And he just sounded surprised. Like, he's like, oh yeah, I guess, yeah, sure.
Oh my god!
He just really was not that good at talking to people.
Mm.
Wait, did he know that you were a Labour voter?
Yeah, I was wearing a massive red shirt.
Well, then of course he's gonna be guarded with you, dude. He
but
doesn't
like,
know what you're doing. You could be a gotcha guy.
He was talking to people like coming in to vote. He's like, "G'day, how are ya?" And that was it. Like, he wasn't going like, change the government or adult crime, adult time, or all the other bullshit they've been spouting. He's just like, "G'day,
G'day, I'm Rob." That's it. Okay.
I've called my father, and now I'm gonna call all of you.
Yeah. Dad, help! How do I finish this conversation?
All right, thanks, Dad. Now fuck off.
Yeah.
Okay,
so what do you think about Queensland in general, the state? Who do you think is taking it?
Man, you know what? Like, the month leading up to today, I was feeling quite down about our chances, quite honestly, because, like, I love Queensland. It's a lovely place to live. But some of the people, man, they're just fucking idiots. Like,
it's true.
To put it
That's
nicely.
so true about Queensland, isn't it? The nicest idiots on earth.
Yeah, pretty much. Like,
which is bad. Like, I like dogs that are like that. I like friendly, stupid dogs, and that's them. Friendly, stupid
like
dogs.
Love.
Like Miss Love, it is. It's a city of less ethnic Miss Loves. That's Queensland.
I sent Miss Love a Simpsons meme the other day. It's like an anti-meme. Ask him to show you it, and I think you'll have a laugh, Jordan. Thank you. Anyway.
All right.
Okay, I will.
We will. Thanks, Pierce. Thanks for calling in.
Well, Pierce,
no worries,
that's cool to hear that you're a little bit optimistic. I got to say.
I am, man. I am. I'm not, going to call it for anybody, quite honestly, yet. But, like, I don't know why we get Sky News for free on, like, our Samsung TV or whatever. And we were just watching, like, 5 minutes of it. And they actually looked scared. Like, they were talking about exit polls. And apparently, like, some of the exit polls were saying, like, LNP is kind of fucked in some areas. So,
well, were you privy
to
to this, Pierce? I don't know if you heard
Sky
this,
News
but I
has
got
already called 2 seats for LNP.
Yeah, but that always happens. That's fine. Yeah. Don't worry about that. I will say this just before you go, Pierce. I was privy to some internal polling where they were saying that they have effectively denied the LNP a majority at the very least, and they're optimistic that they might be able to hold on by the barest of fucking teeth. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, what we can learn from this is like the abortion issue, like absolutely fucking tanked the LNP. Like,
well, see, now this is what I was saying before you were on, Pierce. Don't you think that the true hero of this election, isn't Stephen Miles? It's fucking Robbie Katter. He was the one that said, I'm making it a day one agenda. And then the press were just going out to Christopher saying, will you nub this as soon as it goes on? He's like, we've got a plan. We've got a plan. And then you could feel the press being like, dude, we're handing this to you on a silver platter. Please just say you deny it. We've got a plan.
Yeah.
So he did it. Katter sunk him. If he wins, I'm giving all credit to Robbie. I'm giving it all to him.
But like, they would ask him and he would say, oh no, we don't have a plan for criminalize abortion. But then they would ask him like, oh, but if, the Katter Party put forward the bill, could you have a conscience vote? And he's like, we haven't got a plan for it. And he's like, all right, okay, we see what you're doing. Fuck it. Like,
it was incredible, wasn't it? I just don't understand how you could be that heavily prepped by your team that you couldn't just say, no, we'll vote it down. I don't understand it. It really must be a thing of, it's not just a scare campaign. They really could do it. That's the only answer for that answer, you know?
Like, I'm sure you've seen people like Amanda Stoker and a couple other MPs who have been, like, talking behind the scenes, who have just been like, yeah, if you vote... They're, like, talking to fucking voters, and they're like, oh, yeah, if you vote, then we'll criminalise abortion. You go like, oh, all right. So what you say behind closed doors is different to what you say in front of a camera. Okay.
Yeah,
And
look,
plus, like, I feel like Christopher Foley could have fucking lied anyway. He's lied about other shit. He
I don't
said,
understand why. Yeah.
he said like, oh, if the crime rate for Queensland isn't down, I'll resign. It's like, okay, it's not going to, and you won't resign, so you've just lied there.
No, and didn't
Why
you hear
couldn't
as
you
well?
have just lied?
Pierce, did you hear that like a day or two ago he just backwalked that as well and said, change my mind?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, absolutely. He's like, no, I didn't say that actually. Fuck off. And also, your mum stinks. So how about that?
That's actually a really good impression of him.
Is he Maori?
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, he's kind of
Right,
Maori.
you're
He
right.
is. He's like, well, I swear, Maoris and Italians aren't that different in their accents. It's just Maoris just talk a little bit quicker. Eh? That's it.
And they say bro a lot more.
Yeah,
Well, it's me,
but
bro.
not. Yeah, replace bro with bruz. That's it. That's all you got. But yes,
But yeah.
sorry, Pierce, we got to go. But
That's what the
thank
boys-
you so much for your insights. Very much appreciated.
No, thanks for having me on. I've always wanted to chat to you fellas and be on the show. So it's a lifelong dream achieved, gents. Thank you very much.
Thanks
Wow.
for calling, Peas.
Dizzying
I've
heights.
I've got small dreams. That's right.
Yeah, they're fucking tiny, but I'll see you around.
All right, see you,
See you,
bro.
boys. Have a good one, eh?
All right, there
Nice
you go.
young man. That's
Thanks,
always the
Peas.
case. Everyone in Queensland's a legend. There's no such thing as a shit Queenslander. I'm telling you. Except Christopher Foley. He's the only one. Wayne Burke. Thoughts on the seat of
Whoa,
Traeger,
4.
specifically Mount Isa?
4 for LNP.
Ali, can you stop freaking out about this? Like, these are early. This just happens at the beginning.
Well, how come
it's
it
going to
doesn't
be a
have-
wipeout, bro. So far, it's 100% LNP, the parliament.
They've counted 2%.
Man,
votes
they have
on-
such a big margin. How could they get out from here?
You're laughing, but the Labour tally isn't going up.
That always happens, dude.
Why does it always happen?
Because the LNP have a bunch of seats that are out in whoop whoop, and they're obviously going to win because they always win like 80% of the vote there. That's why. Wayne Burke, thoughts on the seat of Traeger, specifically Mount Isa? Look, if it's in Mount Isa, I'm guessing it's going to go LNP, surely. I don't know anything, though. I really don't. Wayne, like, look, you've
and it goes
exhausted
up
my
one more,
knowledge.
5 now.
Yeah, okay.
How many
Ali's
whoop-
called it. Have you called it for the LNP?
How many-
100% landslide. They're getting all of it, are they?
Are there 5 whoop whoops?
Yes! It's Queensland. What are you talking about? It's all whoop whoop.
All right, I'm just saying the other. How come there's no loop loop for Labour?
Loop loop. Wayne, I wish I could give you more because you gave us so much. Thank you so much for the $15 donation. I really appreciate it. But sorry, I really can't answer your question, and I'm not sorry about taking your money, frankly. Thank you. Yeah, far north Queensland, $5 from 48 Hertz. When are you coming to Cairns or something to try and educate us, Hicks? I am. I'm trying to come to Cairns, but I can't find a venue because you just aren't that classy. Who'd have thought Cairns is the
about-
opposite of Melbourne?
What about, dude, the first underwater stand up at the Great Barrier Reef?
Hell yeah. In one of those underwater platforms would think that would be sick.
Dude, come on, you have to do it.
Oh my God. Ali, I went to the Great Barrier Reef. It really wasn't as bad as I thought.
Yeah, dude, it's amazing. What are you talking about?
I thought it'd be shit.
It's a natural wonder of the world, as bad as you thought. The
It's just
whole-
like my only expose to the Great Barrier Reef before that is a bunch of shots of bleached coral. That's what I thought it
Dude,
was.
the world got together and recognized it as one of the top 10 places ever in the world.
Ever in the world.
You know what I'm
It's
saying?
a pretty epic.
Oh, actually,
Okay.
it's better than I thought it was.
It's
gonna
not that shit.
be. It's a giant organism
I wouldn't be
that
voting for it.
attracts the most diverse species of fish and animals all over the world. So 5 on 10.
Yeah, okay. Look, all I'm saying is it's on par with Malaysia Zoo. Pauline Hanson for Premier, $5. Nuclear Savage. Thank you so much.
All right,
Your voices will be heard if you donate.
Another fan wants to call in. Should we do it?
Yeah, but 1 second. I just got to go through the people that have given us money because they're being very
Okay.
generous and nice and pleasant to us. Thank you very much. Brendan Pine writes, Miles bench 100 kegs easy because he's been lifting the state this whole time. Nice. Good work, Brendan. See, this is a nice, easy donation that I can add to, as opposed to people saying, what's your thoughts on this sheet that you've never heard of in this region you've never heard of? LNP, I guess. Shame Queenslanders have such a short memory from the Newman days. Yes and no. I will say this.
Well, Newman had like 3 years.
Yeah, but it was a bad 3 years.
They got rid of all the bikies.
Yeah, I suppose there is no bikies there. Maybe it wasn't so bad after all. Oh, if only he was running, as opposed to being on Sky News tonight with Anastasia Palaszczuk. How weird is that?
Hey, let me know when we're ready to receive the call.
I'm just checking. Anyone else?
Oh, ALP just won 1 seat according to ABC.
Yes. Now there's going to be 80% seats to the LNP and 20% to the ALP according to Ali's maths.
1 for ALP, 7 for LNP.
Ah.
This does not seem very good, my friend.
Why is this not happening? Where is this news? Come on, stream, damn you!
Sky hasn't called it yet,
No one's calling it yet.
except for me.
You're calling it.
I'm calling it. I'm calling it for
David Krishafuli.
I'm calling it for the others.
Who's others?
The one.
The independents, the grey.
No, it's
You're calling
party.
it for other.
The other party.
The other party. Okay, if Labor wins or Liberals get minority government, do a Warhammer video. Well, you did give me $5. It's more than most. Isn't this amazing? I wish I was a Warhammer tuber. I'd get so much money. Isn't this amazing? I don't think that Channel 9 has done anything.
Yeah, my site isn't frozen, dude. It's just that Sky News hasn't updated them. Okay, so should we do the call now?
So do we have to watch ABC?
No, I'm not watching
I hate
ABC.
ABC so much.
I've got
Oh, no, this stupid little pixie midget. I hate Anthony Green. He's such a loser. We got anything else? Have you got Sky News up?
Well, let's take this call first, and then I'll change the channel.
Damn, we've got so many monies coming in though. Tubular, do you think Leanne Leonard would hold her seat? It's a North Brisbane seat. Hang on, I think I know that name. 1 second. I will go the extra mile for you because you gave us $5. So I'm going to be nice.
And now they're not picking up. Okay, here we go. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear
Hi.
us?
Yes, I can hear you.
First of all, what would you like us to call you? By your name or some other name?
Maybe another name would be good.
Do you want to choose your name?
You got it, Diane.
Yeah.
Diane. Okay, let's do Diane.
Diane's a great name. Perfect.
It's not a bad name, hey?
okay.
It's a bit outdated.
It's a bit shit, bro. Diane.
Shit?
Yeah.
It makes you sound
I'd
like
say
an old
dated.
hippie woman that has a boy cut.
You think? Actually, yeah. Now that you
not a bad
mention it,
thing.
yeah. No, I think that. What do you think about that, Diane?
Wait, isn't your mom's name Diane, dude?
No.
Okay, thank God. What was?
Oh my God.
Sorry, because I was like,
Jesus. And also, just like you've known me for like 15 years.
it's something similar. It's Edna. What is it?
Edna and Diane, very similar names.
What is it?
No, it's just her alias is Diane. That's it. That and the source. That's my only interactions
her
with it.
alias is Diane.
Unless it
Yeah.
by random chance was that. But she doesn't sound like she's a 50-year-old woman. So,
Wow,
how old are you, Diane?
I'm 28.
Hell yeah. Sick.
Yeah.
It's a sick age. Late 20s. Late 20s, early 30s. Prime of your life.
Nah,
It
forever
is a good
21.
time. What, Ali, which was your preferred age?
Preferred age.
6. He liked being
Sorry.
6. He had a beard back then.
21. I think you have this feeling that you can conquer the world.
Yeah, but you also
Yeah,
have a
but-
bunch of insecurities. By 28, you're
And
like,
I feel like you're a bit dumb.
bit
Yeah,
dumb.
28.
Yeah, but if
Big
someone that
dumb.
wants
You're
to
still
conquer
hot.
the entire
You have
world
wisdom.
is going to be dumb.
It's true, actually. Yeah, at 28, you're still hot and you've got some. It's way better. Yeah, your opinion's invalid, Ali.
Okay, fine. Diane, are you from Queensland?
I'm not, but I do have a lot of family up there. So I've been watching the election eagerly and following the discussions.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, I do think, unfortunately, it seems like the LNP will likely win.
Yeah, but is that
Which
just
is not
because your
fantastic.
mum is voting for them? Is that why?
I think
Wait, does your
Maybe
mum
not.
vote for the LNP?
No. My mum's based in Sydney, but I've got more extended family based in Queensland.
Yeah, come on.
As
As if
well as some friends.
extended family isn't voting LNP. Everyone's extended family's voting LNP.
Yeah, that's how they
for
win.
sure.
Extended
Extended
family.
fucking family. It's always that.
Family.
Always.
Oh,
But where do they live?
absolutely.
Where do they live up there? Like Gold Coast or something? Yeah.
Brizzy.
Brizzy. Damn. Okay, that's not good.
No. And
Rich suburb in Brisbane or shitty suburb?
inner suburbs, I don't really know the demographics that well.
Yeah.
But in a suburb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah.
I mean, I think as well, something to consider is that there has been a bit of a Mormon migration up into Brisbane.
Damn.
And they really resonate with, sort of the conservative values that the LNP has sort of been spouting as part of their campaign.
How do you know that? Yeah, you must be Mormon.
Perhaps. Yeah.
Holy shit! No way!
Diane,
No way!
Diane,
Really?
Diane.
I knew you were too polite for a reason. What the hell is going on there? Have you done the door knocking?
No. I'm more culturally Mormon, so my immediate family left the church when I was.
So no sister wives for
before I
you,
got to
unfortunately.
Yeah, fortunately, no, that's not an expectation I have to adhere to. So that's great.
So your parents are out. Is that the deal?
Yeah.
But your extended family, these one. Yeah, okay, but look, you have the most skewed view on this ever. You have a bunch of extended family Mormons in questionably a rich suburb in Brisbane.
Damn.
That's your link.
You're
Well,
Mitt
no,
Romney.
but-
You're female Mitt Romney.
Wow. I don't know how to feel about that.
You know what? I would be actually quite. If someone said you're like Mitt Romney, I'd think that's a sick. He's a nice man. He's a really nice man.
Look, he's a nice man. He's not totally. He's smart. He seems to be largely coherent and clearly principled. Even though maybe I don't align with those principles, so I'm not totally upset with that.
Don't you reckon? It could have been worse. Hey. He wouldn't have been the worst Republican president. The other thing that I like about Mitt Romney as well, this is something that my lawyer has really instilled into me, it's the same thing that Ali had where he came to this realization when it's looking at Dutton and Scott Morrison of, I miss Malcolm Turnbull, man.
I do.
Wow.
That man.
Don't you think it's that Romney has that same vibe of like, he's sane. And it's the same with Malcolm Turnbull. He's sane.
Yeah.
And that's like,
Yeah.
it could get worse. It can get worse.
Yeah, I think we've seen that. Absolutely.
So what are your views on the Mormon church, Diane?
Yeah, you got to tell us. Come on.
Come on.
Like, I know you came to ring up about Queensland, but we've got bigger issues here now.
Yeah, right. Well, what specifically?
Do you like it?
I think religion can add value to people's lives. I think having a sense of community around shared values is pretty good, as well as, singing with other people, having sort of ritual and reflection. I think that's always good. The Mormon church didn't align for me. I didn't really resonate with, more of the patriarchal family structures, but, it does work for some people.
I got to say, honestly...
Man, you should run for office too. That was
she's
such a
diplomatic.
answer.
She's diplomatic. Yeah. I'll say this about the Mormon church. I really feel like you could have done worse.
Yeah, like Scientology.
They all just seem like Mitt Romneys. They all seem really nice and wholesome people.
Hey, it could be worse. You could be born a Muslim. I mean, it's all fun and games until you have to throw people off buildings. Sorry, that's a joke.
Yeah.
That's a joke.
No, it's not.
I mean, I wish it was more of a joke than it is, but...
Yeah, right. I'm not touching that.
See, she's mad. She evades questions. She's good.
Yeah, you're the next.
Do you have an interest in politics, Diane?
Yeah. I mean, I watch you, so definitely have an interest in it. As a career path, absolutely not.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really. I really value my integrity, and I feel like that may be somewhat difficult to maintain in
Absolutely.
public office.
And also, this is the thing that Jordan, that I always convince Jordan, that your life would be a living hell being a politician. Yeah. First of all, your job sucks. All you have to do is just go around to people and just beg for votes.
It's horrible, hey.
No one
so
wants,
bad.
no self-respected person wants to do that. And then on top of
Dude, you're
that,
one of those guys at the mall that's always trying to sell World Vision
yeah, dude.
things.
And then on top of that, you get scrutinized so much, everything about you.
And you know what else?
And you get $200,000.
And then the actual job really is just sitting around a bunch of budget hearings all day.
Yeah.
That's most of the job.
Anything
It's so boring.
Anything fun you can do in that job is illegal. Using your power for
your own gain. They outlawed that.
That's why people used to go into politics.
I know.
No, I bet. I mean, yeah, I think it sounds a bit it sounds frustrating in terms of you would want to be able to achieve things to serve the community, but there are a lot of barriers which you highlight on your channel, Jordan. So it doesn't sound fun.
Don't you reckon? Yeah, it really doesn't. You know what it honestly reminds me of? It's always the same thing of people always saying, must be nice being a royal. And I always think, dude, that life would suck.
Come on, dude. Royal would be better.
Royal would be better because everyone likes you.
And also,
that's why. But it's that same thing of just standing around being courteous with a bunch of canapes constantly surrounding you, just sitting there with a bunch of very inoffensive small talk.
Yeah, that's during daytime. At nighttime, you get to go on that Epstein Island. Whatever the hell.
Yeah, if you're not directly in line. Okay, so being one of the shit royals, yeah, you can do that.
Dude, why would you want to... Anyway, sorry. What I was going to ask something else, too.
Well, okay, so you reckon... So your call is LNP is going to win in a landslide because your Mormon distant relatives say so.
Not quite that. I do have some friends who aren't Mormon in far north Queensland as well. And, they seem pretty keen on the LNP as well. But, I mean, this is my question to you, Jordan, because you have a better understanding of sort of the media composition and the impact in Queensland. My understanding is, the Murdoch media sort of does have a bit of a monopoly on the coverage in Queensland. I could be wrong, but that's my understanding. How do you... Obviously, historically, we've seen strong Labor governments previously. So I'm curious, A, as to how that happened. And, if there is a shift, I do think that is because of the media coverage now. So I'm wondering, which seems to be a bit at odds with how we've seen Queensland respond to media coverage historically. And I'm just sort of curious as to your thoughts on that.
Well, see, yes, you are right in the sense that the Murdoch Press has a monopoly. The problem is for the LNP there, and I think that they'd have a lot easier job if they weren't meshed in with the National Party. This is always my point against minority governments. Minority governments is a special interest group embedded into the government. It represents a tiny slither of the population, usually arseholes. So you've just got inner city fuckwits like the Greens, holding the government to hostage. And then the Nationals, you just have a bunch of yahoos that are just completely run by mining that are the government. You don't really need to buy them. They're just there being more coal. So you've got them in the LNP. So it's the same party. It's exactly the same as when you go down to South Australia. The Liberal Party, the National Party basically doesn't exist in South Australia. And that's why when the Liberals are in there, dude, I could live with a Liberal Party if it wasn't at the beholden behest of the Nationals. It's not my cup of tea. I wouldn't vote for it, but I wouldn't be as rabidly against it as I am with them there. Because again, it's that same thing that we were talking about before. It's a sane government. I don't mind having sane people in power. I can have differences with them, but every time you get special interests involved, the government gets crazy because they are targeting a very small, psycho, rabid part of the electorate. That's where they get their power. So the thing is, what happened in Queensland is, first off, because the Nationals are in there, it is unequivocally, without a doubt, the most corrupt party in Australian history. That is not like me vibing it. That is just the facts. That's all throughout the Fitzgerald inquiry. It's exactly the same thing was happening when Campbell Newman was in, and it'll happen again when Chris Fully gets in. And so I think that what happens is Queenslanders don't want to vote for Labor. They want to vote for the Liberals, but they have no choice. And so when they're in, especially when it comes to state, when your services start eroding, when you go to the hospital and they're like, we'd love to help you, but we just don't have any doctors anymore. you're going to have to get out of here. This is turning into a Baskin and Robbins in 5 minutes. Like, that's when people realize, oh, fuck, like, we've got to do something. And then at that point, this is exactly the same as, like, every time Labor gets in, it is always because of some huge global financial crisis, because of the pandemic. It's always when there's, like, a real crisis that people actually start paying attention to politics and realizing, these ones have better policies. So
got it.
That's why. And so, like, yes, they don't get in, but really, like, how bad the LNP is, as in they are easily the worst governing structure in the country, easily the worst by a mile. The fact that they're always just a few seats away from gaining government shows you how powerful the Murdoch press is there. They should be a fringe party. They are not a mainstream party at all. And again, I'm not saying this about the Liberals. In South Australia, that is a mainstream party. The LNP isn't, and yet it can still win and is winning tonight. That is huge power to the press.
ABC says 19 seats for LNP and 13 for Labor at the moment.
Wow.
Yeah, but that's early days. Early days, Ali.
Well,
but yeah, sorry, that's my answer, Diane.
Do you mind if I ask another sort of follow-up question?
Yeah.
I don't want to hog the time. But
yes, there are millions of people waiting to call us.
Yeah. Come on, time is money, Diane.
As soon as you put this down, my phone will be ringing like insane.
I bet. Do you think the sort of social, like the politics in the US has sort of become a contagion to how Australian politics and how Australian voters vote, and sort of the political zeitgeist and discourse and all of that stuff?
Yeah, but on the fringes. And this is always what I'm saying about the Greens and One Nation. That is, they are direct responses to the America-brained online people that spend their entire lives watching Fox and, I don't know, TYT or whatever. They, and you can see it in the reflection of what they do, which is just nothing but culture war stuff. That part of the electorate is expanding, that kind of minority government thing. But in terms of like mainstream bread and butter Australia, I really don't see it. I see Liberal and Labor arguing over issues that are affecting the Australian public. They're not running on the same lines that they do. Now, obviously, there's things like abortion and stuff, but abortion is always, if abortion is ever taken away anywhere, that is always going to be front and center, right? But like, generally, these parties are not completely based off of this sort of wash of culture wars that the Americas are. And so...
Do you
see
that changing as, we have more young voters who I guess are chronically online, for lack of a better phrasing? Do you see that sort of composition of minority interests that reflect sort of that US brain?
Sort of, but also the thing is, like in America, like the major parties are sort of minority governments in that they still need to... They don't have to get a consensus across like the general population there. They really just have to target people that are going to come out to vote. So they're playing the same game as One Nation and the Greens there.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So yeah, like it'll, as you're absolutely right, it will grow. It will grow. But I think it'll hit a limit. Because again, everyone has to vote here. That is a big saving grace of Australian democracy.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think, you get, I guess, a bit more of people, as that population grows older, be affected by real issues which will impact them and they'll more likely to vote on rather than the US brain sort of thing. Thanks so much for your time, both of you. It was really lovely.
Hey, Diane, before you go, you've showed us how much of a nerd you are, but tell us, who's hotter, the Italian man or Miles?
Oh, yeah, you got to settle score.
Yeah,
who is it?
You have to.
Oh, sorry, between who?
The
Crisafulli and Miles.
Look up their pictures if you haven't looked up, but we need an answer right now.
I'm just going to go on instinct and say the Italian man.
Okay, see, this is a shit poll as well. She's just
right,
guessing. You skewed it entirely. You just said Italian.
Yes, and he looks Italian.
My type.
Yeah, but you didn't see, Diane. You're just vibing it off like the word Italian.
Don't.
Consistent with my type. It's, probabilities. Wait, I'll look them up.
Have a look. Just have a look. Just look at Stephen Miles and
this is
Chris
a serious
Foley.
question.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, the Italian man.
Oh my God.
Dude, it's
Okay.
obvious.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much,
Next.
Diane. We'll see you
Thank you.
See
next
you.
time.
Thanks heaps.
Bye-bye.
Pleasure talking to you, Diane. Bye. Now we got to. Sorry, we have to do this.
What?
We've got to go through these.
What are these?
$5. Do you think Leanne Linda's going to hold a seat in the North Brisbane seat? I don't know. I don't know enough about individuals in. Look, Queensland's not my state. I have a passive interest in it. Jesus, $50. Sorry that we took so long for you. That's an amazing donation. Thank you. Please validate my shithole town I'm from, Mareeba, Queensland. Say something nice about it. All right, fine. For you, purely because you gave me 50 instead of you cheap fivers. But it's amazing that you're up to that.
Rich lady.
$50. Mareeba. Let me just look at Mareeba. Please validate my shithole town, Mareeba. Oh, you don't need my validation. Ali, look at this. This isn't a shithole. This is paradise. What are you talking about? Look at what fucking Mareeba looks like.
Whoa.
Put that shit up. Put up pictures of Mareeba. What are you talking?
How do you spell it?
These
How do you
little
spell it?
teeny. They're not even wallabies. They're like little potoroos. They're tiny little kangaroos.
Spell it for me.
Mareeba. I want to live in Mareeba. This is incredible. How could you say this is a shithole? You should be ashamed of yourself. I wish I could give you back your $50 to re-educate yourself, mate. If you think that that's a shithole, you are severely mistaken.
Whoa. It has shitty water bodies.
It has shitty what?
That lake. I swear that's in every town in Australia.
Oh my God, you do this every time, Arla. You deliberately find the worst photo.
Bro,
Go,
I
"Look, it
typed
sucks."
in the name and that's all that came up.
Wayne Burke gave us $8 and he said if only Benjamin Gertz won the seat of Dalrymple.
Oh no, they've got a waterfall.
2012,
I think
Newman wouldn't have happened.
that looks
really good. Okay, well, that's very interesting to know. Thank you, Bert. Didn't know that. Oh, so it was like a real on the edge, was it? It's interesting to know. I mean, it doesn't really help the fact that they still would have won 80-something seats, but nonetheless.
18.
Razor Nader writes, ALP, better get in. I subjugated myself to phone banking for them. You're a king, Razor Nader. You know what? You, sir, are a citizen.
Dude, it looks like Greens are losing their seats to LNP.
Yes! Sucked in!
But that, you see the tally right now?
What?
26 LNP, 16 Labor. 18 Labor, sorry.
Yeah, again, I'm not
It's too
shocked
early.
by it. Too early. But look, I'm not shocked that they're going to win either. But I still think it's too early. What I'm excited about is that look at Katter. He's killing it. How many has he got? Has he got 4 seats? Alex Notcher writes, will the Queensland election have an influence on the next federal election? Also, how do we call in to talk to you about this? I don't know.
You can
I
call
don't
in.
know the answer, Alex. But I will say this.
Who wants to call in? Call in.
Alex wants to call in. But will Queensland election have an influence on the federal election? It depends. It depends how bad Chris Fully is, which I assume is going to be terrible immediately because he's gone in with no plan. He releases his budget. There's a $7 billion black hole. Gee, I wonder where he's going to get that from. It's just going to be Campbell Newman all over again.
Alan, if you want to call in, message me on the Friendly Geordies podcast Instagram page or my personal Instagram page.
Jonathan, for $20, writes, quick summary of the political parties. Ali, can you give me a quick summary of the political parties from your perspective?
I can, but I won't.
He gave $20.
Oh, $20. Yeah, so that I'll do anything. So I have
I'll
to go
suck your
down on
dick,
him?
man.
What do we have to do?
Huh? Yeah, what do we have to do? Just a party.
Just shucky shuck.
You sure you don't want a party?
So wait, so what's the question again?
Quick summary of the political parties.
Labor represents... Yeah, actually, someone put up a comment, which is pretty good. I'm just going to steal it. If you believe in individual freedoms and individual interests, you go for LNP. If you believe in collective or communal interests, you go for Labour Party.
More parties.
If you are a wanker, you go for Greens.
Mm-hmm.
If you are if if you are frustrated with life and feel like life has been unfair to you, you go for One Nation. If you just like a laugh, I think you go for Bobcat because of the hat. And
all right, yeah. If you're down for a good time,
if you're down
you
for a
vote
good
Katter.
time, who else is left?
And then I guess independents.
Your uncle is running, so you vote for him. He's an
Totally.
independent.
That's a good summary. That is a very good summary. Look, it's not too far off. I don't believe in the whole, do you believe in collectivism or do you believe in individuality when it comes to the LNP and Labor? I think that it pretty much just boils down to, are you a POV cunt? You vote Labor. Are you middle class and tricked yourself into thinking that you're ruling class? You vote Liberal. And then obviously the ruling class vote Liberal. When it comes to the Greens, as I've said before, just cashed up, post-material, people that have slowly gone insane because they have no meaning or purpose in life and they know it due to a combination of recreational drugs and too much expendable income. You vote for the Greens. Or you're a duped uni student that's like, yeah, they can just like bring about a utopia where I don't have to do shit and I'm rich as well. Then you vote for them. And Katter, yeah, down for a laugh. Down for a laugh.
What do you think? Here's another question. Christopher said he's not prepared to borrow $2 billion for burgers in school. What's your take on this, Geordies?
He's not willing to borrow $2 billion. Well, I suppose he's right. He would have to borrow $2 billion because he's cutting the mining tax. So yes, well done. He would prefer that some of the richest, worst companies on earth have that money as opposed to starving children.
Starving children, damn.
Well, I would imagine that there is a certain
So
small
you'd rather
population
spend $2 billion for a lady that looks like a burger than to buy burgers for starving children. I refer to Gina Reinhardt.
Damn.
That was my joke.
And I don't think it's accurate. I don't think that Gina Reinhardt controls any coal companies. I could be wrong. But a pending accurate call.
But she looks like a burger.
Yeah, she looks like it's an accurate call. As always, Ali's on the money. As is Nuclear Savage, thank you very much for your $10 donation. How soon do you think Anthony Green will call the election? I'm going to guess sometime next week. Probably. Hayden Arthur, $5. Do you see Dutton running on an anti-abortion policy? No, I do not. He is absolutely not going to run on that. I don't even know if you can. I don't know if federally you can run on abortion or not. I think it's a state issue like it is in the United States.
All right, some guy message, can I call in? I've been cyberbullying David Crisafulli.
Okay. I don't see why not. Can we not refer to it as cyberbullying? Can you be a citizen with genuine questions?
Yes, please.
Thoughts on Rockhampton? Rockhampton is not as bad. Thank you for the $10 for Penguin. Rockhampton is not as bad as I thought it was. It was still bad, but it wasn't that bad. I could live there. Rockhampton is a nice, lush, green area with some prime beef that all gets exported to Japan, so you don't get to have any of it.
All right, cool. Then we'll take another break, and then you can do those questions. Hello, Mr. Anonymous.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, mate. What name would you like us to call you by your name, or do you have another name for us?
Felix.
Is that your name or not? That is his name.
By my name.
It's
Go by
his last
Felix.
name.
Felix. One spelt with PH.
Yeah, definitely.
Hell yeah, Felix. What do you want, Felix?
I just wanted to call in. Been cyberbullying David Crisafulli online for a while.
Don't say that word again.
He's
sorry.
a citizen with some questions.
You are a
for
citizen,
his premier-elect,
and you have been. You're worried by the
sorry.
circumstances the country is in, and you have been reaching out to your would-be premier. Go on.
Yes, and how have you been doing this, Felix?
I guess okay. I've been a part of apparently corrupt union.
Are you part of a corrupt union?
The media's saying it is. They've said the construction division of my union is.
Hey, was that a Queensland thing, or was that never proven in Queensland? I thought it was a New South Wales, Victoria thing.
Oh, I'm in New South Wales, but I've been following a lot of the Queensland election.
Damn, you are a keen cunt, aren't you, Felix?
I'm good mates with two of the heads at the moment. So actually, one of them got knocked off, but
Wait, what? Say again. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Like, do you know how the CFM went to administration?
Yeah, I'm aware. Yes, yes.
I
gleaned it.
Good mates with two of the heads, but one of them got knocked off.
Oh,
so we're not particularly happy, but the one that's still in is Zach Smith.
You're friends with Zach?
Zach Smith is the head of the CFMEU.
Yeah. The guy that basically looks exactly the same as Stephen Miles.
Yeah, pretty much.
He really does. He's just a fatter Stephen Miles. He's a Stephen Miles that doesn't go to the gym all the time. That's it.
Oof.
He's still a handsome boy. It's just like...
I'm somehow doubt Stephen Miles goes to the gym every day, too.
Oh, my God. How could you deny that?
Okay, maybe he does, but he's not hot. Yeah. I just want to put that on record.
You're just being controversial for no reason now.
The man is friends with a union head. Are we going to talk about this? Go on.
Yeah, okay. So
I'll get the
Zach Smith is a good dude, hey?
Yeah, he's one of the best people you ever meet. Like,
if
he was running for Prime Minister, I would fully support him.
Yeah,
but
you know what? Me too. He does, and he seems like a really sincere man. I do like that as well.
Yeah.
In fact, I think, isn't the reason that he's still in the CFMEU now because he was the one that was trying to get this handled before it went to the media and was saying...
Yeah, he was trying to get it handled. I also wanted to do it more internally because it always hurts the union when it's outside.
Yeah, see, he's a good guy.
Yeah.
He's a good guy.
Good bloke.
There's a reason that he's still there. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. I did talk to a couple of New South Wales Labor MPs about that.
And?
So, they like him. Like, I don't know if Zach Smith likes them, but he's probably mightily pissed.
At the MPs?
Yeah. Like, no, not at the individuals, but just at the party at the moment.
Oh, well, yeah, look, if you're in the CFMEU, you would be pissed at them, yes.
Yeah. Like, I am more worried about the ALP with this than about the CFMU because I feel that they might lose a bit of union support, some of the actual things, the support from, like, the blue-collared unions, because I have heard some things that I probably shouldn't actually...
No, look, I've heard the same things. I honestly think that this is always just them beating their chests. They'll make their little donation to the Greens. They'll make themselves heard. They'll have their little fit and leave. But this has happened before. They'll come back. They always do.
Yeah.
So it's kind of one of these things where it's all just storm in a teacup for a bit. That's my prediction anyway. But then again, I thought that Labor was going to win. So
hey, dude, they're getting close. Come back.
Yeah.
What are they on now?
30, 33.
Yeah, what are they on?
30 seats for ALP and 33 for LNP.
Yeah, I told you, it's going to be close.
And 2 for CAP.
Wow, imagine if CAP doesn't get its 4. I hope that CAP gets its 4.
I think CAP will get its 4. They seem to be performing better.
Felix, what's your thoughts on CAP?
I just like Katta because he's a member of the CFMEU.
Like, isn't that weird?
Why
is that the case? Why does he care about the CFMEU? Shouldn't he just care about
because he's a dead-set legend.
He is a legend, hey? He is. It's pretty hard to hate Katta. Ali, you don't hate Katta, do you?
Nah, I like his hat.
You like his hat?
Like he's a funny guy. I wonder if you get him on the podcast.
Yeah, he'd do it. He would. You know what else as well? Yeah. I was amazed when I went up to Townsville. There was a bunch of Katta staffers that came to the show and they were like, yeah, we're big fans. We like you a lot. There is this weird dance that Katta has to play of, I hate the Labor Party and the Liberals because, you know, he's Katta. But he doesn't.
Yeah.
He doesn't. It's just the only thing that gives me the shits about him, and it's actually the thing that gives me the shits about your union as well, actually. But other than that, I think that both the CFMEU and Katta's party are, you know, net forces for good, especially the CFMEU. It's just like this way outweighs it. I wish they were like a little more hippie. But it's hard to ask that from like, I mean, look at Zach Smith. Hippie is not the first word that comes to mind.
That.
Huh?
32 at the moment.
Ali, you got to stop doing this, like just being like, bro, it's a comeback, lad. Trust me. Like, just, it's the dumbest analysis.
What else are we supposed to talk about? I'm treating it like a sports game. Like the score is 32, 32.
A horse race. That's
Yeah, it's a horse race. That's how you make it interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, look, yeah, 32. She's at Mermaid, the chick there that's on at the moment. That's actually a very... Mermaid should go to them. Sorry, but yes,
Yeah.
Felix, that's pretty cool. So anyway, you're talking to... You've been talking to Chris Afuli. What'd you say?
I'm not just... Not necessarily talking to him, but just bullying one in the comment section of any video post.
Okay. Well, we really got to stop talking to you, Felix, because we really cannot say bullying. Nor do we endorse bullying
no wonder
of
you're
any
in
nature at Friendly
administration, bro.
Jordans. Dude, it's so good that it's like all over the papers for like 3 months. It's like bully standover tactics.
Not particularly nice to him.
You've been what?
Better word?
What is it?
Not particularly nice to him.
Not particularly nice. That's all right. You were forthright.
Yeah.
Good boy.
Like, I reckon it's going to be close. Like, at least that's me hoping. But I don't think Labor's going to get it, but really too early to know.
Yeah, it was the feel. But I am actually buoyed by these numbers, much like Ali is, because it's close at the moment. So let's just say that's the case.
I haven't looked at it recently, so...
Look, at the moment, it's 30-30. Okay, statewide totals, the primary... Ooh, oh my God. No, that's actually pretty good. Okay, at the moment, they're saying that the primary for ALP is about 35. Fuck, if it stays at 35, they're getting in. Holy fuck.
Fuck yeah.
It could happen. Shit. It could happen.
All thanks to you and your protest.
Yeah. And your good work, Felix.
Yeah, thank you for working so hard.
Yeah. Just me being in like regional New South Wales, just pushing the vote.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the way to do it.
You did it, my friend.
I'm still waiting for Dave's dinners.
You like Dave? Of course you like Dave's. I shouldn't have even... You didn't even have to tell me. I'd know that. Just from you saying, I'm in regional New South Wales.
In Riverina.
Oh, you're in Riverina.
Mike McCormack's seat used to be in Eden Monaro, but due to the changing of electorates, yep, I'm in national territory now.
Yeah, where you belong. I mean, you're in Riverina. Come on.
With a margin of 60%. Like, I think it's like he's got like 6% of the vote as of last election, which I don't think we're winning.
You there?
Yeah, he's there.
Yeah, I'm still there.
What'd you say? You got 60% of the vote last time.
Yeah. I think it's 63 or something, but like, I don't think we're winning.
Felix, you're getting a lot of messages, my friend.
That was off two. Sorry, I'll finish soon.
No.
That was off. And also, I was going to say one more thing. I was the guy who was offered the job at the project. I was also offered to go on there after one of the CFME protests. I think I messaged last week. Yeah, I'm really disappointed I never got to go on there, but I feel like it would be worse for the CFMEU.
What would be worse for the CFMEU?
Going on the project.
Oh, going on the project. I thought you said protest.
Yeah, me too. You were offered to go on the project, and you said no.
Yeah. No, I actually missed the call.
That's hilarious. Man, that is such a perfect tale of the project. Isn't that amazing?
You missed their calls.
That, like, you know, him in regional New South Wales, he's got better things to do than to be on this quote-unquote prime time show.
Yeah, and then he came on our podcast.
And then you came on our podcast. Yeah. Incredible. Felix, you're a stand-up man. Thank you for fighting the fight by really putting the project in its place and saying, I'm busy.
Yeah, they were mean to the CFMEU, so...
Yeah, they're always mean to the CFMEU. Who is nice to the CFMEU apart from Bob Catter? The Labor Party isn't nice to the CFMEU.
There are a couple of MPs that have been decently nice, but they're not the main ones.
No, of course not.
That aren't the Greens.
Hey, are you going to replace John Setka at one point? Are you going to be like a union
Victorian union boss?
He stepped down.
See, John Setka's another one of these Catter-like figures that I like.
Him, but like, yeah, he stepped down, so
man, I
don't think he's coming back.
Don't you reckon, Felix?
No. Are you going to be in his position? In New
Oh yeah,
South
I'll be
Wales.
going to Victoria definitely.
And
place
he's
I
going to
really
be
enjoy.
head of the Victorian division.
Hey,
You got
I
that?
believe in you.
Oh,
His
yeah.
words.
I
He's got
see
big
your
tickets on
profile
himself.
picture. I see your profile picture on your
Like,
Instagram.
Like I have been delegate of the CFMEU, like at conference, but
But
nothing much more.
nothing much more.
But then the time that I could have potentially been a delegate, we got kicked. We got kicked out
Wow.
before the New South Wales Labor conference. So
Yeah,
Well, keep at it.
I guess so. It also sounds like Felix causes trouble anywhere he goes.
Yeah.
Even online. He
Are
sounds like
you
he's
the
actually quite a
bikie
rough
that they're
cuss.
talking
I know,
about?
yeah.
Are you the bikie
Oh,
that they keep
definitely.
saying that they're associated with?
been unfairly treated.
yeah.
Good on you, Felix.
Thanks, Felix. Thanks for calling in.
Very much
Okay.
appreciated.
Say bye.
Now, let me just see. Who else we got? Okay, V writes, $5. The most Queenslander thing, the morning before Biden got elected, a bunch of crackies rocking up to buy ciggies and a courier mail chanting, Trump, Trump, Trump. That is Queensland as V. Thank you for your donation and the laughs. $34, 48. Thank you. I earned this money from listening to your advice, Geordies. Keep up the Jordan Shanks channel, and you might be getting donations from fellas like myself. You're a king. I very much appreciate you oddly watching the Jordan Shanks channel, despite the fact that we are going on there. So I'm very happy to hear that. You are a great man. A great, great man. Anybody that goes down the path of self-help is. That's just what happens. Last donation from... Jesus, he gave another one. He gave me another one. Stop being so nice to me, 48 Hertz. Last donation from me. Please wish me a good sleep and sweet dreams. Hoping ALP wins or else I'm going to move to Papua New Guinea. Yep, that sounds like a good move. That's going to be a much better country. Sweet dreams.
Stakes are
Sweet
high
dreams
for you, bro.
in the jungle there.
If they lose, you go from like one of the best countries on earth to possibly one of the worst for a state election.
For a state election.
Good on you. But
Yeah, at least you're fighting the power.
hey, that Alex guy that you're talking about has messaged me on Instagram if you want to call.
Okay. I will. Just let me go through these other comments. If the LNP get in, do you think they're going to keep the 50-cent public transport fares? This is from Nuclear Savage, $15. What do you reckon, Ali?
Wait,
You know the 50-cent program?
yeah, dude, of course.
50 cent!
I think that's going to make them win.
Dude, do you think that if they got 50 cent as the spokesperson for the 50-cent bus fares, that would have made them win?
Dude, that would have made them viral, firstly, and then would have made them win. That would have been so good.
Dude, and surely 50 cent is at the point where you can get him on... what's it called? What's the Fiverr for celebrities again?
OnlyFans? No, dude, 50 Cent...
Cameo! I bet you he's on
I
Cameo.
think he's busy with Kamala at the moment.
Is he?
Yeah. Dude, him and Eminem are campaigning for her.
The only real men they've got left.
Yeah.
I hope it works.
Whereas P. Diddy is on the Trump train.
Is he?
No, I don't know. He's just saying that they're being mean to black men. Okay. Do you have any more comments?
Many.
Yeah, go on. Keep going.
Liam gave us $10. Good boy. I come from Wagga in Riverina, which is a safe coalition seat, and I get depressed in every state and federal election when Labor get demolished. What can I do to change this? Nothing. Nothing. Liam, you can't do anything. This is what you do. You move to a place that has a marginal seat. You can't win that. I'm sorry, you're just living in La La Land. You have to move somewhere else if you care about that. Look, just accept that there's some seats that the Liberals and Nationals are always going to win. That's one of them, buddy.
Oh, dude, here's a question. This is my question. Someone said it, but this is mine too. So if LNP do get a minority, who's better to have the balance, Katter or Hansen?
Oh, Hansen, for sure.
For,
That would be
from
so
their
much
perspective,
better.
or just for the country or the state?
What do you mean?
Why not Katter?
Katter does rule the roost, and he is very wily, and he does use his power in minority government ruthlessly effectively. also, again, he's not pro the environment at all, so who really cares? Really the only reason... if the LNP get in, the only thing that I'm ever really concerned about is them just turning Queensland into Brazil, which they will.
Dude, that'd be mad. That'd be such a cheaper ticket.
Yeah.
Because I want to go to Brazil, but it's too far.
2 words for you, my friend. Gold Coast.
Someone's... anyways.
But I will
also,
say,
this will make you happy. Diane, who called us, just messaged me saying, I changed my opinion. Stephen Miles is hotter.
I thought you was going to say I changed my opinion about the election. Wait. Stephen Miles is hotter.
I think you're wrong, but we'll take your...
Yeah.
We're Democratic
Well,
here.
right answer. Well done. Very good, Diane. Yeah, no. If the LNP is forced to be in minority government, please, for the love of God, let it be One Nation. That would be a clown show. That would be so embarrassing for the LNP. You have no idea. Because this is the whole thing. You have to understand, One Nation is only held together by the brand of Pauline Hanson. She does have that genuine feel about her of a fish and chip shop mum. But everything outside of her, clown show. Completely unstable,
Dude, how
train
depressing
wreck.
is it that our Trump is Pauline Hanson?
I like that.
She's marginally funny. Hey, what do you think about this comment? Simply E says, live in Currumbin, can confirm about 100 Auntie Shelleys and Gary Orsams wait in line overnight to vote LNP. Thank you for your...
Yeah, but again,
report.
come on. Give Currumbin their dues. It's another one of these places where I think those people should be voting LNP. It's just anyone that hangs around in pokies in the Gold Coast.
One more comment, or should we do a call?
Let me do a couple more. Honey soy chicken flavour. $5. Thank you very much, sir. If Labor wins, can you please stop relying on the polls as a valid source of information? It's just so hard not to. They're so enticing.
If not polls, what do we have? Just Mislove? What are we going to do?
You know what? Mislove is a better source of information than the polls.
Yeah,
He really
I suppose
is.
so.
He calls it better.
Why are
The
polls,
German octopus.
Why are polls always wrong?
You know why? Because they're skewed to create a perception to try and change the public's opinion.
That, and also, like, I think the people that respond to those polls are insane. They're not the general population.
That's also true. That's very true. Internal polling is usually a lot more accurate. Deck, $10. Yo, brother, long-time fan, and you've given me a passion for politics and working in an MP in Victoria's seat. Sick! Used to live in Yeppoon. Feels bad that Brittany lost. Also, Queenslander! Queenslander! Come on, everyone, in the chat. Queenslander!
All right, okay, I'm gonna make this call now.
Do it. I need
This
to get
man
a
is
drink.
also... No, he's calling for you. Okay, I'll entertain. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hey, first of all, what would you like us to call you? By your name or some other name?
No, this is Alex. That's my name.
All right, Alex, thanks for calling in. What do you have to say?
Mostly just about, like whatever happens with this election, what can we as voters do going forward, etc., for the federal election, and just with fighting it back against misinformation. I use you guys, your podcast, and Friendly Geordies in general to just prove a lot of biases I used to have about labor and other things. So
What were the biases that you had?
I supported Labor anyway, but that was because my family are Catholics. Back in the day, Labor only supported them. I had this idea that Labor always spent too much. Liberals, whether if you wanted to be like a real independent man sort of thing, you voted Liberals. And I was one of those guys that bought into the Green stuff. Like, I never voted for them, but I have a lot of friends that did. And I don't know, I always thought if the Labor Party went kaput, I'd go for them. But now I'm aware that I'm definitely not in their demographic. I'm definitely in the
Luke is about, civil servant, so I'm in
Hey, your voice is a bit funny. It's breaking up.
a bit funny. Maybe it's because
Yeah, it's better.
I'm
now.
outside. Maybe that's it. I don't know.
Yeah, you're good. Are you in Queensland?
Yes, I am in the northern suburbs of Brisbane.
Northern suburbs of Brisbane. What is that, like Strathpine or something?
Near there, I'm in Stafford, Kedron.
Okay.
Like literally, like a street away is like Kedron, so I'm in Stafford.
Is that Peter Dutton country or no?
Honestly, I think so. Yeah, I mean, I've seen them around.
Yeah.
The last like month.
Nice. So who do you think is going to win this?
Look, I always go with what I hope. I hope it's Labor.
I always go for what I hope.
Look,
I think One Nation.
I'm not the most religious man these days, but I'd like to say, like, I'll go with the faith bit, and I'll go with Stephen Miles, who I've seen around, like at a distance. I've not talked to him. The only sort of high-ranking Labor person I talked to was the Wayne Swan back in the day when he was treasurer.
Damn.
Would have been
Wayne
a
Swan.
teenager then, yeah.
Damn, you talked to him when he was treasurer.
The man who
Yeah,
saved
no,
us from
like he was
recession.
doing some function years ago. It would have been, I think it was around North Lakes or something, or even in this sort of electorate area. Yeah, he talked to, I was with a friend and his dad, and he talked to him and just said hi to me, and was like, you young people of the future. He just seemed pretty sincere. I hadn't really seen any politicians before him, so I thought, maybe these Labor guys aren't too bad. And so I just kept going on with supporting Labor since, my first election, really.
Damn, I can't believe that it works. Going around and shaking people's hands and saying one nice thing, and it's like, that's it. Voting Labor forever. I'm a true believer.
Yeah, he's a
Wayne
good
Swan
man.
seems all right.
He shook my hand.
Shook my hand.
Look,
there was a lot
Firm
of
hand.
hands
Hey,
there.
was it a firm handshake?
If I recall, yes. No. And he looked you in the eyes as he talked to you, too. That's not something I've seen on... It's true. I've not seen it on the telly, When I'd seen politicians, like I remember John Howard very clearly. He just seemed like he wasn't really looking at people when he talked to them. But
Really?
with Wayne Swan, at least from my perspective, it seemed like he was actually looking at you as a person, not just as another voter or something.
Well, don't you reckon we're getting into dangerous territory here, and I know that psychoanalyzing people online that you've never met is the dumbest thing you could ever do, but now that you bring it up, come on. John Howard seems a little bit aspy, don't you reckon?
Yeah, he is.
Don't you reckon?
A
Just
bit.
a little
A
bit.
little
Just
bit.
a little bit.
I remember
His social skills are
being...
pretty good.
Yeah,
For an
I
Aspie.
wouldn't argue that. I do remember being excited that Kevin Rudd getting in, not because I knew anything about politics, and just because, there's not an old man in charge anymore. That was literally my reaction. Whereas all the neighborhoods I grew up in was very lower middle class and white, being, oh no, John Howard's gone. He was the firm hand. And then I just remember getting, at least it's not an old man anymore. And that was then. Look at the world now. You got
And now I'm
Trump
an
and
old
Biden
man.
and all that. Yeah.
Now you're an old man, and there's
And-
old men in America.
And you are very pro old men now.
Now he likes the sturdy
Yeah.
hands.
Well, people say, I've been told by younger people that I know that, like, oh, you're 30, you're already old. I'm like, oh, come on, guys,
Yeah, this is a very depressing
yeah,
realization.
this is it.
You're absolutely right.
All right,
That
Alex.
does happen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
well,
no, thanks for giving me the chance to just, voice my thoughts and all that. But yeah, I'm hoping, whether through faith or just facts, that
Look,
Labor wins.
it's really not looking as bad. Alex, if this stays at, I think the last time that they were showing the primaries, so far the primaries are 35 for the Labor Party. That's actually okay. If they retain like mid-30s, they could pull it.
Yeah, that's not bad. And hell, if the Liberals have a minority government, I'll be laughing at what they have to do to maintain what little power they have.
Yeah, fuck yeah. That's the attitude. That's the attitude. That's what we want to hear.
Winners
All right,
even when
well-
we're losers.
Exactly, but that's basically being a Labor supporter most of your life. It's like, yes, we almost won.
All right, thanks, Alex. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for
No
listening
worries.
to the pod,
Try to
too.
stay out of court, guys.
Jeez.
We'll try.
Bye.
Okay, $5 from the Witch Hunter. Damn, I didn't know those people still existed. Melbourne versus Sydney. Where do your colours lie? Also, any chance that you could look into the state government next? I can't find anything that doesn't say we are broke. I really feel like in Victoria, Labor's always got it in the bag, and if they don't have it in the bag, it'll be a one-term thing that they get out of their system. Also, on top of that, Daniel Andrews really did set up your state well. So I think it can handle that little flush that happens. When it comes to Melbourne or Sydney, what do I like more? Sydney's prettier. Sydney is prettier. It's also a horrible, horrible place to live. But dude, your river sucks. I'm sorry. Every time I go down there, when I go down to Darling Harbour, to this day, I still see fish. I still see jellyfish. Once I saw an octopus. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it was just dangling on the little piers coming out, being like, bloop, bloop, bloop.
That's pretty cool.
Sick. I saw a stingray there once. What have I ever seen in the Yarra? Trolleys. And some of those bikes that you had.
Once
it
upon a
sucked.
time.
But on top of that, it is a much more livable place. I'll give him that. Yes, look at all the people yelling, Queenslander! Keep them coming. Hayden Arthur writes, with $5, thank you very much for this beautiful, beautiful donation. You wonderful man. Will be interesting to see how the Greens will blame Labor for them losing a seat. Hopefully too. Is it happening, Ali? What's going on with the Greens? Oh my God, the Greens have one seat?
The Greens have one seat, yep. Greens have won 37 for LNP, 32 for ALP.
Grace says, oh my God, one of the candidates is called Grace.
Damn.
That poor woman. Who does that to their kids? We were joking about the other guy being called Felix. That's not a joke for that woman. That's her life. And it's printed on every shirt. And they've made her first name tiny and her last name large. Just save on print. Just say Grace. And you know what else would have been great? Because she is running in a Greens seat. How good would it be if they just saving Grace? Took it out of my mouth.
No, that's someone. Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, okay. So you're going to claim it for someone else.
I was about to say that it's on the comment, but you said, "Oh, you took it out of my mouth," and I just felt I panicked and I shut up. I was like, "I'll take this one."
You panicked. You were scared.
I panicked. I was like,
"Yeah, it was me." Chris just gave me $15 and said, "Cheers, Jordy. Keep it up. Will do. Thank you for your support."
Chris, send it on Twitch.
No one's getting it on Twitch. No love on Twitch. How many cunts are tuning in on Twitch?
Like 170.
Yeah, but we got 700-ish over here.
Nice.
So that's not bad.
If you say it 3 times, she'll appear in front of you. Grace.
Yeah, well, luckily Ali only said it twice. She's got an election to win. They've been revenged. Hopefully I can hold off the attack. I don't take anything for granted. When asked, she supports Stephen Miles saying Labor loses tonight. This says that's entirely up to him. Former Deputy Premier suggests predicted landslide is not on the cards.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's...
From the results I've seen so far, it shows a landslide that was predicted in the opinion polls not that long ago is not on the cards, but until we get the pre-polls in, it's a fool's errand to be predicting too much. It's not looking too bad for Labor. He's right. Wayne Swan is absolutely right. It is not looking that bad, Ali.
No, it's compared to what it was a few months ago. This is a remarkable comeback.
Isn't it?
Because they were supposed to get like wiped out completely, like WA. How LNP got wiped out in WA.
Yeah, it was supposed to be up there, wasn't it?
They're still neck and neck, bro.
Like, they really shouldn't be on... What are they on at the moment? 32-37. Greens have 1. Cap's got 2.
Sky News is saying 34-33.
Wow. This is weird. Why do you think that the ABC, Channel 9, and Sky have such different numbers?
They just probably have like different teams collecting the data. And they're probably looking at different seats at different times.
Yeah, well, that really answered my question and took the fun out of it, I guess.
So what do you think? We'll find out tonight or no?
Let's see.
20 seats in doubt still.
Oh, they got Deb Frecklington on Channel 9. Fuck. Such a shit panel. Shart's Law. Oi, Geordie, what did you think of the world's first 5 minutes Sydney Strange? That's hilarious. I don't know. I've never heard of that before. That's so good. Did you hear that, Ali?
No, what is it?
A 5-minute train strike. So good. That's it. This train is coming pretty much on time.
Yeah, I don't know what
Send a
city
message.
you are in, but that happens every day in Sydney.
Yeah, that's just a day.
Yeah, it's just a day.
A day
And
just happened.
sometimes that 5 minutes is extended by several more minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Charles Law. So, Ali, are you getting any interesting news coming in or no?
No, I'm actually just looking at 9 News. Are they doing it live on YouTube or no?
Let me just see what the Guardian's saying as well.
God, 6 News is everywhere. I think they're really... Okay, let's see what ABC is saying. Do we want to watch the ABC?
No. I mean, you can see what they say, but I don't really want to give them airtime. I think they've got enough permeation in the consciousness of Australia. Your armchair guide. All right, well, that's not really what we want. We want live updates, and you're not giving them to me. Well, screw you, Guardian. Oh, no. Yeah, we've got some live results here. What are the headlines that we've got? Yeah, okay, so the early votes haven't been counted. That's why it's looking like that. But listen to this, Ali. Labor holding ground in the Palaszczuk pensioner seats.
Something.
That's pretty good. You know what the Palaszczuk pensioner seats are?
No. I mean, they're
Can you
pretty
guess? Or?
self-explanatory.
Yeah, okay. Right, okay. I was amazed. If you were truly stumped at that, I'd be like, why the fuck have you been on this pod for the last 5 years?
Oh, dude, I have not been following the Queensland election, but I can imagine what it is by the name.
Yeah.
So, Labor's holding on to that?
Okay. Well, those are the seats that Palaszczuk won during COVID because pensioners were, thank God I didn't die. Ooh. Oh my God, isn't this an amazing photo as well? I wish we could share this with everyone, but Ali, look at this. This is, this is another seat that they thought that they were going to lose. This is Marumba, sorry. Look at this. I think this man's face says it all. This is a guy in Labor headquarters.
Is that Tim Waltz?
It's Tim Waltz. Tim Waltz is getting amped. All right, I wonder what his connection to Marumba is.
Look, I know you're. This is a very serious time for Australia, but you have to know that Beyonce has endorsed Kamala, the shocker of the century.
Incredible.
Who knew that was coming?
Well, you said that we wouldn't be breaking any ground on this podcast, and yet here we are. God, that is an excited Tim Waltz. I have never seen an old man so happy. Chat, if it pleases you, just look at The Guardian and the live updates, and then look at Joe Hinckliffe. He just put it a minute ago. Optimism abounds in Marumba. Just look at that man. I mean, that is the most excited old man I've ever seen.
I can put it up. Is it just on Guardian's live updates?
Yeah, just look. Everyone, look at this. Look at this. You got it? What does subscribing mean? I don't know what they did, but thank you for doing that, Sergio.
I think that also means you get money. Or maybe they've just subscribed to your Jordan Shanks channel.
Perhaps they do.
Wait, where is the live section here?
I don't know. Just say Queensland Live or something? But just look at that. That is such... I love that photo. It's iconic. I'm going to save that photo. Yeah, I'm saving it.
Okay, here we go. Live.
Yeah, the boys.
Yeah, it's not here. I'm sorry.
Yay! Isn't that the only way that you can describe an excited old man? Yay! Yeah, look, man, this is actually looking pretty good. If they're holding on to those pensioner seats, and it's pensioners, the oldies really should be voting for Labor, for the LNP. If anyone should be voting for the LNP, it's them. I'm pretty optimistic about this. This is looking good, Ali.
All right, I'm going to put up the thing again.
Mickey D writes for $5. Thank you very much for donating. You're a very good boy. Loving the election coverage, boys. Was at Geordie Sheckin's show in Adelaide where Julia Gillard's nephew piped up. That was the most Adelaide thing ever. Oh my God, Ali. Ali, listen. This is going to be a TikTok moment. I was paying this guy out in the audience in Adelaide. I think it was the last night or the second last night. And the Gillard slide came up, and then he said, I'm her niece. It was incredible.
And?
It was such a moment. And I was like, you're lying. And then he goes, look at this ID. And then it had Gillard in it. And I said, yeah, Gillard. And then I looked at the photo, and he had Julia Gillard's hair as a man. And I was like, there's no way that you can't have that if you're not a Welsh minor by genetic descent.
Did you speak to him after the show?
Yeah.
What did he say?
I was just like, dude, I hope you don't mind if I make fun of you for the advantage of my own career. And he was like, make fun of me away. And I was talking to him about it. I was like, was it good? And he was saying, well, I got bullied a lot at school. And then some guy in the audience piped up and went, oh, I remember that cunt. And he was at his school. And then afterwards, apparently, they went up to each other and he said, man, don't just make it out like I was just getting bullied by you. I bullied you on the bus as well. And he said, yeah, all right. Well, yeah, we both did. But apparently, they both used to just beat the fuck out of each other.
That's so good.
And they're so good.
Damn. Dude, movers and shakers in your audience. Or at least relatives
of movers and shakers. And Mormons.
That was insane. I didn't even know how many
I didn't even know there was Mormons in Australia.
Yeah, that's what I was like. Like, well, one time they showed up at my door, so I know they exist. But I didn't know that there were that many, yeah.
I didn't know that. Sorry, keep it going.
Yeah, I'm keeping it going. All right, I'm going to look at some of the Twitch comments now. That's the most Aussie school bully story I've ever heard. Yes, indeed. Where's the photo? I couldn't find the photo. I genuinely couldn't find the photo. Jordan's going to put it up at some point. Primary votes are 37 LNP, 34.6. 37% LNP, 34.6 ALP.
Dude, that's good. That's good.
How is that good?
Okay, because, man, you know, LNP, to get a majority,
Yeah.
40.
To get a majority for LNP, 40. Oh, so you're saying they're going to have a minority government?
Well, again, we've got to wait for the early votes to come in. Maybe the early votes might squash that. Sorry, I should say this all along.
Yeah. Looks like Pine Rivers is staying Labor. Get fucked, Dean Simmons.
Okay. Don't know who that is, but fuck you, Dean Simmons. Look, gang, if the primary is around 35, that's very good news for Labor. And if the primary is 37 for the LNP, that's almost not going to happen. Like, that's not a majority. If the early votes come in, which everyone's very scared about because that was weeks before this shift, maybe that will save them. But at the moment, this is showing a very healthy primary for Labor.
Right.
Well, not very healthy. Healthy enough. Whatever, it's good. What I'm saying is it's good, okay? Is that so much to ask?
Okay, so now they're saying 35 ALP, 39 LNP.
What is it?
No, this isn't the primary vote. This is the number of seats.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And also, we're getting retentions in seats that Palaszczuk won in oldie seats. So that's gone for them. That's amazing that they're keeping them. We're also seeing the Green vote go down, which means that the ALP has probably retained those seats, which is also very healthy for the ALP.
Damn, Robbie Catter claims win.
Oh my God. Who would have ever expected that? Breaking news, guys. Robbie Catter wins far North Queensland.
Former Deputy Prime Minister suggests predicted landslide is not on the cards anymore.
Yeah, Wayne Swan, right? Yeah, it's not happening. The landslide's not happening. But I think that the majority isn't happening either.
Key seats to watch across Queensland, Bundaberg, the most marginal seat with ALP holding by just 0.02%. If the swing goes as the polls predict, Nicklin, Harvey Bay, and Caloundra would also turn blue. Rockhampton in central Queensland will also be a tight race.
Go for it again. Say again.
Nicklin, Harvey Bay, Caloundra. If the swing goes as how they had predicted it, these 3 seats are supposed to turn blue. If these 3 seats stay red, then it's very unlikely that LNP will come in power.
Yeah, no, this is great. Honestly, and the other thing is, keep in mind, to form government, the LNP have to pick up 12 seats. That's looking hard now. On these numbers, that's looking really hard.
Damn. Pauline Hanson is
We really could be sitting here witnessing history, Ali. This could be... Look, I'm a minority government. If they get a minority government, come on, that's a win. Boys, come on, that is a big win.
Yeah.
48, $2. What's your favorite brand of durries?
Hey, and now they're saying it's hard to see either of the 2 parties getting to 47.
Yeah.
This is by Redbridge pollster Cos Samaras. Believes Queensland could be headed for a hung parliament.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Dude, that is a major victory for ALP.
Huge victory.
I remember like a couple of months ago you were talking about like it's too far gone. There's no point even talking about it. The damage
amazing,
is
isn't
done.
Isn't it amazing?
Insane. It's hard to see 2 major parties getting to 47. The LNP is really struggling in Brisbane. Labor is losing a lot of skin in some of the seats in Brisbane, but they're not going directly to the LNP. The LNP is not making the sorts of gains in regional Queensland that we would have expected.
Exactly. That's the big key there.
Of Gavin
that's the highlight.
Is a real red flag for LNP because that's the seat they should have easily secured and is definitely not the case.
Damn. Holy shit. It's happening.
Hung parliament, bro.
I mean, look, I would prefer if the hung parliament went to the LNP, but no, I can't say that. The problem is if it's a hung parliament, that one Greens voter is that one Greens candidate that they'll be using will be taking credit for everything that the ALP does. And if Katter takes it, he actually will be controlling the government. They're much better political operators than all the other independent minor parties. Much better. And the thing is, just look, their colour is brown. That should say a lot about their environmental policies.
The colour is brown.
Okay. Yeah, favorite brand of durries? I don't have one. Ali, you're gonna have to answer it for me. What's the best? It's Benson and Hedges, right? That's the best brand of durries.
Durries. Winfield or JPS? I can't remember.
You like Winnies and JPS? You're a fucking bogan, Ali.
Right, of course.
You don't like any of the classy brands.
Hey, one second. Let's listen to this 35-second clip.
We've just received a great dump of preference counts. It has firmed up a whole bunch of seats, which we're looking into. The LNP is holding almost all of its own seats. It may have lost Ipswich West. It is ahead in quite a number of Labor seats, but not enough to get into government at this stage. I think what this is saying is it's going to be a long night. It's not going to be an early night. We're going to be looking at these figures for a long time tonight. So we may get all the polling places in and still not be clear, and we'll be waiting for some pre-polls to arrive. So it's a... get ready for a long night.
Anthony's call at the moment is a long night ahead.
Yes, we'll be waiting, yes.
How fucked is Anthony Green's voice?
And how surprising that he's saying.
You know what he sounds like? He sounds like a little leprechaun version of the Emperor in Star Wars.
Listen to this too.
These are really interesting results that we're seeing right now. There's certainly, I can tell on our panel, giving Labor a fair bit of optimism, hope. Cos, you just sent me a message as well that I'm wondering if you can say for us on air. What's your expectation, prediction at the moment?
It's hard to see the two major parties getting to 47.
You reckon we're in a hung parliament?
It's looking like that. I mean, the LNP's really struggling in Brisbane. Labor's losing a lot of skin in some of the seats in Brisbane, but they're not going directly to the LNP. The LNP's not making the sort of gains in regional Queensland that we would expect. The seat of Gaven's a really red flag for the LNP because that's a seat they should have easily have secured. And it's definitely not the case. And so that it's going to be, as Anthony Green has mentioned, a very long night, probably a very long 2 weeks.
Cameron Dick, are you shocked by...
2 weeks? Damn.
Because I'll be waiting for all the postals to come in.
Yeah, insane.
It'll come down to the wire. That is incredible.
Dude, I have to say it. Like, kudos to Queensland Labor. They pulled this out of the hat. This was not expected at all.
No way.
This is insane. What do you think caused this?
Cost of living. Cost of living and abortion.
No. Well, the cost of living should go against Labor, shouldn't it? Because they were in power.
But they were able to pull out policy after policy after policy, and the reason for that is because of the coal tax, and the LNP couldn't even match all of theirs, and all they could say is, this is desperate. But the thing is, the electorate is desperate because it is a cost of living crisis. And always, as is the case, every time it's good when this country is struggling. That's all I'm saying. It's good when this country's struggling, because when it's not struggling, the LNP get in easily.
Yeah, that was a comment too. Someone said when the country is doing well, individual interests kick in and you vote for LNP. When the country is going through some rough period, then you tend to vote for Labor.
Labor wins.
Yeah.
Looking like it's happening again. And the ALP in Queensland can do all of that because of the coal tax. Phenomenal stuff. As I'm saying before, though, it really does show the power of coal companies that they can create a hung parliament when you have a government, when you have a opposition that is promising absolutely nothing, has a terrible, terrible brand in Queensland. Everyone hates the LNP.
Dude, I thought they would have not even. It wouldn't have been a hung parliament. I think the coal companies could have just got the LNP to win by a majority.
How? If
Just
David Crisafulli wasn't so weak.
Humping the state with negative ads.
Well, that's what they've been doing. That's this result now.
Yeah, but it seems like it hasn't worked. They would have considered this a failure.
Yeah, they wouldn't have gotten the return that they wanted, but that is very good for them anyway, even if the ALP gets into a minority government. It's going to make their life a living hell. On top of that, it does show that they can still flex their muscles because, again, the LNP announced nothing except for we're going to repeal the coal tax during a cost of living crisis. Yeah. And just keep saying over and over again, crime exists, and they're able to do that. So it shows that they still have a lot of power.
Crime hasn't increased in Queensland, has it?
No, it's down.
It's just
going down.
What is this weird thing that every country now is saying the crime's out of hand, and in every one of those countries, crime rate has actually gone down over the past 5 years.
Oh, because it's easy to do it now because you've got social media, and so you've got social media, and that's all the news shows. All the news shows is burglaries, murder. This is what they run on. I was talking to a former journalist in Queensland, and they were saying that back in the day, if there was a car theft, we wouldn't even report on it. It's not news. It's trashy. And on top of that, they know for a fact that when they do report on that, you're just encouraging more because every dickhead just goes out and is like, oh, I get to be on TV. Mum, did you see me? And so they go do that. And so they used to not do it. And now they do it because they're just desperate for content. And they see that, as Nightcrawler showed, if it bleeds, it leads. So they're very happy to play into that. And so it creates the perception of it being reality. Ali, did you remember? I think I told you this once. Did you know the people that listen to the nightly news, this was when television reigned supreme.
Mm-hmm.
Americans that listen to the nightly news, because they've always had that. Their news has always been, I mean, our news is trash, but holy hell. You can see it when you watch American news, right? And you listen to the police for politics, and all they ever talk about is, that was a very good speech by Kamala Harris. It was a very bad speech by Donald Trump. And then you go to Fox News, and it's like, that was a great speech by Trump, terrible speech by Kamala Harris. That's their news. It's all trash. But they have always had that nightcrawler ethos there. Bleeds at leads, constant murders, constant crime chases, car chases, burglaries, all that. Did you know that the average American that watched the news, when you poll them and you say, how likely do you think you are to die of a murder? They'd say, 1 in 10. I have a 1 in 10 chance of being murdered brutally in my home. A 1 in 10 shot.
That's insane. Dude,
isn't it? When and okay, if you're in Detroit or something and they say, you don't understand, I live in Detroit, and you look at the crime stats and it's still just like 1 in 50,000 or something.
Dude,
you
1
know?
in
Like,
10 is more than the worst time of Guatemalan gang history. Like, that is a huge number.
like, dude, in the peak of terrorist attacks in Pakistan, it wouldn't have been close to 1 in 10.
Dude, it
and
wasn't.
They were blowing up fucking hundreds of people at a time.
At
At a
peak.
time.
At peak, the entire
time.
war on terror, 50,000 people died.
It's still not 1 in
country
10.
of 200 million people.
Exactly.
Anyways, this does remind me of that Shane Gillis joke, if you haven't checked out, where he's talking about his dad. He's like, my dad gets smashed and watches Fox News all night and gets really pumped up. You come up to him and you're like, Dad, what are you doing? He's like, the Democrats have ruined the country. He's like, okay, tell me one thing you've learned. And he always goes, Nancy Pelosi's a bitch. And he's like,
he summed it up.
Yeah.
He summed it up.
He's like, that's the only information he has after watching 8 hours of Fox News hammered. Fucking Nancy Pelosi, she's a bitch.
Okay, hang on. The fat man writes, live in the scenic rim and the battle is between the Greens and One Nation. What? No way. That can't be right. That was so weird. We were watching the average idiot being polled, you know, the Vox Pop, who you're going to vote for. And everyone, as always, I'm voting for Chris Foley because Stephen Miles doesn't have a plan. Need a plan. Just, you know, like, because Chris Foley said the word plan 10,000 times. And he was going to vote for him anyway. And he goes, plan. That kind of person. There was one chick who said, I just don't want to vote for the majors. I'm not voting for the majors because they've screwed up the country. So who are you going to vote for? Either Greens or One Nation. What?
Yeah, that's insane.
Insanity.
That is as shocking to me as when I heard that Arab Muslims in the U.S. are voting for Trump.
So weird.
It makes no sense.
Doesn't make any sense.
It's so crazy. Dude, so what do we do? If it's going to be a long night, are we on the live stream for the entire night?
Yeah, I guess so.
What?
Yeah, sorry, you're not going home.
All
Sleep over. Alex Nocha writes, going forward, do we fight against misinformation from social media about politics to stop polarization? Yeah. Yeah, you do. But you also, I think, as this election has proven, as Ali said, never underestimate the power of free shit.
Yeah, dude. Free shit fucking works. And particularly for Australians, I feel.
Australians love goodies.
Australian public, it's
They go
your
crazy
joke.
for a show bag, don't they?
It's your joke from your stand-up. They're pigs.
They are
You
pigs.
just have to feed them tax cuts, 50-cent transport.
Here's some money off your power bill. There you go.
Look what
Take
Mark
it.
Wahlberg is saying. He's saying we're good.
I love it. Yeah, I think learn from the Kyle and Jackie O show. Talk about sex constantly and in between. Hey, there's 50 grand for you, love. Go get yourself a car. Now, we're going to go to the next show. Guess which one of these two has a bigger cock. That's what Australians like. And I like it too.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, you can't not like that.
Okay, 40 seats for LNP.
Oh no, they're gonna win. All right, now let's just keep going. When ALP wins in your celebration video, you better smoke dat and slam a Bundy rum for us, Anya. I will. If the ALP win tonight, I'm slamming a Bundy, and so are you. We'll get it from Jimmy Briggs if we have to.
You might have to be on your own because I am not staying here for the full night.
Yeah, all night. Come on, Ali.
All night.
Yeah. What a party pooper this guy is.
We'll see. We'll see.
And then, wow, we got 50 from Alexander Woodley. Jesus, thank you so much. Jordan, take my money. I'm begging. Please talk about something interesting, please. I hate politics. This is boring as shit.
Exactly.
He did give us $50.
Yeah, he did give us $50.
Fucking hell.
So what should we talk about?
I don't know, but it's just everyone else wants me to talk about it. See, we got $2, which is kind of close to 50. Get a dog up, yeah. Yeah. All right, can we get some of them in the chat? Get a dog up, yeah.
Get a dog up, yeah.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that's from, Ali?
Yeah, I know the Miss Love story. It's like what Agro used to say. Here's a show back 50 cent worth value for just $8.
Yeah, that's what you want. Metavances Smith, $3. Thank you so much. Geordie, when the weekly pod scheduled to be back? I mean, next week.
Yeah, next week, next Tuesday.
You really have to give me that. Dude, I think someone gave me 500 yen.
Yen, dude. You had me at 500. Isn't
What's yen?
It's like less.
Is that like $5? Is that what it is? I think yen is like cents, right? You just got to think of it as like 500 cents. What?
$4.97.
The yen is very powerful.
Yeah, very powerful. Look at their graph in the last 5 years.
Holy macaroni.
Just a
Ooh. Mr. Geordies, please stop talking about this. Instead, start talking about the Japanese general election. What?
What? Because you're not.
Wait, isn't the mainstream party there going out?
I
don't know. That should be a you thing, Ali. You should be into that. You don't give a shit about Japan, do you?
Man,
You just don't like Asia, do you? You're a very racist man, Ali.
5 ways Japan's elections are unique.
Wow, that's not going to be informative at all. Top 5 things you should know about the Japanese election. 1, they have elections. 2, they've got an emperor. 3, no, the emperor one's too smart. That'll be the 3rd comment.
Japan snap general election. When are they?
I wonder why they're having a snap one. Talk about the
October
Japanese
27.
election.
Oh,
what a
tomorrow.
weeb comment, especially on a live chat. Talk about the Japanese election.
So you have Shigeru Ishiba, Yoshihiko Noda, and Nobuyaki Baba Ishin.
Ah,
The
very
Liberal
good.
Democratic Party, which currently is in power, versus the Constitutional Democratic Party, versus, I think that guy's independent.
The Constitutional Democratic Party sounds like it'd be more conservative, right? Is that the deal?
Liberal, yeah, it sounds like it. From just their name.
Just their names. Alphabets, $10. Got an assignment due tomorrow, studying urban planning, and I'm going to be up all night. You're not the building beautifully guy, are you?
CDP is described as a liberal, social liberal in favor of constitutionalism. The party has been described as progressive, so I guess not.
Okay, so it is their Labour Party.
They're left-wing populist or center-left, however you want to look at it.
I would imagine that it's probably like the... What's the Korean one
That's
called?
my guy, then. Noshihiko Noda.
That's so funny. Dude, Ali picking a side off of reading a sentence. So good.
No, okay.
That's my guy.
Well, look at this. Ishiba, the guy is described as a centrist, moderate conservative, and a reformist, particularly in the 2024 Liberal Democratic Party presidential election. While he was cited as a member of the ultra-nationalist far-right organization Nippon Kaigi, he has been criticized by nationalist commentators for his traitorous acts and for being anti-Japan, and has pointed to Japan's
Anti-Japan.
failure to face its war responsibilities as underlying many of its problems. Yeah, I'm not for this guy.
Is it bad? How funny is Japanese getting translated into Australian? It's just read that sentence out again. He has been criticised
by nationalist commentators for his traitorous acts and for being anti-Japan, and has pointed to Japan's failures to face its war responsibility as underlying many of its problems.
The only thing that could make that more Japanese is if there was a full stop and then just the words "most shameful" full stop. Facing your war responsibilities.
Most shameful, you losers. No, we losers.
Traitorous actor.
We must perform seppuku now.
Fuck, Japan's funny. You're right. Whoever said talk more about Japan's election, that is way more interesting. Okay. Alphabets writes, I've got assignment due tomorrow, studying urban planning, going to be up all night. You better be up all night or I'll have nothing to listen to while working. I don't think that you should be listening to us while you're studying urban planning. I feel like that's like a little more heady than doing data entry. But nonetheless, you have given us $10, so good. Keep listening.
And urban planning, bro, there's no planning.
Yeah, just let it grow, man.
No, just like there's... The streets are small. Everyone has big cars. Urban planning has not been that good.
Understand that.
Understand that. So you may as well just watch the pod.
Get a dog up here. Get a dog up here, Alphabet. Surrender rights.
Labour has officially lost its majority in the Queensland Parliament.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's all right. Who said that?
Some guy on ABC.
Some guy. Who?
Casey Briggs.
Who's Casey
ABC
Briggs?
chief election analyst Anthony Green says Labour has lost its majority. Sorry, Anthony Green is saying it. Has lost its majority in Queensland Parliament, but it is too early to know who has won the state election. Labour has lost seats in regional cities of Mackay and Townsville, but it is holding its ground in Brisbane so far. Good on you, Brisbane.
Brisbane really like the 50 cents.
Brizzy, baby.
Brizzy, baby.
Get it this time.
You reckon a Corbyn-style policy federally would work? No, I don't. But thank you for the $3. Absolutely not. It didn't work in Britain. Britain, it would work if it was going to work anywhere because Britain is a desperate, mossy rock. And it didn't work there. Ben Butty's broke. $15. Thank you. It's a lot of money. I think it's vile that a proud feminist is the LNP rep in my region. Well, who's the chick? Bundaberg. Bundaberg? I don't know. I don't know anything about it, though, so I can't really comment. But thank you. That's very nice of you.
LNP are ahead in Cook.
Okay.
And has
Is that it?
3 Townsville seats, couple in Mackay. It's supposed to be a seat that they were fighting for, so they got it.
They're ahead in all Townsville seats. That's no surprise.
And Cook.
Don't know where Cook is. Thoughts on betting odds for this election?
Megan Scanlon predicted to hold Gold Coast.
Yeah, I thought she would too. I thought she'd hold it.
Lone
Megan's
Labour
an up-and-coming star for the future of the Labor Party, and she was running against a former Sunrise weather girl, I think.
Damn
But they thought they'd like, yeah, there's some star power. Weekend Sunrise reporter. We're going to beat Megan on this one. And then that obviously didn't happen.
Yeah, Gold Coast, dude. I couldn't. You can never tell.
Gold Coast is sick. How will this election affect the Barra population?
Well, Barra
Gave me $2. Yeah, the Barra population. Actually, you know what? Like, if the LNP gets in, not well, it will fuck them. It will fuck them. Now, Panda Bang writes, I'm another fan from Japan here. The current PM is Shinjiro Ishiba. I liked Ali sitting there trying to pronounce these words, being like, I am a fan of Inoku Irabu.
Nobunaga.
Nobunaga.
Crime is the number one thing that people are talking about in FNQ. Housing is the second one. I'm feeling relieved the 388-day campaign is over. This is Bree James, who is competing with Labour's Craig Crawford in Barron River. Labour projected to win Ipswich West. We're sitting at 35-40, my friend.
It's not bad.
It's not bad, yeah.
It's really not bad, is it, Ali?
Either way, look, even if LNP get in, Labour can really make their life miserable. And if they don't, then like their own partners will.
Absolutely. Yeah. And on top of that, even if the LNP do get in, judging by these results, Queensland didn't really want them in that much. Yeah. As soon as they are in and they repeal a bunch of programs, they're going to be hated. And then landslide for Labor, because this is not a terrible Labor defeat.
This seems
Last time they won from 7. They won from 7 seats. They had 7. This is not that.
This seems to be like a regional and urban divide.
Well, it always is, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's...
Labor is a real city party these days, isn't it? It used to hold a lot more of the regions because there was more nickel refineries and shit, but that's all gone. So Labor is the party of government jobs now. That's what it is.
Times have changed.
The times, they are quite different.
But it's good, dude. Cities usually house a lot of people.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's actually really good. So they can keep the regions, I guess.
Yeah,
it'd be nice if we had a couple of regional seats. That'd be good.
They're just like, yeah, but they always get like these stupid concessions. Like just because their population isn't high, they get like extra Senate representation and that kind of bullshit.
I hate that. That was always a deliberate strategy that was implemented across setting up democracies across the West, was to give disproportionate power to the regions.
One man, one vote. Unless you live in regions, then it's two votes.
You get 2. It's a real landowner thing, isn't it? You reckon that's what it is?
Yeah, it's also just like keeping the union together, because otherwise everyone would splinter off. As if like Dubbo can become their own country. Get out of here, dude. Like, no, they're not splintering off.
Yeah, probably not Dubbo. What do you reckon about something more fertile back in the day, though?
What, like Ipswich?
Yeah, Ipswich. Ipswich is breaking off.
No, dude. I think the only place that can genuinely break away is WA, because they're so far. And they can probably maintain themselves too.
Easily.
That is a real threat, dude. We should just give them anything that they ever want, just saying.
I know. And we never do. We're always just like, no, fuck you, give us more money.
You have the capability to ruin the union. You also have all the treasures that we are feeding off of on the East Coast. But on the other hand, fuck you. So intense. Labor needs to...
Ali, what's your favorite video game of all time?
Dude, GTA San Andreas.
Dude.
Number 1, I tell you. Number one. Number one.
Nothing else.
Yeah.
Just so set in your mind.
Yeah, dude. That is a... That
like
game
not
was my
Vice
childhood.
City, not number 3.
That game was my childhood.
Number 1.
Bro. Number 1. No, I'm talking about San Andreas.
That's what I'm saying.
That is number 1.
I get it, Ali. You don't have to keep saying number 1 so much.
Have you seen me? Number 1.
I don't think I do.
Wait, so what was yours? Mario Kart.
Something much lamer like Croc. No, you know what it was? Spyro.
Pepsi Man was up there too.
Was Pepsi Man seriously up there?
Yeah, dude. It was, again. It was...
It must have been such a POV game.
School. I would be sitting in school, like about a couple of hours from home time, and I'd just be like, Pepsi Man will be coming soon. 1 hour, 59 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I remember the countdown. Totally.
Pepsi Man.
So good. Finally, I can leave this environment that is setting me up for my future where I'm hanging out with all of my best friends so I can play Pepsi Man. Which has to be a shit third world game that would have had like so many bugs in it.
Yeah, look, come on, dude. It's 9:30.
No, you're staying.
For 2 weeks?
Everyone, he has to stay here for 2 weeks. Keep giving money so he can't leave.
2 weeks.
He has to stay here for 2 weeks. It's going to be a long fortnight. I met Bob Carr the other day and he spoke very highly of your impact on Labor. It was cute. Yeah, dude, Bob Carr's sick. I love Bob Carr. Bob Carr's like your favorite statesman, hey?
Yeah.
That's your San Andreas of politicians.
Yeah, dude, because I saw him live once, and he was... Because he wasn't even doing his political stuff. This was at UNSW. So he was being real. And, I became a fan.
Hell.
He has that personality, like, on stage, you grab it. He has charisma. He has... Even though he looks like a reptile, but he has, like, certain charisma where you get attracted towards what he's saying.
It's his voice.
Yeah.
He's got a sick voice.
Which, by the way, Bill Shorten didn't have.
Nah.
Because I saw that man live, and that was a very forgetful moment.
But it's really weird because you meet Bill Shorten in real life, and he is as charismatic as Bob Carr one-on-one. But Bob Carr can carry that onto cameras, radio. Man, you know why I think he really killed it in the elections? It's because he was on Talkback so much. He was constantly on Talkback, and he was arguing with them. And he had such a deep baritone voice that he dominated the conversation against Alan Jones and John Laws. I think that really helped.
Yeah, dude. Being a state premier would prepare you so well for that kind of a position.
Woodix asks, what do you think those Gold Coast young LMP who interviewed schoolies are up to this election? Do you remember that?
Yeah, of course.
That's such a good
Hawaiian
question.
shirt dudes.
Yeah. Casually asking people,
what do you think?
Do you think having a go and getting a go is a good policy? All these drunks being like, yeah, that sounds pretty sweet.
Do you think that like LNP staffers having freak off parties like Diddy?
No way. Not a chance. They got like cancelled hard because of that.
Damn.
I know that one of them started up like a Charlie Kirk Turning Point USA at Australia. He tried one of those moves, but because it's Australia, you can't sustain that. Thoughts on the Blue Mountains? I know Ali has some thoughts on the Blue Mountains.
Yeah, dude, I love it. I want a big ass Blue Mountains acreage at some point.
Big ass.
Emphasis
won't even settle for
on
50
big
acres.
No, 50.
500.
When I say big ass, I mean bigger than an apartment. Just so you know.
Okay. So a house. Yeah. You want a house.
A house with a little bit of land where I can do some organic farming, keep some chickens, that kind of shit.
So basically, you just want a house in Katoomba. Like some of them have fairly big backyards.
Yeah, dude, that'd be mad. That'd be good. I would like also the ability to raise some, sheep, lamb, whatever, which would require slightly more land.
What about Bilpin?
Dude, Bilpin is better.
Bilpin's better, hey?
Bilpin is better. First of all,
it doesn't
Bilpin
have the sick views of the Blue Mountains, though.
Yeah, that's true. But I think Bilpin is one of the most fertile
it's so lush,
areas in all of Australia.
Has to be.
So, yeah, Bilpin is mad. It's also closer, so that's good.
Yeah, Bilpin's sick, actually. I want to live in Bilpin.
Yeah, Bilpin's awesome.
All right, everyone, we're moving up to Bilpin. You're more than welcome to come onto our hippie commune that will eventually turn into an orgy.
Where I will have very exclusive dinner parties. We're just planning, invite people over for a fine end food. But
fine end.
Yeah, but also not charge them. So it's going to be just...
Oh, wait, hang on. Amanda Stokes is talking. I want to listen. Oh, no, she stopped. Ugh, she's such a horrible woman. So witchy.
Damn, dude. As a side note, Pakistan won its series against England in cricket, and India lost its series against New Zealand.
That is sick, I think. That's so mad. Good for you. Good for you. I think.
Someone is saying, "Oh, you have to stick around for all the pods you didn't show and left us with 100% aliens and horoscope bullshit. So good, dude.
He's so rude.
I have a big day tomorrow. I cannot stay here for 2 weeks.
Why? What are you doing tomorrow?
Bro, I have to write a statement. You know what an SIFC is?
No, you're just making things up.
I'm not. It's a SIFC for 2 different companies for my PLT thing. It's very.
You're going to be an office guy.
Bro, I have to make this. Let me show you what I have to make.
Okay, do that. In the meantime, Chris has a very good point. He
Do you
donated $10 and he said, Ali, it's only 8:30 in Queensland. Harden the fuck up.
That is true, Queensland. I have to write 2 of these tomorrow. Statement of claims and SIFCs. See these?
Yep.
This is going to be annoying.
Don't know what either of those things mean, but cool.
It means like when a company sues another company, let's say they want to recover debt, this is the first document that goes to court. It tells you what the problem was, whether there was I'm not talking about this, but I just know I have to do this.
Oh. Can you speak into the mic, please, Ali?
Sorry.
Now, I've just got this. I got a message from some Labor guy that was just saying, fuck me, the Greens vote has collapsed and Labor's hanging on in Bundaberg.
That's really good. That's one of those like critical seats that they were saying is going to tell where the election is going. Do you have that vapor?
Yay. Smoke it. He's got to change his shirt to blue when the LNP win. Show us his true colours. They're talking about you, Ali. Niggly Savage just gave us $5. Thank you for that.
Why am I an LNP guy?
48 Hertz just wrote, take my $2 like a cheap political stripper. Will do. Thank you, sir. And if you want me to strip, you have only to ask. Dougie Boxhill, $20. Interview Tism. Who the fuck is Tism? Who is that? They give you $20 though. Guy Lynch, $2. Jordan, can you tell Liam Bolmer to get a job, please? Who's Liam Bolmer? Casper, $2. Is Trump going to win? That's your field, Ali. Give your reasoning for why you think Trump's going to win.
I have. Cost of living is going to be the major factor that's going to, the economy and Trump's like extreme tax relaxations towards tech is going to give him, there's a lot of reasons, dude. I think Trump is going to win, and I also think something that Jordan doesn't like is that Biden has been a pretty shit president.
Why would you say that?
Because, dude, he kind of has. Domestically, he's been okay, but foreign policy, he's been dreadful.
Redacted writes, please bring back Dave's dinners. I tried. You didn't watch. No one wanted to watch. Oh, I want to bring back Dave's dinners. I really do. But it depends on there being more than just this like ardent fan base of Dave.
Bro, Labour's Brittany Loga has lost her seat of Keppel around Rockhampton, which she held since 2015. LNP's Nigel Hutton will become the new member. This is what Wayne Swan is saying. Queensland swings a lot. Nice. It can't be taken for granted.
That's bad, Ollie.
In any election. And what this one shows us is that Labour can win in what was seen as dire circumstances only a month ago. The state has always been more volatile and more decentralized and has seen rapid population growth more than anywhere else in the country. The people here are looking for a party that can deal with growth and prosperity.
Yeah.
He also praised Stephen Miles for his campaign effort.
Good. That's very nice of Wayne Swan.
The grace that Stephen has held himself through this period has been extraordinary, and it sort of reminds me of Peter Beattie in some ways.
Oh, okay. Well, I wasn't really into politics when I was 7, so I can't really comment on that, but if he says so. Who's the best fit to replace Albo? Dude, Casper is brutal. All right, come on. Theoretically, who you want to see?
Dude, Tony Burke. I like that man.
Really?
Yeah, I like him.
So do I. He's
Tony
charming.
Burke. I like Tanya too, dude.
You know what I see
I like
Tony
him.
Burke as? Bill Clinton of Australia. I know that a lot of
Yeah.
people say that as an insult. I don't.
Yeah, what's wrong with Bill Clinton, dude? He won fucking
And
2
Tanya
terms.
Plibersek, Hillary Clinton.
He
Huh?
won 2 terms like a boss. Bill Clinton was fine.
He's so charming.
Yeah.
Did you see him at the convention? He still got it. And he's still, you know what he does that no one else does?
Have sex with interns?
Has sex. I don't think he's the only one. But also, he's really, really good at crafting an engaging speech. I forgot about it. He's really good. He's funny. He brings up interesting facts. He's got like a good way of clarifying the situation.
Yeah, he's like an old school politician.
And he's got the most charming accent in the world. Don't you think?
Jason Clear is a boss.
Diabs, $5, thank you, wrote, if you need a live example of Ali not knowing what the fuck he's talking about, you just had one. Saying Biden was okay domestically is ignorant. No, I'm not having it, Diabs. I'm not having it.
He's shitting on
Not
me.
having it. Huh?
He's saying that Biden was great domestically.
Oh, good on you, Diabs. Thank you very much. Thank you. Your contribution was very helpful in this fight
Diabs.
of defending Biden's legacy. I hate it. I hate how people hate him. It's just you and me against the world, Diabs. That's it.
Look.
Fuck me. Bob Jane just gave $80.
Maybe I'm
That's
wrong.
your first super as well.
Maybe Biden was a great president, and if he was, then Kamala's going to win.
Dude, Bob Jane just had a mad idea and he gave us $80. Listen.
$80. I'll listen to that.
Look at him. Barely interested. Yeah, so.
Dude, your guys are giving you a lot of money for these questions.
It's election season, baby. It's election season. That's what happens.
What's the question?
Bob Jane writes, misadventure idea, stay in Kempsey for a weekend. Remember when we made him drive all the way to Bathurst to get a coffee?
Kempsey is further than that.
You know what? I made Miss Love drive up to Kempsey once.
What for?
To give some chick that was volunteering for the animal shelter up there $1,000. And he did it.
Nice.
He's a legend. Look, Miss Love, that is a genius idea, Bob Jane. And I'm not just saying it because you gave me $80, but I will say that does somewhat probably mar my judgment a little bit. But I will say this. That's a very funny idea. That's a very funny idea. Look, I think we might do it. What do you reckon, Ali?
Yeah, I think we can do it. Miss Love's going to hate that, but we can do that.
Yeah, but I can pay for it. And it'd be cool. He just gets a little thing around, stays there. And you know what? He'll be like, I hate that idea. And then I will say it has Freddo's Pies, which was the winner of Best Pies in Australia 2004.
Fucking drive
and he'll
straight
drive.
away.
Yeah, we wouldn't have to convince him.
He'll be like, text me the address. I'm going.
Yeah, Miss Love. Dougie gave me
And then
50.
come back, and this is what he said. The pies were okay. It was worth it.
Dude, Dougie gave $50. Who are all these legends? Tism is this is serious, mum. Oh, is that their name? That's genius. Okay, so it's a parody band. Popular songs like Greg, The Stop Sign, and I'm on the Drug That Killed. No, do you know that song, Ali?
Which one?
I'm on the drug. I'm on the drug. I'm on the drug. Killed River Phoenix.
Yeah, I think that's an old song.
That's incredible.
What's Sky News' tally? Damn, Sky News is putting it at 39-38.
Fuck, so close. Okay, Dougie, I'm going to keep going on with this because that's $50, but I did not know that they made that song. That's incredible. They're the political friendly Geordies, slightly less politics, slightly more T.S. Eliot and Dostoevsky. What? Wayne Carey. These guys sound real. Hang on. Are these the guys that were teachers and they never really made it into the big time because they're Gen X and it was incredibly difficult to be famous back then? Is that the one? Is that the one that was... Dougie, I think I do know who you're talking about. There's someone else that I know that's really obsessed with Phoenix. Tism. I don't know who.
Hey, what do you...
Jesus, you really love them. You gave $50 just to tell me that Tism... I could have just Googled it, but thank you. That's great.
What do you think about this? Just because they haven't paid doesn't mean that their questions can be ignored. How much do you think abortion issue swung the vote?
Massively.
Yeah,
Massively.
I would do it, dude.
Especially because you're looking at a bunch of seats that they're retaining that are very, I'm a mum, that I'm a soccer mum seats. They're retaining quite a few I'm a soccer mum seats that they shouldn't be retaining. That is a big indicator of the fact that the abortion thing swung it hard. Wow, cost of living and abortion. You know what? Crime does work, but it's not enough to win an election, hey?
Yeah. Cost of living, dude, it affects everyone. Crime doesn't affect everyone. And
nowhere near everyone.
People pretend it does, but it really doesn't.
Yeah. So true.
What's the bet for the amount of jobs LNP is planning to cut? 22,000 question mark?
I like how casually that's thrown out. 22,000 lives crushed. What do you reckon? Luminism. Queensland saw the Liberal minority ship show in Tasmania and said, yeah, we want that. Hicks of a feather flock together. That's a bad call.
Cap is 3 seats now.
Yeah, look, if Cap gets 4 seats, I'm calling this. If Cap gets 4 seats, the LNP are not getting a majority. Oh, wait, now I'm being an Anthony Green. I think Anthony Green called that before me.
Damn.
Oh, I suck. Diabs writes, I have said Kamala will win and it won't be close. White women will be the key demo. Put money on it now. Oh, Deb, look, I 100% agree with you. But again, I thought that Biden was going to win. And look, you guys can give me all the donations that you like. I'm not making that money back. I've really screwed myself over. But I think that you're absolutely right. Ali is sitting there saying like, look, man, black men love Trump. But I'm saying white women love Kamala.
Yeah, this is the one thing that if you're going to base...
And again, dude, like, look at this. Look at this result. That's from abortion.
Dude, I get it. Abortion is a really good issue for her. But that's all she has.
I think that's all she needs.
And I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's enough.
Okay, she's also got the threat of democracy.
When people say white women, what they really mean is the white women, the Taylor Swift crowd. 100% that's going to be with Kamala. But that's not going to be enough. There's a lot
did you see the poll?
Bro, there's a lot of white women in the South, in places like Scottsdale, Florida, that hate Kamala. Like, absolutely hate her. And the fact that, like, not all white women are for her is enough for her to lose. That's my opinion. Like I said, I'm no future teller, but I think that Trump has this one in the bag. And I've been saying this for a while now, not looking at the polls. I might be wrong, and when I am wrong and Kamala wins, you can come and roast me. I'll be fine with it because internally I'm going to be happy because I actually don't want Trump to win, believe it or not. But I just see the freaking writing on the wall here.
Does this change your mind?
What?
When it comes to white women as the demographic, white women Republican voters, Trump is leading by 1 point.
Okay, if you
white
look at
Republican
exactly
women,
the same polls for Biden 2020 v. Trump, Biden was leading in those polls not by 1 but by 6 to 7. And when the voting happened, it was still relatively close. Bro, these polls don't matter nearly as much as you think it does.
Okay.
The vibe that I'm getting, and I have even spoken to a few Americans on the ground, and they're giving me the same thing, is like, we don't know where the Kamala fans are. Like, we see them on TV, but on day-to-day life, I don't freaking ever meet them. And these are people that are in marginal swing state areas. Sure, if you go to New York, if you go to like any of those blue towns, there's going to be plenty of them, but it doesn't matter. Like, Because Trump has those in Alabama too, so they cross each other out.
Yes, but Trump also needs to do what he did in the 2016 election, which is break into the blue wall.
He does, and I think he will. Is my opinion. I don't know,
Dude. You're confident on it.
I'm look. No one can ever be confident because it's
You
obviously,
are.
Yeah,
Too big for your boots, Ali.
Okay, fuck it. I am confident. That's what I'm saying
No,
right
fuck it.
now.
I am confident.
And it's a win-win for me because if I am right, I win with my prediction, and if I lose, I win with societal benefit.
Dude, you are just doing what you do on the roulette table and hedging your bets.
I wish I was, bro.
iPhone 4S, $5. Off-topic question. What do you think about Big Kim Jong sending North Koreans into Ukraine? What? Did you know about that, Ali?
What? Wait, I didn't hear.
Kim Jong-un sent Koreans into the Ukraine.
Yeah. He sent a mercenary army there. Dude,
To fight for Russia?
to fight for Russia against Ukraine.
That is amazing. What a flex.
I mean, it's not as much of a flex when you completely isolate a country. Behold, they're willing to do anything for the one dictatorship that supports them.
Yeah, but man, sending in a foreign army is a big move.
It happens more than you think. Sometimes it happens covertly.
Oh, okay, yeah, I forgot I'm talking to a guy from Pakistan. All of a sudden, my little problems about whether Stephen Miles can hang on seem a lot smaller. Well, thank you for that heavy news as always, and thank you for being a first-timer, iPhone 4S, which I'm sure is your real name. Very coincidental that you were called iPhone 20 years before it was invented. That's amazing. You can't have an iPhone 4S, surely, still.
Yeah, that's
It
way
must
too
be
old.
dead. I think Biden climate package is overlooked. So do I. That's so true. Absolutely it is. But that just shows because it's just Americans
But I also
are dumb.
think you're
They're really
overestimating how much Americans care about that.
silly. Exactly.
As sad as it sounds,
They don't care.
they don't care about it. They care
No.
about like stupid things like
Yeah.
tax cuts and perceived economy and all of that shit. It is.
Well,
we'll find
you know
out.
what I heard the other day? Only about 8% of the population will vote on environmental issues, which
Yeah,
does
it's
sadden
probably
me a
lower
lot.
Than that, bro.
Huh?
Probably lower than that, though. 8% of people are saying that they will do it.
Yeah, no, okay. 80% of people say they care about environmental issues and
Yeah,
they say,
I
will
mean,
you vote on it? And then
that
that
makes sense.
drastically reduces by
Yeah, of course.
a tenth.
And when they say about the environment, what they really mean is like, I want less smog in my city. That's what they truly mean when they say environment.
Liam Stone, interview Robbie Katter. I wouldn't be adverse to it, honestly. I don't have like a burning hatred of the Katter party. Apart from the fact that, as we were saying before, they really don't give a shit about the environment. Other than that,
Damn,
they're
dude.
just, like, out of all the minor parties, they're the least offensive.
Sky News has them 39-39 tied.
Oh, shit! Laying down the law. Can't believe it.
Well, and ALP just took ahead.
Oh, double shit!
39 LNP, 40 ALP. I don't know why we're on ABC.
Could they make it to the Magic? All right, hang on. I'm just going to see because, like, my Labor guy said something. Let me see. No bloodbath, but about 30% of votes are pre-polls. Will be a long night. Might not get a result tonight.
Yeah, which is what I'm going to do. Sky News.
Yeah, that pre-poll thing is scaring me too. Still, though, imagine if the pre-poll wasn't done.
Yeah, I prefer to keep Sky News on because they're showing a little bit. Damn, Cap 4.
Yeah, Cap got it to 4. Okay, look, that means they're not getting a majority. They needed those seats.
So it's
Wow, and so it looks like the Greens have lost a seat.
Yeah, I think the grains have underperformed.
Sucked in greens. Okay, Diabs wrote, the only white women that matter, he gave us another 5. Thank you, Diabs. The only white women that matter are the ones in the key battlegrounds. It's over for Trump. They're eating the dogs, was the deviation. Do you reckon, Diabs, okay, look, I agree with you wholeheartedly, but I just don't think that anything that Trump says is a lost point for him. If anything that he says is a W. Literally anything that man says is a W. I think it's the overall vibe and package of the guy, and I think that it's, again, abortion. And the thing that you can kind of, if you squint at him, be like, oh, yeah, he could be like Kim Jong-un. I think that's what's going to lose him, if anything. But I am on your side, though, generally, though, Diabs. I do wholeheartedly agree with you. Ali, as always, massive, rabid Trump supporter. Huge Trump supporter. Loves him. You really do disgust me, Ali. New body who dis. Very good name. And thank you for your first super on the live stream. They wrote, oi, Jordan, if you watch the Trump podcast on Joe Rogan. Nah, man, I just came straight in here. We didn't have time. But
Yeah, well,
Ali was reading out some of the top comments, and they were hilarious. Ali, get up some of those top comments. Pull that shit up, Ali. Dougie, far out. Why do you like Tism so much? Look, I actually, you know what? If I do more streaming...
Whoa, dude. 8.2 million views in 9 hours.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It's insane.
Makes sense.
Joe's serious about this. He had to wear his black UFC commentary shirt. Imagine telling someone 15 years ago that the host of Fear Factor and the host of Apprentice talking to each other on a podcast would be the most important political event of 2024.
So true. Dougie gave us another 50, and he said, Jordan, interview Tism, or I will swear allegiance to Drew Pavlu and give him all my money.
One of the top comments of Trump's podcast is, watching this from Nigeria, respect to you Americans.
Top comment.
Why,
Isn't it amazing how easy it is to win Americans? You just have to say, America's awesome. Yeah, good speech, man. Drew Pavlu and give him your money. That will the Wombat do with my 50. Dude, I was the weirdo who got you and Neil to talk about them on the old pod. Remember that? No, you're less pathetic than me. Dougie, you are a very nice man giving me yet another 50. I do appreciate that a lot. I'll tell you this. If I do more streaming, I will have a lot of time to fill in. So I will start interviewing more people. I'll just start doing it on a daily-ish basis. It's probably a good move for everybody if we do that. We can all learn together. Sounds like a good move, yeah?
All right, bro.
I might do that.
I think I'm going to call it a night. It seems like this isn't going anywhere tonight.
Surrender wrote, Alan Lichtman predicts Kamala win. Yeah, I think the same thing. You know what, as well? I think that... I think Bill Maher called it. Have you heard Bill Maher's point?
Yeah, Bill Maher called it for Kamala.
Yeah, and what do you think about his point?
I think his point was that the cats and dogs stuff was crazy, and it's gonna like kill him. I don't think the American public cares about that.
No, I thought that his point was more... I think people are just kind of tired of the reality show. It's sort of the same thing as a reality TV show. It does well, does its 9 seasons, does its 10. People get a bit bored. I don't know how to
stress this enough for you. Americans don't want reality show ever to end. They love it. That's the new form of politics now. Anyone that isn't doing reality TV is not going to make it to the White House.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. He sort of agrees with you. But his point is that this reality TV show is getting boring. But he's saying another reality TV show will take its place. He doesn't think like the MAGA movement is going away. He just thinks that like, you know, like how Keeping Up with the Kardashians, it's the talk of the town, then it's just...
Dude, MAGA movement will have to reinvent itself because the problem with all of these MAGA guys they're all trying to do Trump, and that is not going to work.
No.
So
it'll need a new flavor. It'll need a revamp.
So my prediction is, again, like Bill Maher is calling it, I think Trump is going to win this election. I think after the 4 years, MAGA movement is going to go dormant. It'll seem like MAGA has been overcome post-Trump. It'll be like Ronald Reagan. After Ronald Reagan, you go 8 years of Bill Clinton. And so then you're going to have like this dormant MAGA movement, which is going to stay under the surface. And there'll be another Democratic president, probably for 8 years. And when that 8 years ends, the MAGA movement is going to make a resurgence in some other form.
Some other form.
As long as they're not doing what Trump did, they'll be successful. If they keep doing what Trump did,
it has to be, but it has to be
they'll lose.
something.
It needs to be something unique. It needs to be setting up an entire new reality TV show.
Yeah.
But
that's what Bill Maher's saying, man. He's just saying that he's predicting that the ratings are in decline earlier than you are, but he pretty much agrees with you.
We'll see, man. I think Americans want that show again.
Hey, hey, someone just gave us $1. Thank you. That's very nice. What was your point again? I can't remember now. The eating the dogs was the last point. Debs, okay, just let us know this. You don't have to give us an extra 5. I'll just try and find you in the chat. It might be hard because it keeps moving. But what's your opinion on the idea that people are kind of tired of the reality show? Do you agree with Ali that they're not tired of the reality show yet? Or do you agree with Bill Maher that they are tired of the reality show? I'd like to know. I think that's actually a really good way of looking at it.
I think they were tired of the reality show in 2020, which is why Joe Biden came. And then they were like, I want that reality TV show back.
Yeah, and then I think they're just saying like, because, come on, this is the other thing as well. Like, this is what Hassan was saying. He was saying, it's just a bit, and obviously Hassan would say this, but he was saying, dude, it's just a bit boring now. Like, there hasn't been that many Trump classic moments this election.
There wasn't until the last few months.
He was saying there was the dogs and there was the McDonald's thing. But man, remember 2016? Every day was a classic.
Yeah, he was definitely
every
at
day
his
was
peak.
a classic.
Yeah, he was definitely at his peak. But I don't think that means that he's, man, like I said, we'll see. There's no point for me to convince you like this. I cannot vote, so if I was in the U.S., I would not vote for Donald Trump. I promise you that. But
yeah, you're more of a J.D. Vance guy.
Yeah, more of a J.D. Dude, imagine if Trump gets elected but dies just before, because the man is in his 80s. It could happen at any point. And then J.D.
in for the
becomes
win.
the president.
That would be such a good reality.
Oh my God, that would be insane.
As the mean, who do you think will win the US election? I think it's going to be Kamala. Ali thinks that it's going to be Trump. We polled the audience before, and it was basically 50-50.
Yeah. Just like the thing is, like, it obviously is supposed to be close. But I don't know, man. We'll see.
We will see.
It's not too long. How many days? Like barely 10, I think.
Barely 10?
Yeah. I think it's like we're gonna do a live stream for that. That's gonna be fun.
Is there any other elections in between those 10 days?
No, dude.
Okay. Somalia's not having
Japanese
anything.
one.
Man, how sweet was that? Did you see when King Charles went to Samoa?
Yeah, he drank kava over there and got high.
That's mad. That's sick. But also, dude, they really don't have. They're always trying to. The Guardian and shit is always just trying to paint this thing of monarchies hated everywhere in the Commonwealth. They're very Greens points, right? But you went there, and they really, really liked the king. And on top of that, because they were having their CHOAG meeting there, right? And it was about climate change and everything. And, you know, this is a country that is about to go underwater. They're such sweet people. They were just like, okay, so the village, we all have different village duty for country that come here. We have this is the Australia town. And so they showed the Australia town and had these shitty Australian flags that they put up everywhere. And they were like, and we painted some of our buildings blue and white and red for their flags. and we hope that Mr. Albanese come to say hello to us. Dude, it's so sweet. How sweet is that? Isn't that like the sweetest thing you've ever heard in your life?
The other thing that I've noticed is like, particularly amongst women from developing countries all over the world, you ask them, like, what do you think about the Queen? They'll probably say, oh, she's a bitch. But not because what everyone assumes, because they're a colonizer or they did all this shit. It's because they think she was mean to Diana.
Yeah.
That's the reason.
Yeah, like everyone else.
And now that the Queen is dead, they have no gripe anymore. For some reason, they don't blame Prince Charles, even though he was the husband having affairs. That's why they don't like the royal family, because they're too pro Diana.
Yeah.
They don't care about the colonization.
No, dude. It was just like everyone. I don't know. I just don't understand the hate of the monarchy. We've got another one. So, Pharaoh Wizard gave us $20. Jordan, I've been watching you and listening to your stuff for a few years now. Been to a couple of shows. You're an amazing performer. Oh, thank you, Pharaoh. I'll keep watching you, bud. You're a king. You are a stand-up gentleman. Thank you for that being your first super as well, because it's a very nice donation as well. I really appreciate that. Honestly, heartfelt comment. You're a nice man. If you are a man. I assume you are. Justice for Jackie in South Brisbane. Fuck yeah, Alan Riley. Fuck yeah. Jackie Trad. Wait, does that mean that they won back the seat? What does that mean? South Brisbane election.
Damn. Man dies by self-immolation in Sydney.
For what reason?
he does not want LNP back in power.
Green set to lose South Brisbane. Fuck yes. Take that, Amy, you scary clown. Oh, that's sick. I'm so happy about that. Man, if there was one Greens candidate that I would want to lose, it's first off Max Chandler Mather, but then the second one after that is Amy, whatever her name is. Basically because she mouthed off on me on Twitter once, but also because she took the seat off Jackie Trad. What a piece of crap. Bat into the can with you, you useless, sad little... We're going to have a jazzy library day. Go back to a library. Go back to a library and read your little romance novels. You should have never been in Parliament. You suck. That's sick. Thanks heaps, Alan. That's amazing to hear. Yes. Because honestly, Jackie Trad, most effective politician since Keating, I reckon. She was really incremental, like really, really important to Anastasia winning in off of Campbell Newman. It was her. She was the attack dog. She was absolutely the attack dog. And then she went on to do all of the land clearing policies, all of the protection for the reef. It was the one that got abortion up as well. She was a machine. It was such a travesty that she lost her seat. That was great. It's Maddo gave us $30 just to yell, "Yeah, Queenslander!" Sincerely, a Melburnian. Fuck yeah, that is the best $30 ever spent. Come on, one more. We got to do it, everyone. Queenslander! I got to shut up because it's like getting quite late, but still, Queenslander! Hell yeah. What's the seat tally, Ali?
According to Sky News, 39-39. According to ABC, 34 ALP, 41 LNP.
New maths and back reaction wind. Okay, well, look, it's hanging on there. It's really hanging on there.
It's a hung. It's a hung parliament.
Sucked in like my dick. Well, you know, come on, Ali. I think we can all agree. Miss Love is hung. A permanent.
Well,
hung
you're the
parliament.
one that saw his dick.
You haven't seen his dick?
No, dude, I didn't look at the picture once I found out his dick was on it.
I thought that you would have seen it many times. Like, you've seen my penis many times.
I think I might have seen. No, dude, I look away.
Yeah, you've seen it.
I have
Don't
seen
act.
your penis.
You
because
stare at
your
mine.
penis is impossible not to
Lecherous.
look at because many a times it has appeared without warning. But Miss Love, on the other hand, he does warn, so I look away.
One sec. Okay, so LNP will win. That's what the insider's saying. Boo! Stop killing our buzz.
What are they saying? LNP will win by a minority?
Kicked out the non-subscribers, but she done well from what I saw. Sky host pretty good. Even Credlin shot down suggestion that she should have gone earlier. Yeah. Yeah, I told you. Credlin behaves herself for some reason on election night. Everyone does. Everyone's quite cordial on election nights in Australia, aren't they?
Yeah, I do like that in Australia the polarity isn't so intense as it is in the US. People still respect each other's choices in Australia, and I really like that.
Me too.
We want to keep it that way, please.
Totally. Bahoma wrote, a lot of non-MAGA Republicans are becoming... Okay, also Diabs wrote, this is his little thing on reality TV. Everyone's sick of it. They've switched off mostly. Everyone knows he's full of shit. Either don't care because they love him or it's terminal for him. That's the other thing, dude. Like, he is just sort of... Your mind's made up on Trump.
Yeah.
How can it not be made up?
For a lot of people it is.
I cannot imagine someone ever looking at Trump and thinking, oh, after 8 years, my mind's changed. This seems weird. Who is this person? It's Trump.
Hey, look, Tuesday...
Like, look, I love him. I love Trump. He's amazing. I'm not going to vote for him. That has always been my opinion of Trump since day one. You know what's really weird? I think everyone does sort of agree with that, even Democrats generally, if they're going to be honest about it. I remember on this Twitch stream with his son, like, there's a guy that should vehemently hate Trump, but he's of the same opinion. He's like, he's mad, but he's, shouldn't
Dude, this
be.
is like, you can never not acknowledge the fact that he truly is the greatest of all time when it comes to comedy. The fact that his act is funny, but the act in itself isn't what makes him the greatest of all time. The act plus the background of him being the president of the U.S., no one can come close to that.
No one.
There's no stand-up comedian that will ever reach the greatness that man has achieved.
No way. Not close. Not close.
And for a man that wasn't particularly very funny, but somehow the combination of that act with the presidency just made it a hydrogen bomb. Amazing.
I mean, look, it makes a lot of sense when you explain it like that. It's not really a somehow. It was inevitable.
It was insane. It's like what every comedian dreams of doing.
Totally.
Like what comedian, like you've seen so many of those comedians that are like, I'm running for mayor. And like they try to emulate that act, but like, no, he's about to become a 2-time
You just
president.
don't have it.
And he is probably one of the dumbest people to have ever been in that office too. Let's be real.
Totally.
It's insane. He's better. He beat Sacha Baron Cohen with Borat and LAG.
You're right, man. And honestly, before that, I think you're right too. I think he was the best comedian. But he's absolutely been blitzed by Trump. And he's been taken down a peg because he's done the whole Hollywood, he's so bad, so awful.
For sure,
Shut up.
Sure.
Can't anyone just acknowledge that he is an incredible showman and not support him? You know? Like, this is the same thing that I always get with Dutton when people say, he's an idiot. What are you talking about? He's a very smart man. Why can't you just acknowledge that?
I mean, he's smart, but he's not really that smart, bro. Like, come on. He is an insane man.
He's an insane man too.
He's so easily manipulated. If you just, all you have to do is just compliment him.
No, I'm talking about Dutton. Trump is not a smart man.
Yeah.
But man,
Dutton is all right.
what Trump lack in intelligence, he make up for in riz.
Flavor,
in
bro.
flavor.
Yeah, riz flavor. He does not have riz, actually.
Bahoma wrote, a lot of non-MAGA Republicans are becoming disillusioned by Trump. I predict a lower voter turnout for him than the 2020 election. I wouldn't be surprised. Ali would be surprised, but I wouldn't be.
No, I don't think that I'm not saying that it'll be the highest voter turnout by any means. I'm saying even if it's a low turnout, I still think he'll win.
Well, a low turnout would benefit a Republican greatly.
And there are like some points that I have about Kamala as well, why I think that she is not going to be able to do it. But I just don't think this is the right time. I think.
Well, I reckon your most compelling argument for that, I remember you telling me this on the phone in Adelaide. You were saying, this is not the right time in history to be a well-polished lawyer that is
Yeah.
very good at not saying anything. That was always an incredible trait to have all throughout.
It was the perfect trade back in the day.
Back in the day, probably from about the 80s to 2016.
Yeah,
Perfect
sure,
candidate.
for sure.
Perfect candidate.
And
Because what you wanted to say is things in the newspaper that couldn't be interpreted one way or the other and couldn't be used against you before.
you needed to be a good lawyer where any assignment that you're given, you plead that to the utmost capability. That was what a politician
And be
used
able to think about this is the true genius. This is why lawyers, up until then, have done really well in politics, I think. And it doesn't work in the modern age. What works is just chilling on podcasts. And what Stephen Miles is showing, just being able to go on TikTok.
I use this example how Hollywood stars that are meant for films don't necessarily do well on TV shows, and TV stars don't necessarily do well on in big Hollywood films. It's not that either of them are bad actors. It's just that they're not fit for that medium. Kamala is not fit for post-social media presidency elections. She's not. Biden was actually. Biden could be a social media star. And it doesn't even have to be that you have to be funny or you have to be like Trump, say outlandish shit.
You just have to be real.
There needs to be a certain level of genuineness that is displayed while you're in a casual setting. You need to seem like you truly believe in things, even if those things are not necessarily what the audience or the voter wants. But if they get the feeling that you really believe in this, or it's a whole different beast, and you can only identify it when you see it. You can't ever train someone to do it. But when you see them on TV or when you see them on social media, you can tell, okay, you have what post-2016 world needs. Biden had it.
Hey,
Obama
here's a
had
question.
it too, by the way.
Well, that's amazing because Obama has like the old world and the new world thing.
Yeah, he has both.
He has both.
He has both.
He doesn't have the new world as much, but he had enough.
He was actually a great candidate, and he could probably do both.
He was always amazing.
He is the George Clooney. He can do TV
and also
Hollywood.
on top of that, incredible speech crafter as well.
Yeah, amazing. He if Obama came today, he could probably win. Dude, and I say
And
this
Tim
to you,
Walz.
I was saying that Tim Walz would
Yeah.
have been better.
Keep it going. I need to go to the toilet.
No, come on. Let's end it. Let's end it. Well, okay. Well, I think that I don't want to get too into this because I know that emotions are high right now, and this is not the right time. And plus, I don't want to put negative light on Kamala, anyways. We'll see. But I think that there's a reason why I don't think she's gonna go on Joe Rogan, because 3 hours of Kamala might. I think Kamala doesn't believe in anything. I'm not saying she's a bad person. I'm not saying that she'll be a bad president. I just don't think she's passionate about anything. I think she's been told when she was a kid that you have to, become successful and you have to, achieve greatness in life and all of that. But I don't think she has very strong principled views on stuff, which can be easily demonstrated when you look at her 2020 primary campaign, what issues she was talking about and where she thought the country needs to go. And then you look at the 2024 campaign and the policy platforms are completely changed. Now, I'm not saying she'll just form whatever is the right time. And I don't think that works in modern social media landscape anymore. You just have to wait for your time. You need to be someone like Bernie, which for the last 40 years was saying something that no one agreed with and was a low-time senator. And then when the time was right, he started shining. You need that kind of a character, and you just hope that the time is right for you when you're going for that office. Kamala is not that person.
Give me this, though. I thought up until the campaign that she was a flop. I thought that she was smarmy, terrible at speaking. I have a very different image of her now. And on top of that, I do think that she is probably, as much as a lawyer can be, quite a nice person.
I'm sure personally she's a nice person. I'm not saying that she's a bad person.
No, but I'm saying that the vibe is okay. The vibe is not Hillary Clinton.
Hillary Clinton was better at it than Kamala is. Hillary Clinton gets a lot of shit, but Hillary Clinton's speaking abilities were better. She had
No.
her
I'm talking
problem
about the
was-
vibe.
Yeah,
I'm not
the
talking
vibe.
about like speaking qualities. I'm talking about when you look at Kamala and you look at Hillary Clinton, there was always something a bit off about Hillary Clinton. I can't really put my finger on it. It just seemed like there was something. It was this. She had the same problem as Bill Shorten, just never came off as sincere.
Which I look, I'm not a big fan of Hillary, but I think that's actually, in my view, not accurate. I think she was sincere in many of the things. Some of the things she was sincere about were fucked, but that's okay. Like, you know, everyone has certain things, opinions or whatever. Look, man, I don't want to give this too much steam because at this point, after the election, we can talk about it. And if I'm wrong, then we don't even have to.
If
ever
you're
bring
wrong,
it
you're
up.
wrong.
Yeah.
If Bob Catter was in the grim darkness of the far future, what faction of 40K would he... Fuck, that's a good question. All right, chat. New question. What is the Catter party in the grimdark universe? I'm just going to look up the armies. That's a very good... It could be orcs.
Someone is saying that ABC is saying that Christian full of shit seat is in doubt, being 20% over the line for him.
Oh my God, sucked in. Really?
No,
that can't be right. Are you sure?
Well, no, because a man named Nova Prime said this.
All right, I'm trying to find the armies. I just hold with me. We need to get this very artistic point on the record. Adaptus Mechanicus, no way is that them. Astra Militarum, no. Space Marines, no. Stop giving me all these crap factions of the Imperium of Man. Chaos, no.
Sky says 40 LNP, 38 Labor. Maybe it's a minority government. Maybe it's not a hung parliament. $42 according to ABC.
Leagues of Votan. Leagues of Votan. Look, dude, I'm going with orcs. What do you guys reckon? Let me know.
All right,
What do you
Jordan.
reckon? What have we got? There's comments here.
Are you going to continue with the stream? Because I might head off.
You're such a loser, Ali.
I'm sorry, dude. I've got a big day tomorrow.
I bet it's not even that big.
Bro, I mean, look.
Podcast with crime pays, but botany doesn't, please. Okay. I don't know what that means, Max Power, but thank you for your donation. I'm going to go move on to the next one. Anthony White. Now, see, nice, just simple one. Just a pair laughing. I think we can all enjoy that. One more. Jordan, if you interview Tism, I will give this video a like. Okay, well, you've done more than that. You've definitely done more than that. So, what else have we got? Sorry, I just started moving down a lot. Let's see what else we've got here. What other comments? Diabs writes, Trump could have been the greatest president in history. He's a New York liberal who got a Republican nomination. Imagine if he extended the olive branch. I just don't think that it matters. Like, look, the Republican Party is just controlled by Koch interests. So he just is the face and has the flavor of it. And look, for what Trump is, honestly, for what Trump was as a Republican president, he really was... The fact that he was kind of like nah, that's stupid, I'm not doing that, and was kind of difficult and screwed up in not being able to place all of his guys in very quickly. This is why that, the 2025 plan is so scary, is because, like, before, it was just a shambles. It was good. Like, look, an ineffective Republican Party is much better than an effective Republican Party. That's what I reckon anyway. I don't think that it's possible that he could have, just been this great uniter. Presidents are very figurehead-like creatures in a lot of ways. Yes, they have some power. I know that. Yes, I get it. But generally, they kind of just have to toe the line of what that huge structure has behind them. as was proven by the fact that when he wasn't doing that, you had a bunch of Coke money and all these other Republicans breaking off of him, and that really did weaken him in 2020.
Bro, as we speak, Israel hits Iran with retaliatory airstrikes.
Is that bad?
Yeah, dude. That's like their response for when Iran hit them with their own ballistic missiles. This is the thing that they've been talking about. This should be big. Israel has launched airstrikes on Iran with blast herds in capital Tehran. Israel military says the strikes were on Iranian military targets, as Iran's foreign ministry say the country has a right to defend itself. Military bases in the west and southwest of Iranian capital were targeted. Okay, so this is actually not as bad news because this could have been way worse. Because there was expectation that they might hit nuclear targets, which it seems like they
come on, they're not that psycho.
Bro,
Who's that insane?
Israel at the moment.
You reckon?
Dude,
surely they're not that
If
nuts.
there wasn't U.S. pressure, they would have done it. Because they were seeing this as their golden opportunity and possibly the one and only opportunity, which they might not be wrong about, to be fair.
Damn, America's getting pissed with Israel, hey?
Dude, Biden is. Wait till Trump comes in, it'll be all hunky-dory again. Of course Biden is pissed off. Dude, they've been bullying poor Biden, bro.
But I don't even think it's just the bullying. I also think that he's just being like, dude, like, first off, you're your own worst enemy. But second, like, you have created such an international embarrassment.
Well, not only that, dude. They've, like, the balance of power in the Middle East.
And they fucked the power dynamics in the Middle East
They've
as well.
completely fucked it up because now
exactly.
It seems like Saudi Arabia and Iran, which are supposed to be arch enemies, which is what Israel used to use their fight against each other to maintain dominance. Because the Middle East has looked at Israel and says, like, oh my God, these guys are so powerful now that we're threatened. So there's actually joint military drills between Saudi Arabia and Iran, which a few years ago would have been unheard of. But I think that's the only way they see to maintain balance of power in the Middle East. So there's like the world has completely changed after this. But either way, dude, this is not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I thought Israel was going to go full hunko on Iran, but it seems like they've been measured, which is good. But I don't know. This is just coming through. This is like happening live. Military bases in the west and southwest of Iranian capital were targeted, according to an Iranian news agency close to country's revolutionary cause. 2 soldiers were killed. That's not terrible. I mean, it's bad. I don't want to get it wrong, but it could have been worse. I was expecting something way bigger. Okay. Strikes on Iran suggest Israel may have heeded U.S. warnings. Dude, Biden is putting his foot down. Shit. Good on him.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. There we go.
What?
Let me just, this 50-second thing of Cameron Dick. Let me just see.
That big wipeout that we all feared in the Labor Party hasn't eventuated. So I think, as I said earlier tonight, it's tough for us to win. You see the LNP horse with its nose ahead now, and I think that may be the case, but it's going to be that big drop of pre-poll, early voting ballots as they're opened, 1 million of them, as that starts being calculated. It's going to start making it hard for us, I think, because early pre-poll, I think, was away from us, and that's always the case in elections. It tightened up as the 2 weeks went on. But I think it's probably getting tougher for us. But we're holding on a whole range of seats that I would have otherwise thought we would have been wiped out on at least an hour ago.
Damn. There you go.
Sky News has also updated. David Crisafulli set to become the next Queensland Premier. It's official. So whatever happens,
but
it's a minority government.
Yeah, and if he gets
majority.
in, like, man, he scrapes in. He scrapes.
So now the question would be, do they get a minority or majority? And it seems like they might get a minority.
Amazing. Now, Hugh Munro says, hey, Jordan, love your content. Keep it going. Thank you. I'm an early childhood worker. That's sick. Need more of those. What's your thoughts on the 15% pay raise? What do you mean, what are my thoughts? It's amazing. And you should be very scared if the Liberals get in because that's something that they really want to cut. But I think that that's something that's absolutely necessary is early childhood and aged care workers. And those are two things that the Labor Party has massively increased. And I think that, as they have pointed out, which I think is, quite sad that we are in that position, that everybody has to work 2 full-time jobs, but it is absolutely necessary that you have those people getting paid adequately and that you can attract enough people for this huge demand of people that need kids to be looked after. It's absolutely... You know what you are? You know what you are, Hugh? You're a nation builder, sir. Well done. Braden gave me $5. Thank you. Hey, Geordies, I'm a huge fan and a patron. King? You're a king. I just want to know when you're going to eat the fucking naked orange. Asking for a friend. When it wins, when there is enough people there that are going to vote for it, then I'll do it. Hey, guys, thank you, though. Thank you so much for being a patron. We need those. Hey, if you aren't a patron, make sure that you sign up to Patreon because that is what keeps the lights on in here. I very much appreciate anybody that does. Hey, guys, can I get the highlights as I'm out getting pissed at the moment? How bad is it? Bryce, it is not that bad. It's really not that bad. Look, it looks like Stephen Miles has lost, but he is only just narrowly lost. It looks like what is most likely is a minority government. Now, that depends obviously on the early voting when that comes in. As everybody says, that's probably going to go and trend towards the Liberals, but Labor is holding on to a bunch of seats that they didn't think that they were going to hold on to. And especially if they're holding on into the pensioner seats, that means that the early voters in the pensioner seats might have voted Labor. We don't know yet. Bryce McEwen writes for $2, Kamala kind of hot though. Ali, I think we can all agree with that.
What?
Kamala Harris is kind of hot.
Yeah, she is kind of hot. No doubt.
Kind of hot. Kind of hot is the
doubt.
exact way to describe it. Kind of hot.
And I think she's probably hotter now than she ever was.
Quonix wrote for $5. According to 9 News, the Greens are already blaming Labor for the loss. You did this. Yeah, they did. Sucked in. Isn't it amazing that every time they take a seat off of Labor, they're like, stop being sore losers. And then as soon as they get one taken off them, they're the sorest fucking losers. Original Dan, $5. Thank you, sir. Thoughts on North Korea sending 12,000 troops to fight the Ukraine? South Korea says that they'll send Ukraine modern weapons if North Korea doesn't remove their troops. Damn! It's on!
What?
Doesn't it say so much about the Korean peninsula that they are now at the monetary level where they are fighting proxy wars? How much 70 years changes things.
Wait,
That's
what
pretty
was
baller.
What was the full point? Can you read it again?
Sending 12,000 troops, and if they don't, if they don't withdraw them, South Korea is just going to start arming the Ukraine with modern weapons.
That is not going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen.
That sounds about right.
Why would South Korea do that? South Korea is right next to North Korea, which supposedly has nuclear-capable missiles.
Yeah. It's a proxy war. That's the whole point of a proxy war.
But I think the U.S. would want South Korea to do it, but I don't think South Korea would want to do it.
So you think the U.S. State Department is speaking on behalf of the South Korean government?
And the South Korea...
Well, I mean, they always do.
South Korea currently has a conservative government in power, so they might even get those concessions, but this is not going to be a bipartisan thing. If I was South Korean, I would not want to fucking mess with North Korea. That's right next to me. Not because they're like, that South Korea can't handle it. It's because you don't want to it's not your war. You're not Russian. You're not Ukrainian. I understand why North Korea is doing it because they're completely isolated and they really want Russia and China to keep diplomatic relations. It makes no sense for South Korea to get involved in this.
But it does make sense if they've got a conservative government in.
Not stupid, like conservative, but not stupid. That's not going to happen, in my view. And if it does happen, it will be something that the U.S. will strong-arm South Korea for. But I don't think they'll do it. Because from South Korean perspective, they look at U.S. as their insurance policy against North Korean nuclear weapons. So I understand how South Korea wants to please the U.S., but not enough to send a military to Ukraine to fight against Russia. So not only you're messing with North Koreans, which are right next to you with ballistic missile capabilities and nuclear arms, but you're also messing with Russia for no reason whatsoever. The only
I mean, that's your thoughts. That's the. I mean, obviously, Ali knows more about this stuff than I do. I'm just saying that's even. Don't you think it's amazing that they're even saying it?
yeah.
This is incredible.
They might
This
be
is a
threatening
huge
it.
update.
They might be threatening it. Plus, if you don't know that North Korea and South Korea themselves are having these issues where South Korea wants to reunify with the North, and they've got a whole ministry of reunification that is doing that. And North Korea was in agreement to this. If you remember a few years ago, even when Trump went to North Korea, this was the stepping stone for all of these negotiations. These negotiations have collapsed because South Korea has said that the only way we can reunify the Korean Peninsula is through liberal democracy. So if Korea becomes one, we're going to have elections, and whoever North Koreans elect will become the leader. And Kim Jong-un is like, no, we want to have like a China-like system, one country, two systems, where in North, I stay in power, but we have a common labor market, we have a common economy, and we just run two separate systems.
They've always said that.
Yeah, and the South Koreans, the conservative South Korean government has rejected this. And so now North Korea and South Korea are constantly trading insults at each other.
It's so stupid. I hate how every time, because they do this all the time, it's their boat people scare. The conservatives in Korea always run that, we're keeping you safe, ramping up military aggression. And as you are pointing out, every single time their version of the Democrats are in, trade relations normalize, they start building up economic cooperation along the demilitarized zone.
It makes a lot of sense for South Korea to have a military that's capable of defending South Korea in the worst case scenario. I agree with that. That is something that even bipartisan South Koreans
what, you
will
think
do.
that the Democrats there are just going to, no, okay, we're just going to lay down our arms, let's just build factories. They're still spending a fuckload on military expenditure.
Yeah, and they should.
Yeah, I know, but it's just stupid. Like, it's such a dumb argument from them. It's annoying. It really angers me.
So I don't think that's going to happen. This is just a way of like threatening Kim Jong-un that, if you don't do anything, if you don't stop doing this, we're gonna create more problems for you. But I think Kim Jong-un is like sufficiently isolated and cornered enough where he doesn't have any options now. I think the U.S. is partly to blame for the fact that Korea is, because again, you rewind 4 years ago during the Trump presidency, North Korea was not in this position. There were talks of normalization. Donald Trump actually went to North Korea. There was a lot of stuff happening on the front, and then all of it collapsed. But I don't see any reason for the South Korean calculus to send active South Korean military troops to Ukraine or Russia.
Me either.
I think the only countries that would be willing, that can do it, I don't think even they do it, but can do it, are like Western Europe and the US.
Yeah.
But even they won't do it.
Totally.
If they won't do it and they have direct stake, why would South Korea do it?
It makes sense. It does make sense. Yeah, he's probably right. Dougie says, I'll fill in for Ali, number below this. Don't know what that means, Dougie, but thank you for the $2. Katter is an orc. He's a brutal but canon. Totally. Griffo, that is exactly it. Katter is an orc. He's an orc. He's a war boy. Lewis Donald gives me $20 to write, why don't cannibals like vegetables?
That's a really good question, bro. Like, if you're literally eating humans, have you considered a carrot?
No, wait. He's actually got, it's a joke. I just realized. Listen to this. Okay, it's a riddle joke. So see if you can figure out what the answer to this is, Ali. It's $20. It's not a bad call. Thank you, Lewis. Why don't cannibals like vegetables? Your thoughts, Ali?
Why don't cannibals like... Because they're like, fuck, they're literally eating other humans. I don't think...
No, it's a joke, Ali. What's the riddle answer to it?
Oh, okay, what's the riddle
Why
answer?
don't cannibals like vegetables?
Damn. It's got to be something to do with, like, cannibal and vegetable, where can is can do and veg is something cannot do.
It's not a bad attempt.
I feel like it's somewhere along those lines.
Look, that's very clever. Might even be more clever than the answer. The answer's funnier because it's way slacker.
What is it?
Why don't cannibals like vegetables? They don't know what to do with the wheelchairs.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was the vegetable being can and can't. I was figuring out how veggie can be can't. Because they're vegetables, they can't move.
Not bad, Ollie. You gave it a red hot go. Thank you for the $20, man.
Yep.
Just adding.
LNP to form government in Queensland if it's official. ABC projection.
To form government or to hold minority?
They know that they're going to be in government. They don't know whether it's going to be a minority government or a majority government.
Yep. Pretty big W, got to say. Multiple sources, the SK, it is confirmed. Damn. They're calling it. Quantex, thank you for keeping us abreast of my former homeland. Cody Hart gave us $3 to inform us that David Crisafulli is short. See, this is the other thing when you guys are sitting there saying he's hot. He is the size of a jockey. He's not a real man. He's a man.
Yeah, he seems like a short dude, no doubt.
As someone who only this election has started caring, how do I help Labor next Queensland election other than convincing donkey vote friends to vote Labor? Honestly, Joey, that is the best thing that you can be doing. There's other things you can do as well. You can get on the phone booths. You can door knock, I suppose. Then the other thing is joining the Common Sense Brigade. I think joining the Common Sense Brigade will be awesome throughout this next 4 years. You are going to make...
Bro, also, I wanted to talk to you about the Common Sense Brigade. I don't want to do it on the pod. Do you know the legal ramifications of that?
I've got nothing to do with it.
Who started that page?
Some guy.
Not you?
No.
Okay, then that's fine.
Yeah. It's
that some guy is legally responsible for any defamatory remark that's made on that page.
Well, that's everyone.
Yeah, that's everyone. So I was saying
that's why we really had to censor that guy before.
Yeah. You don't want to do that because you can't control it, Joe. There's so many people on it.
No, but that's the beauty of it. You should not be able to control it.
Bro, recently they started these Facebook pages where girls it was called like looking out for cis or whatever, and they would put up Tinder profiles of like guys that they thought were like sleazy dates or were just F boys or whatever. And the page owners of those Facebook pages got into serious trouble for defamation. Some guy has spent $100,000 defending, and he forgot about the page. He made the page 3 years ago, forgot about it. It had its own life, and now he's in court because of it. The laws, dude. Scott Morrison, he fucked it up.
Yeah, that was because of the anti-cyberbullying laws.
If I was your lawyer, I would tell you to steer clear of any ownership from those things.
I don't own it.
Yeah,
I got nothing to do with it. I just think it's a good idea, so I think that you should go do it. Go there, spread forward the messages. I think that, look, what this has shown is that the LNP are going to have a hell of a hard time keeping that in 2028. They're just going to be instantly unpopular, which is great. That's how you do it, man. That's how you do it. And thank you for your $5, Joey. Really appreciate it. Thanks for your first super chat. Jordan, will you ever run for Parliament? You'd be great in the House yelling at the LNP. No, I'm not going to do it. But thank you, Mr. Wizard. I couldn't think of a worse job, honestly. I'm too stupid for it as well. I don't think idiots should be in Parliament. Can we talk about the random bottle of baby oil on the couch, J. Diddy? This? No, that's our sponsor. It's worse, more incriminating. It's like penis pill stuff. It's Pilot. Pilot is our sponsor. Pilot, thank you for allowing us to bring this up. Pilot sponsors us. Pilot gives us money. Good for Pilot. Pilot is very good at helping your peenie grow. It's very good at helping your hair grow as well. It's kind of that retention stuff, you put it in, and then it comes with little gummies. The gummies are really tasty. It's just that kind of stuff of like, hey, you want some extra hair vitamins? Go for it. I think they're a good brand. We've had their stuff in the past. I use their shampoo because it's anti-dandruff. And I think I've said too much about my personal life, but that's what's there. And thank you for paying $8 to hear an ad, Andrew. That's very nice. Do we really trust the ABC projections? Daniel writes, for example, they've called Barron River for LNP. They actually only lead by 24 votes. Really?
Damn, Sky News has revised its thing. They're now saying 43 LNP, 37 Liberal. And KAP down from 4 to 3.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust that. I reckon Cat is getting those 4.
LNP.
Okay, Lewis Donald for $20 writes, do you think Peter Malinakis will be the next Prime Minister? No. No, I don't.
Sky News has also called it for LNP.
Huh?
Sky News has just called it for LNP too.
But they called it ages ago, didn't they?
No, I think ABC did. They just did.
Give me a call on the Dogger Mate number below. I can't, Dougie. I don't have a phone. I've got this shitty phone. It doesn't hook in. But thank you though. That's very nice of you, Dougie. I am not connected to the real world. As you can see, I've got a pinch and a phone. Thank you though. John Cooper, $2, just spent the day watching Bogans going to vote. Hell yeah. What a productive day. That's sick. You, sir, are a king amongst men.
What do you think about this quote? When Queensland swings, it swings big, except for tonight.
Hey, Ali.
Yeah.
I know you want to go. What do you say about ordering a pizza?
Dude, we just had... I mean, I can't order it for you, but I'm pretty full from the tie that we had literally 3 hours ago.
Are you? Okay. Maybe it's just me then.
No, but we can order pizza. That's all right. I'll order it for you.
My tank's looking pretty good.
All right, bro. So is this the end, or do you want to continue?
Yeah, I'll hang around for like another hour.
All right, okay, cool. You want me to just keep it on as it is?
Keep it on as is.
Okay.
Give me some of that hit before.
You can keep it if you want.
You're such a loser, Ali. Not staying around on a Queensland election stream.
I'm sorry, but it's been called.
You suck.
It's done.
Nah, it's not done. It's not over. Wait, the Greens are saying something. Dude, main character syndrome. Shut the fuck up.
I was right. Whoever said that Greens are already prepping to blame this on Labour.
That's right. Oh, they've all got that same annoying face. And dude, they do. The nasally shriek. I just think it's really interesting that they started going after us. It's so narcissistic, isn't it? It's just like you lost hard, and then it's just like, it's... Ah, shut the fuck up. That was our policy. Yeah. There's a lot in this result. It's a complex one, but no, it's not. You lost. You fucking lost, dude, and you lost like one of your prime seats, and you were supposed to pick up 2. Dude, there's nothing to be taken from this. It's just like such dogmatic. They're just cultists, absolute cultists. And how annoying is that? They're just like, they took like half our platform. No, they didn't. You go back and watch their 2020 platform. It's the same thing that they do all the time. They just say everything. They just say, do all these good things. And then, you know, Labor does one of them. They're like, they're stealing our platform. They're stealing our ideas. And it's like, dude, maybe in the real world, they just implement things when it's feasible. Maybe that's what happens. And you just say 1,000 things and like randomly the dart hits one of them and you're like, they stole our idea. So narcissistic.
They've got one seat. They've
got one seat.
Yeah, they got one. Anyways,
I just think it's really interesting.
Wait,
nothing.
Folks at home, I'll see you guys Tuesday. So in a couple of days, Jordan is going to be continuing with the stream. Jordan, you know how to turn it off when it's done, right?
See you around, man. Take this with you. Yeah. Glad to see the back of Amy. What's her name? So true. Amy, what's her name? Bye, Amy. All right. Back to the comments. So true, that comment. Ali, I'll see you around, man. Man, thanks for being around so long. Yeah, I'll see you in like 48 hours. Bye, man. You all good to get out? See you, dude. What else have we got? Spectre MCG, $10. Thanks, man. Reading the assassination of Julius Caesar, honestly baffling looking at the similarities between Rome and the governments of today. Also, did you get the Barillaro orc I made for you a few years back? No, I don't think I did, but thank you for making me an orc. That's very nice of you. I would have loved that Barillaro orc, damn. No, that never came to me. Son of a bitch. Now I'm sad. Yeah, I honestly recommend everybody read The Assassination of Julius Caesar. It is a one-to-one of what happens in the real world. That's how power works. Except for not as brutal, but still pretty damn brutal. Still pretty damn brutal. Now, let's move up to the next one. That was $10, thank you. Justin Underwood, have you heard of the Democrats abroad? Would you consider going to a Democrat abroad election party on US election day? No, I don't know what they are. They sound like a CIA plant thing. I don't know. What the hell is that? It sounds really scary. Democrats abroad. Is it just like the Democratic Party, but they all have like embassy jobs and shit? Still sounds pretty CIA-ish. No, I'll just sit on my couch as I always do, though. But thank you, Justin Underwood. I'll look into these Democrats abroad. I should. $20 donation. Far out. Thank you. Fantastic caption. Shout out Miss Love a stick with this donation. Shout Miss Love a stick with this donation. I'm getting too tired for these gags. I mean, look, the $20 would cover a stick. You're not wrong there. Maybe I will. You're a king. You're a damn hell ass king. I might do that. I might. One small comfort to Amy What's-Her-Name. I'm just going to write back to this Labour guy. Come on, you're feeling good though. Shout Miss Love a stick with this donation. King. All right, Daniel Richardson, $5. Thank you, sir. Current count versus ABC projections is what I'm getting at. It's all through the results once you click more details. Labor now ahead in Barron River. Damn. Okay. Okay. That's pretty damn huge news. Okay, so biggest update, Stephen Miles is coming in 15 minutes. I would put it up on the screen if I knew anything about technology whatsoever, but I don't. So I'm not going to. But that is pretty good news, don't you think? I think it is. Man, like, God, this result is... I was holding up hope that they'd retain government, but I'll take the minority government. I'll take that. That will absolutely fuck the LNP more. Look at them. They find it hard to get to 47. They really are. Daniel, that's pretty cool to know, though, that they are wrong about some of their ABC projections. So they might end up being a little more ahead than they are already. Let's just look at the current tally at the moment, 34-43. Yeah, they're not going to hit that. They're not going to hit that. But, Jesus, that's a far out. What a good result. You know what else as well? Now that we have this Wombat Fund up and running, I think that we can really cause some havoc for them. Because, again, everything that the LNP does is reversible with time, as Queensland has proven. The one thing that you can't get back is environmental degradation. We can do something about that now, thanks to you guys. And if you sign up to my Patreon, that would be even better. But I do very much appreciate that. You're very nice. You're very special. We love you. Asman writes, so what will an LNP minority government look like compared to a majority one? Dude, okay, just think about it this way. The first Labor government was greatly hemmed by Bob Katter. He really, well, his son Robert Katter, but really Bob Katter. He really ruled the roost for the Labor Party. The Labor Party was able to get a lot of the stuff done for Queensland. They were able to rebuild the frontline services. That was mostly what the first term was devoted to for Queensland Labor, was rebuilding frontline services. It wasn't a glamorous year, 4 years, But, you know, Bob Katter stopped a lot of the environmental reforms going through, so he's definitely not going to be stopping them with the LNP. They're just going to ram everything. There was a lot of environmental things that Labor wanted to do, but they just didn't have the votes because they had to rely on Katter. That's why when they got a majority, it was a blessing, and that's why you saw land clearing go down massively. When it comes to LNP minority government, what this will do, which is what you do have to understand, is Katter's party will make it a hell for the LNP. They will make them pay through the nose in a bunch of handouts to far north Queensland, which will be very good for them because they probably will end up retaining their 4 seats up there and saying, look at all the results we're getting. And they'll be right about that. But at the same time, that means that there is, every time that happens, as we always know, the money's got to come from somewhere. So that's going to be a bunch of money that's going to be flowing up to far north Queensland that is not going into seats that they need to maintain south. That's very helpful. That's very helpful for that. On top of that, Katter immediately is going to come in, and as he did before the election, he is going to sabotage the LNP at every turn he can, except for the things that obviously benefit him, you know? But anything that helps the LNP... Let's say it this way. Katter is not going to be a very helpful partner. He's not going to. He's going to demand concessions at every turn. He is going to make the LNP pay both literally and metaphorically at every turn. It's honestly not that bad, really. Katter being in there, I don't know if One Nation ended up winning anything. It doesn't look like they have, but still. Hang on. I just want to see what Dick's saying.
That is a massive wipeout, and that if we can hold 35 seats, I just think it's a testament to the strength and the resilience of our members and our unions. Everyone who fought that ground war across Queensland, just campaigning so hard. We've won seats from the LNP, and we've won seats for the Green.
Well, one seat from the LNP and one seat from the Greens.
But still, that is a great result, and 2 fantastic women who have fought so hard, and I'm just really proud of Barbara and Wendy tonight.
Your path back to government must include regional Queensland. When you look at the seats that you've lost 3 in Townsville, Morani, Mackay, Keppel, Barron River as well, how do you win back the regions?
Well, I think your assessment's right, David. You know, Queensland Labor has never formed a government in this state without regional representation, and that's because we are such a large, diverse state, and our regions mean so much.
Yeah, whatever. All right, well, that was a waste of time. That's the difference, though. The LNP, by themselves, I think will just be their own worst enemy anyway, were it not for the fact that they're in minority government. This is the good thing, right? I've said it before and I'll say it again. Minority governments are awful. I hate them. They do nothing but impede progress. You want to see that? You look at Katter. You want to see it in federally. You look at what they did to the Gillard government, and they still to this day sit there and be like, we got Gonski done and we got NDIS done. No, you didn't. That was Labor's policies through and through that they take credit for because they're just like, we were there. We were totally there. But look, on the flip side, minority governments hem in the Libs as well. There will be a bunch of, and this is the other thing is, I think, because the Katter Party is kind of like that old school battler from the bush, where's my benefits? They will make it a lot harder for cuts in the public service to go through. So they will hem it on that way. So that's really good. The environmental thing, I think that's all just up to the Wombat Trust now. We're going to have to do the heavy lifting in Queensland from now on. That's another way that you can help greatly. And generally, I am very happy if Katter is holding them to account. I really am. Again, because he is an effective political operator and he will be able to hit them where it hurts. So I think that the LNP would, be immediately unpopular once they're in. They'd be immediately unpopular. This is not a incredible win for Crisafulli by any stretch. He's probably going to have to rely on postal votes, even if he's going to make it to majority government. So for 2028, I think that it's clear sailing for the Labor Party anyway. But if they're a minority government with Katter, I think Katter will do the right thing. Because if there's one thing that he hates more than Labor, it's the LNP. So that's not bad. Yeah, what else have we got? Uh, the next one is name skin, $20. $20. Hey, Geordies, what's blue but not heavy? Light blue. I suppose it is. Not a bad gag. Really not a bad gag. There's Gab. Thanks for the laugh. I'm telling you, you're a legendary audience. It's just filled with that. Just nice, happy people having fun. Good for them. Anthony White, $10. Love your work, Jordan. Long-time fan. Also, you seem really happy in recent videos. Good on you, Sunshine. Thank you, Anthony. I am happy. Yeah, I am. I don't really know why. I think it's just because I'm devoting more time to the Jordan Shanks channel, frankly. You can't not be happy when you're focusing on self-help. It just makes you more effective. That's very nice of you, Anthony. Thank you for noticing. And good on you for being a long-time fan, too. And thank you for liking my work. Just legends all around. Ferris, $5. Season 5 or Season 6 of The Simpsons? All right, let me just Google best episodes Season 5 Simpsons. Let's all figure this out together. Cape Fear, not bad. Lisa versus Malibu Stacy is honestly one of my favorite episodes. I think that is just banger joke after banger joke. Homer Goes to College, hilarious. Deep Space Homer is another one of my favorite episodes. And Homer Goes to College is, yeah, okay, man, it's going to be hard to beat Season 5. Let's see what's in Season 6 as the top ones. Treehouse of Horror is number 1. Treehouse of Horror is all right. I like how it's creative. It's cool. It's a nice little special thing that they do. That's nice. And Maggie Makes 3. Oh, that's a very sweet episode. Homer the Great. Oh, yeah. Okay, Stonecutters. Lisa on Ice. Lisa's Wedding. No, man, it's nowhere near as good as Season 5. I'm sorry. Season 5. Ferris, what do you reckon? I'm saying Season 5. What do these comments say? Season 6 for the Stonecutters alone. Okay, so they're a big fan of that one. Look, I'm not adverse to it. I'm definitely not adverse. All right. I'm writing a poll. Season 6 of The Simpsons better than Season 5. Start the poll. Let's see what the numbers say. All right, putting that down. Good question. All right, Democrats Abroad is the overseas state party of the US Democrats. Justin, you didn't have to give me another $8 for that, but thank you for that, though. Democrats Abroad is the overseas state party of the US. Oh, okay. Are they the ones that are always organizing all the votes from abroad to get the Democrats? Wow, you know what? They must do a really vital service for the Democrats. Why do you know that, Justin Underwood? Are you a Yank, are you? I mean, if you are, yeah, I love America. Hang on, here we go. Season 6 of The Simpsons is better than Season 5. Damn, dude. Whoever liked the Stonecutters, not a popular opinion. Really not a popular opinion. My God, what gets 70% approval these days? All right, my phone's buzzing. I've got to see who's writing all of this. One small comfort. Goodness, surely. I don't like the LNP. Chance the Gabba can return in 2032, so that's good. Massive happiness is DG, the vote Rorter. Mike Kaiser is out on his ass. Yes, but this result is better. Now, let me just see if Stephen Miles is making a speech. One sec.
Shifted a bit to the LNP. And at the moment, we're projecting Labor, the LNP could end up as high as 49.
Ah, crap. Yeah. Yeah, pre-poll. Fuck. That's very annoying. Gotta say, though, it's pretty cool that, like, you know, we can have the victory that if democracy didn't function properly, we would have won. Guess that's a win. Back to 40K factions. Bob Katter is a Katter-chan jungle fighter with a cowboy hat. That's so true. Yeah, okay. So for anybody that doesn't know about Warhammer lore, they're the guys that just look like... They obviously just saw Predator the movie and thought, yeah, we'll make an army out of that. That's what it is. So just think of Predator guys in the jungle. That's Katter, but with a cowboy hat. Very true. Baralara was a Gretchen and ScoMo was a Plague Marine. Well, because he was in during COVID. Okay. Scott Morrison is a Plague Marine. Baralara, dude, you know what? When I start like doing Twitch permanently, we are going to have to get like an official list done on who everyone is in the 40K universe. It's been a long time. It's time for another one of these. Don't you think? Well overdue. Murray Lawton, $2. When's the next episode? Stop asking about Dave's dinners. All right, look, I will do it the next time that I'm out in the country and I'm bored, which is all the time because it's boring out being in the West. So I will do it. I will do something. I think I might try that Grimace Shake. That sounds like a Dave's dinners thing to do. Thoughts on Peter Malinaskis' government and David Spears' MP white powder incident? Mr. Wizard. Don't know anything about the David Spears white powder incident. I cannot believe that. That can't be true. That cannot be. Actually, yeah, no, I can imagine him being a cokehead. Yeah, that does kind of make sense. Oh, no, you're not talking about David Spears, the news guy. Oh, yes, I do remember this. I mean, look. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Dude, how could you deny that? You can't. I mean, you have to deny it because you've got no other alternative, but we know what you're doing. What else could you possibly say in that scenario? I had a nosebleed and I was sucking it up with a $50 bill. I've got to retain all my blood. I don't want it to go below 5 gallons. Peter Malinaskis government. I don't know too much about the Peter Malinaskis government. I don't know much about it at all. I would just imagine that it is a pretty steady as she goes, classic Labor South Australia government. I'll tell you what, South Australia is really blessed by just having such moderate politics. Something just slowly churning along because you can see it every time that you go to Adelaide. Every time I go there, I'm thinking, this city just keeps getting more and more livable. You know what? It won most livable city again. And it's true. It just is. It's just a good place to live. It's fine. It's fine, as my stand-up show says, if you've been there. Damn. Okay, Season 6 is getting some love. It's now 40-60. It's better than what it was before. Matt Bailey just gave me £7 to say, Geordie for PM. Yes, that will definitely happen. Thank you for your confidence in me, Matt, because I don't have confidence in that. But I do appreciate that. That's very sweet of you, Mr. Matt. What else have we got here? Big up my Oz family in Toowoomba and Caboolture. Yeah, look, gladly. Gladly. I mean, Caboolture's a bit fucked, isn't it? So is Toowoomba, frankly. There's better places to live in Queensland. But, nonetheless. So what, £2? Why are people giving me quid? What's all these British cunts? What are they doing in Toowoomba and Caboolture? Look, yeah, no, thank you for the £2. And yeah, that's great. Good for them. I'm very happy to hear that they are in that country because state, the one that we're talking about now, is a state election. I am very good at my job. I think they could do worse. I'll say that. Toowoomba is the Adelaide of Queensland. Do you agree with me? I agree with me. Toowoomba is the Adelaide of Queensland. I'm taking that to the bank. $5. I think for the first time ever, Shaman, $5 for the live stream. I think for the first time ever, Anthony Green has gotten it somewhat wrong. What an interesting wrench this election has been. Will do explain more, Shaman Doom. I would very much like to see what it was. What did he get wrong? Are you talking about them getting majority government? You think that that's right? Oh, wait, hang on. We've got the Stephen Miles speech. I'm just going to have to do it in this shitty little... Yeah, no, it's definitely true. You did, didn't you, Miles? You cannot say he didn't.
To the Labor supporters here and around Queensland.
Quote, I gave it everything I had. I guess we needed that.
Queensland's Premier for the last 10 months has been the greatest honour of my life.
And you could tell, couldn't you? He really liked that job.
From Petrie, it's more than I could have ever dreamed of. Watching the results tonight, it is clear that hasn't been enough to secure a majority of seats for Labor. And also that the LNP is unlikely to have a majority.
Yeah. Okay. No, I agree with Miles because he agrees with me more. But it's true, man. I don't think they're getting to 47. Is that what we were talking about before, man? Yeah, I think it's true. I think they've denied him a majority. That's incredible. From where they were.
We will know more as counting continues in coming days. Many seats remain too close to call. If you consider what we were up against,
Yes.
this is an extraordinary result.
Yes, it is. Nah, you deserve all the praise for it, Stephen. That was an incredible campaign. I think we can all agree on that, surely. I can't believe he got to a minority government. Calling it already.
To be a challenging election for Labor, but I have no regrets about the campaign or indeed my last 10 months as Premier.
You really can't even much... What can you say that's bad?
I want to congratulate all of our MPs who have been re-elected. We have seen some incredible results against the odds.
That's my boy, Stephen.
My thoughts are also with the MPs who have lost their seats. They have been hard-working local MPs, and I will miss them in Parliament. I'd like to thank all the volunteers who have fought every day of this campaign. There were so many red shirts on the booths today and at pre-poll these last couple of weeks. In every Queensland street, door knock.
Dude, don't you think, come on, go look at the Greens candidate sitting there saying, they stole like all of our ideas, guys. And then you look at everyone in the Labor caucus and everyone in there looks like somebody who has had like a difficult life to some degree, you know, or at the very least they're a teacher or a nurse. They've got that face of just a bit weathered. I'm telling you, it's so true. Every time you look at Libs, they look like a bunch of opportunistic sharks that are completely in it for themselves. And then you see a bunch of people in Labor that are like, we've got to fucking glue this society together somehow. And then you look at the Greens, and then it's a bunch of people that are just completely off with the fairies, with their stupid clown makeup. We actually thought of free transport, so it's better than 50 cents. And we said it before that was even possible, so it's our idea, really. It's just look at these guys just sitting there congratulating everybody for door knocking, really sad that they've lost some compatriots. It's people that have been withered by reality. That's the difference between the two. And I think that's enough from Mr. Miles. Back to the questions. Update on Elizabeth SA. There were 2 stabbing... Mr. Wizard, why are you... Thank you for these updates on Elizabeth. For everybody who doesn't know, Elizabeth is this city that they thought, yeah, we're going to make this Adelaide 2. And then they built it in the desert because there is no green land in South Australia. And so it's housing commission. It was the scariest suburb I've ever walked in my life. The shopping centre with 5 hours of each other, one in the food court. Then a guard got stabbed chasing a shoplifter. Wow. Okay. 5 hours within one another. It was a good dream. A man can dream to build a metropolis in sand, but look at what the reality is. Mr. Wizard, that comment was magical. Not for the people. That's very sad that what the hell? One food court and then a guy got stabbed chasing a shoplifter. Far out. That's Elizabeth for you. Now let's just see if Stephen Miles is saying anything else. Or is he just thanking his family?
Your support lets me do this job. Thanks for joining me on the campaign trail, and thanks to Bridie for being in my strange sandwich windows. I said at the beginning of this, I wasn't going to die wondering. And I stand by that tonight. I have put forward a progressive policy agenda that I am very proud of. The biggest...
See, look at them. It's all just a bunch of nice teachers and nurses. Just these old, weathered women. There you go, Stephen. Very proud of what you did. They're just nicer people. Someone gave me $2 to beg me not to drink the Gribber Shake. No, I can't die curious. I must know. I have a right to inform people. You can't take away my dreams. Now, let's just go to the other donors that, God, so many people giving a lot of cash. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I really do. Hey, Geordies, I'm a barber here in Cairns. $50 for that. Good on you. Far out. Funny reason a lot of blokes voted for Labor was because Miles pumped 100 Ks on the bench. He goes to the gym bros voting for him. What a Cairns reason to vote for someone. Because he can bench. I mean, yes, the fact that he can bench 100 kilos is impressive. It is impressive. Look, all right, now that I'm thinking about it, I'd vote for him on that. If I knew absolutely nothing and I was a meathead that went to the gym and I lived in Cairns and my brain was fried anyway, yes, I would do that. Good on you for being a barber in Cairns. You really didn't have to give me $50 though. That's so nice of you. Thank you for that. Good on you, legend. And thank you for informing me about the fact that he might have held on to a seat there because, holy shit, look at those gains. It actually transmitted into a Labour gains, lad. Spectre MCG, $5. What god did you play in Age of Mythology? And if you want, the Greeks, yes, cuz. I think the Greeks was just the best all-around army, wasn't it? I do know that there was a bunch of sneaky cunts that always used to play the Norse because they had those soldiers that also became builders, and that was a massive advantage. But other than that, they sucked. No walls. How can you play Age of Empires without walls? Can you? All right, I'm going to stop this poll before Season 6 wins because I want Season 5 to win. Nah, you're done. You're done. The polls are in. Man, I pulled a George Bush in Florida, didn't I? Also, 1 vs. 1 me in Age of Mythology. You know what? I just might. Honestly, the fact that I could go into streaming very soon, I might actually have time to play stupid games with you all. And I would be... No, actually, but I don't want to get, creamed. I hated getting smashed in Age of Mythology. It's such a crushing defeat. It's a dark defeat. It's like what Louis C.K. was saying about a loss in Monopoly. You don't want to do that. You don't want to experience that. It's not nice. Kira J. Yo, long-time fan of your channels. I'm a Queenslander, and I am really stoked that you have covered our politics too. Thanks, bruv. Well, thank you very much for the donation. $10 is always appreciated. Good for you. It's really nice of you, Kira. I appreciate it a lot. First chat. Thank you. Number 1, your first stream. Fuck yeah. Look, Kira, I hope that I helped in some way. I really do. Because that was definitely a cause worth fighting for. We went down. We saw the power of the mining industry yet again. This is why we can't have nice things, folks. This is why we can't have nice things. But what it does show is that far out, Stephen Miles went down fighting. You've got to be proud of that. I really do think that he should retain opposition leader, don't you? Kira, come on. Everyone in the chat. Miles deserves to remain as opposition leader. He's earned that. Matt Bailey writes, Geordie, we went to the same high school, and I've been following since your first YouTube video and have been a Patreon. Keep up the good fight. Love your work. Wow. Matt. You know what? Now that I think about it, I'm just looking at your little avatar there, which is your face, and I remember you being around since the beginning. Matt, good on you, man. Really, stop giving me money. Stop giving me money. You don't need to. You've been more than enough of a supporter over the years. Absolute king. Thank you so much. I really don't understand why you're paying in sterling, though. That's really freaking me out. But nonetheless, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Wolf on Bane, you're telling me you convinced me to vote Labour for the first time in my life, just for them to lose the first election in 12 years. I jinxed them. Yes, it was all your fault, Bane, and I'll take your $5 as consolation. You really should be ashamed of yourself. Really dropped the ball for everyone. Everyone boo Wolf's Bane in the comments. I can't believe that you did that. If you didn't vote for Labor, they definitely would have won that election. Ah, good. I'm so happy that you did vote for Labor, though, man. I'm really happy about it. Look, anyone that voted for Labor in that election is a good person. There, I said it. Very unpopular opinion from me, I know. Let's see what else we've got here. Be a Falcon, $2. I'll take it. Thank you, sir. Mr. Wizard, have you ever done a show in Adelaide at the Fringe? I missed this week's show here, cuz I was on night shift. Shake my head. Yeah, I did. I do it every year. I always go to Adelaide Fringe. I really shouldn't because I just use you guys as like a little lab. I just experiment with you people. I feel really bad about using you as a little lab. But I do. I go every year. Brutal that you had to do night shift. Look, though, Mr. Wizard, I'm really glad that you live in Adelaide. Everyone, move to Adelaide. It's cheap. Everyone's friendly. There's heaps of hot chicks there for some reason. What the hell's going on there? Everyone's really nice. It's a pleasant place to live. It's just pleasant. I mean, who'd have thought the most livable city on earth would be pleasant? Wayne Burke, $8. What's a good opening text for a Tinder match? Well, there's always the dick pic, Wayne. Let's smash is Tetron's suggestion. Seconded. Everyone's second if you say let's smash on Tinder. I mean, it is Tinder. You know what else I think always works? You know what I honestly think works with like most women? Something mystical. Something like, do you believe in palm reading? Do you believe in horoscopes? I think you want to start with something kind of magical. It's always worked for me in the past anyway. Don't ask what's your star sign, though. I think that's overused. I think just like, do you believe in star signs? Yes or no? What flavor's your vape lad? Don't know. Ali left. I'm guessing grape. Thank you, though. Thank you for asking that. My filthy habit. My self-help channel. I'm so ashamed of myself. Murray Lawton, would you ever cover an ACT election? I mean, what's the point? Why do they even have elections anymore? It's so obvious who's going to win there. There's no upset like there was sort of tonight, I guess. Now, let me just see something. Where is Mish phone? There it is. Mish phone. Ah. Just tuned into the streaming. Fuck yeah. Go Connor. All right, let's see. Ah, shit. I'm running out of battery. Fuck. Let's get more moody. Let's get more moody. What other questions have we got to answer? Nameskin wrote, $20. King. Absolute king. Miles should stay as opposition leader and train up to bench 200 kilos for the next election. For all my Cairns lads. Queenslander! Again, all right, everyone in the chat, every time someone yells Queenslander, especially if they pay $20, you got to do it. Queenslander! I got to shut up because of my neighbours, but Queenslander. You got to say it. It has to be done. Yeah, train up. Man, could you imagine what a monster Stephen Miles would look like if he could bench 200? What a gun. What an absolute lad. Dude, that would be hectic. That would be hectic. Good goal. Let's try and get that. Let's try and get a campaign going. Miles is not a man until he benches 200. Oh man. Sorry. I just heard something. Queenslander. That's right. That's where we are. $5. Okay, Miss Love. RMFC or Shady Nasty. Otherwise, what do you think about Jason Clare federally? Well, let's ask Miss Love, shall we? I think he said Shady Nasty. I mean, he's always going to say Shady Nasty, isn't he? That's all he says. Shady Nasty. That's it. Shady Nasty this, Shady Nasty that. I love Shady Nasty. Yeah, we get it, miss. You love Shady Nasty. Get over it. Get over it. Get over yourself. Get over yourself. What else should we look at? Welcome to Pomland. Someone else is giving me sterling. Isn't it sick that it's called sterling? Also, what do you think of Jason Clare federally? Didn't Jason Clare do something recently? Let me just check the news. I think something happened. Okay, maybe I just saw a headline for no reason. Nah, he didn't do much recently. But Jason Clare, I think, is one of the most articulate speakers that Labor has. Richard Marles is another one of them, and Tony Burke is another. And Albo is really good at sledging. But Jason Clare, I always thought, has a real no-nonsense presence about him. And I think that could be very useful in the future at some point. That's just my opinion. I'm not sure if it's true or not. I don't know. But I think that he, honestly, gives me the same vibes as Chris Minns, and I think that Chris Minns and that type of man is very useful for certain Labor elections. But we will see. Okay, so £5. Welcome to Pomland, all the sterling users. I'm so glad LNP failed to launch. They reached the height of their leader. Classic British wit. Well done. That's a very good call. They did. They reached the height of their leader. Just scraping through on the rides at Dreamworld. Just on the cutoff point. Come on, majority. No, catacucked me. I think so anyway. Let's see if there's any updates to it. Yeah, it's really... Yeah, look. Thank you for your concerns from across the pond, good sir. I don't even know if we can say across the pond. Thank you from across the Indian Ocean, good sir. I think that's a very good point. $2. Why is this on the Jordan Shanks channel? Basically because I'm really bad at technology and we can't switch it over to the Friendly Geordies podcast. That's the only reason. So now it's here. Make sure that you sign up to Jordan Shanks. Will you cover the Vic elections next year? $8. Yeah, I will, but I just don't think that... I was saying this before. I think that the Victorian election probably is going to go the way of Labor. If it doesn't go the way of Labor, I'm pretty comfortable with the Liberals being in there for a term, not to the degree that I am in Queensland, because I think Queensland lost a lot in this election. They lost a lot. But I think that when it comes to Victoria, they'd be hemmed in so much more than they would be in Queensland anyway. And the damage that they can do is quite minimal because of how the Victorian government has built your state. They've been ruthless with infrastructure. They have really set up the public service for such an impact. And I think that also on top of that, they've cleared out native logging. So there's not that much environmental damage that you can do to the good old garden state. So yeah, I will cover them, obviously, but I just don't see me having the same passion and fervour as the Queensland election. I've always been very passionate, obviously, about New South Wales. But even with New South Wales, I've always been, what a headache going through all of this crap. All this crap for the New South Wales election. But this one, I think you can do something about it. You can really do something about it. So that's cool. I think that the Victorian election, probably not going to be anywhere near as dire as the Queensland one. It's never as threatening in Victoria, is it? I know that Brax had his time. Jesus, what's Leatherface's name? But really, it is just naturally a Labor state. Queensland, I think, is just, begrudgingly a Labor state. It should be an LNP state. It's just that they're so intolerable and bad, which kind of works to their effect anyway. Generally, Labor governments are pretty naturally state governments, aren't they? It's because they are the ones that are delivering services, and as soon as they're out, everybody notices that the services aren't as good. Slips rights for $2. Getting ready to learn Chinese. Thanks, Queensland. You're sad. You mad? I mean, so am I. So I guess that was a cell phone. Getting ready to learn Chinese. Thanks, Queensland. Wait, hang on. What? Are you going to China? What are you talking about? Are you saying the Chinese are going to invade? If you're going to China, that's pretty sick, man. Honestly, good life experience. You'll learn things. Hang on. On top of that, getting ready to learn Chinese. They're setting you up for a skill. Chris Fully did what his job building office never could and actually upskilled people. All right, let's move. Wayne gives me $8 to ask, does getting lost in your thoughts while taking a shit count as meditation? I think we all know the answer to that. Definitely. Good for you. You couldn't be doing more with your time. You really couldn't. You know what? Let's say it. Yeah, I'm counting it. Yes. Thank you for making me think about that, Wayne. About you specifically having a shit. That's a great thought in my head. But don't you think that this is a very guy thing, isn't it? Any girls out there, let me know. But come on, when you're doing a dump, that's man time. That is when man is at his peak. Don't you reckon we always spend like 2 hours in there doing nothing? Anyway, maybe I'm just revealing too much about myself. But yes, Wayne, as always, you're a gentleman and a scholar. Got to get on the zins, mate. James writes, then you can act morally superior to smokers and vapors. What's the zins? Oh, is that the scroof stuff? Let me just check that. Zins. Oh, man. See, the problem with that is that you have to admit that you have a problem when you're going down that path. And I Don't want to do that because I'm too much of a pansy. But I do want everybody out there to base and pilot. I do applaud you for doing that, though. That's taking action. Getting on the zins, that's a good move. You got to be happy with that. You got to be happy with that. Good for you. $30 just to write up here. Okay, I'll take it. Wait, MYR, is that Malaysian money? Apia, get it? I think you got it wrong. Let me just see this. MYR Finance. What is that? MYR. Yeah, it's the ringgit. Yeah, it's the Malaysian ringgit. Okay, thanks, man. Apia. What are you doing in Malaysia? I'd love to know that. Hey, can I just say, good choice. Malaysia was one of my favorite places that I've ever visited on Earth. I see it as the Adelaide of Southeast Asia. Very livable. I liked it way more than Singapore. It just had more flavour. Jesus, $50. Last brain cell. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for the good work, Jordan. Just tuned in. If you can't take the win in the election, then congrats on the Wombat Trust reaching its goal in just 4 days. Glad I got a chance to donate to it. You're a very, very nice man. You are a very nice man. Good on you for doing that. And can I just say, I think that you have done a great service, sir. I think you have done an incredible service. Anybody that donated to the Wombat Fund, I'm so proud of you. And the reason that I am proud of you is because I think that with that money, we are going to make great changes in this country. Incredible changes. We could actually really hem some of the progress of the LNP up in Queensland. I am so happy to get a bunch of environmental fights going up there. I really am. So thank you. Appreciate it a lot. Just got a thumbs up. Always nice. I do very much appreciate thumbs up. Thank you for your time, sir. You too are a gentleman and a scholar. Thank you. That's very nice of you. Thank you for the $8. Legend. Jess's Love Shack, $20. Legend. Thank you. I put 1.5. That's so nice. I put 1.5K on Labor winning South. What? Shout out to the Greens for making me heaps of money. Okay, all right. In that comment right now, how much did you win? You put 1.5K on Labor winning. How did you know? Oh, I'm so jealous of you. So much better at gambling than I am. How did you know that we're going to win? What was your secret? That's incredible. Everyone, come on. We got to give you a thumbs up or something. Her, I'm assuming. Shout out Aaron Harper. You worked hard. Yep, they did. Every last one of them. They are all legends. Anybody in the Labor Party ever is a legend, in my opinion. So good for them. Nuclear Savage, $5. Thoughts on what damage this result has done for Labor on a federal level? No, nothing. I don't think it's done any damage for Labor on a federal level. If anything, Nuclear Savage, I think that it has done them a great service. Because now they're going to be relying on Queensland a lot to get them through from the election, especially because they've lost all the teal seats. So they really need to win Queensland by a wide margin. I don't think they're going to do it. They can't. And immediately, you watch, Christopher's polling is going to start tanking very quickly in Queensland. Very quickly. You mark my words. He's not going to be liked. He's not going to be doing many popular things. In fact, he's going to be doing nothing popular for the state, really. He might be able to point and say, like, look, the graph is going down in crime. People won't care because he's going to cut a bunch of programs. He's going to cut a bunch of social services. You watch. That's what the LNP do every time. So, if anything, it's going to make Queenslanders hate the LNP. It's going to remind them of what pieces of crap they are. Either that or it's just going to be neutral to them. I really don't think that is a bad result for federal Labor. If anything, It could save them, if anything. We're really getting ahead of ourselves, though. $2, Slips. I'm working the public sector. I'm cooked. Yes, you are, Slips. Yes, you are. I'll tell you what you do. If you work in the public service, just be a consultant for the next 4 years. You'll immediately get snapped up, because the whole thing about all of these Liberals, right, when they say, I'm cutting the public service, what does that mean, really? It means that I'm just going to be hiring a bunch of private firms to do the public service work, so they just do my bidding. Yeah. Also, we pay them double. This is me cutting red tape, paying them to do my work for me, you know? Like paying all of these entities to do the work that the public service does more efficiently and more cost effectively to do the same thing. So, in a way, this could be a blessing in disguise. You could really clean up under the LNP if you're smart. El Hannah, $5. Frank Jordan from Moira Fields from Legalise Cannabis Queensland is president of the Butterfly and Other Invertebrates Club and wrote a book about them. Okay. That's good to know, I guess. Thank you. Very nice of you to inform me of this Frank Jordan character. Let me see. Let me just see Frank Jordan. I'm imagining that he's the biggest nerd on earth. Let me look. Dude, that's a guy that should be the head of the Legalised Cannabis Party. Absolutely. President of the Butterfly and Other Invertebrates Club and wrote a book about them. Totally. Very good work. Proud of him. Let me just go down. Drool with Joy Noodles, $6.90. Thank you. $6.90, fuck yeah. Yo, Geordies, explain how yellow fever will take over future sociology. No wonder your name is Drool with Joy Noodles. I mean, look, you've come to the right place for yellow fever. Come on, man. They're just good girlfriends, don't you think? They're just very nice, happy, easygoing people. They like cute things. I like that. I like that my house, because I'm dating an Asian woman, is filled with a bunch of cute dogs and cute little rabbits just bouncing around upstairs, peacefully nibbling away all day. It's very nice. And then she just comes in and says, look, they're nibbling again. I'm like, yeah, they are nibbling. That's really nice. And I think that that's how it'll change the world, that there will be more and more of those dumplings with the face everywhere. And that's nice. How nice is it when you go to Japan and even when you see a construction barrier saying get back, it's a cute little rabbit just being like, Fikomitu says, please get back. Thank you for your concern. It's nice. Oh well, LNP back in power means something for Geordies to make more content about, not out of a job yet. That's the upside. I'm very happy about the result. I'm sick to death of government working properly. It's bad for my business. Thank you though, Hayden. Thank you for thinking about me. As opposed to that other public servant, selfish bastard that was just thinking about how he's going to lose a job. Well, where Chris fully giveth, he taketh away. Seriously, though, I think, yeah, it's going to be rough for public servants. It really will. My advice, get into consulting. It's obviously going to go off the chain. Thank you, Hayden. Thank you, Hayden, for your comment. Sicko Bamba writes, when are you going to do something on Tassie? It's a third world country down here. Yeah, no, tell me about it. You know why I can't do anything about Tasmania? There's nothing that I can hit them on, and it is because that's what happens when you have a government in that just can be taken over by minority governments all the time. The thing is, you need to understand, you're a minority in the minority government and you want to be represented for that. No one else. The other people that are in the minor parties, they hate you even more. No one wants to be represented by minor parties. And so they can just keep running the same scare campaign every time of Labor gets in, so do the Greens. And they're right. you're kind of screwed there. It's really sad because of all the land clearing that's happening down there. Hopefully, these biological laws will go through and that will do something about it. He's hoping. Come on, Max and Bachelor reacts when. Where is the Sparkies? Confess your sins. You promised after. Damn, you are keeping tabs, Witch Hunter. You are keeping tabs. Again, if I start streaming, I will start reacting to the Bachelor and Maths again. Because it won't really matter. I'll just have time to fill. I'll start doing that. Because otherwise, CBB. CBB. It's just not worth it. It's not worth getting something edited up, putting it out on a Patreon. It used to be worth it when I'd get 300,000 views, but I just started getting 150,000. I'll do 100,000 view videos that I think are important. But if something's going to be, just chewing gum stuff, it needs to get like a higher view count. But again, if I start Twitch streaming, yeah, fuck yeah, let's just watch maths together. I'd be happy to do that. Guffman, $5 writes, what's the go with the seat of Noosa? Is it a teal seat full of trust fund kids and divorce Karens? What happened to the seat of Noosa? How did that go? Let me see. Hang on, let me see what Dick's saying.
Is anyone aware of that? Has there been contact between the leaders now?
No, I haven't got any more information. No. I just knew they hadn't talked when Stephen spoke.
All right, we'll try and find that out. Rachel, let me get your thoughts at this point because we are at a little odd moment where Anthony Green's just called it. They've won a majority, the LNP, according
Damn it.
Anthony Green. According to Cameron Dick, the Deputy Premier, the LNP's won a majority. They can't form government, Labor. Do we need to see Stephen Miles again here tonight? This is a little awkward, isn't it?
It reminds me of in 2020 when Deb Frecklington came out. She conceded but said she would stay on as opposition leader, and then I think the next day or the day after quickly changed. So I think if we don't hear from Stephen Miles tonight, we very much look forward to seeing him tomorrow. Yeah. To talk through what happened there.
Has Stephen Miles made a mistake, an error of judgment tonight, Cameron Dick?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Leaders are entitled to give the speeches that they think are appropriate for the times and the circumstances, and he wanted to speak. No, that's him speaking from his heart.
People will notice that the number, and I might get Anthony Green's...
No, hang on. I think they've lost a green seat.
Now you're just being sarcastic. Look, the number has dropped back down to 46 for the LNP there.
Pushing me back.
Anthony, what's going on?
We got an update of a big pre-poll centre for Clayfield. And on the numbers we had, Tim Nichols had 4 behind. But with the minute I looked at the primaries for that pre-poll centre, he's got no difficulty with winning it. So the computer gave it to end out, and we've just put it back in because Tim Nichols will be re-elected.
That'll flip back up to 47?
Yeah, in about a minute when it kicks.
Okay.
Crap. Yeah, I don't really know what the go is with the seat of Noosa. I'll tell you what, though. You could live in a worse place. God, Noosa's a nice place. Derailing with a self-help question. How do you pursue your dreams with the cost of living buggered if you quit your 9 to 5, then Dole doesn't cover the basics? Well, look, this is always... Shit! This is a very good self-help lesson if we all just pay attention. Crap! God, I wish you asked this on the... That's a really good question. I think I might do that. major point of self-help should always be, and this is something that you should remember for the rest of your life when it comes to anything like this, which is that, okay, your life will constantly be derailed by outside circumstances. There's a good old saying that used to be that you are inundated with problems only to be interrupted by a crisis. That's a pretty good metaphor for life. Life is just pretty much problem, crisis. Problem, crisis for everybody. Everybody goes through that. It is, if I could just bring it back to being in government, much like being in government, where you have your plan, like the LNP have, and it is going to be constantly derailed, constantly. As there is the old saying, a plane is off course 95% of the time. 5% of the time, it's on course. That's it. 5% of the time. 5%. That's all you get. The rest of the time, you are working against contingencies. You're going for your plan A, your plan B, your plan C, your plan D. That's usually what's happening in life. So, when it comes to this, I think that you should always remember, you doing what you can with what you have puts you ahead of most people. I want you to remember this. Most people are always looking at problems. They are never solution-oriented. That's why there are so few people in there. This is why solution-oriented people naturally rise to the top in leadership. It is because so few people have that mindset. So instead of focusing on the fact that you have been hemmed in by the cost of living crisis like the rest of the world has, you know, it gives you a massive opportunity. It's exactly the same as what happened in the global financial crisis. Who benefited in the global financial crisis? Investors that saw, oh my God, all of these blue chip shares are getting sold for pennies on the pound. Time to buy big. Time to buy big in things that are going to be needed regardless of whether it's a global financial crisis or not. Same thing in COVID. Anybody that saw the world is going to have to be seen through Zoom, they invested in Zoom. The point is, you look at any opportunity that you have in your life, you will be, if you are able to look at your life as everyone is focused on this at the moment, what are the things that still can be done within the limited scope of what can be done, knowing that everybody else is in the same boat as you, but most people are just sitting there thinking like it's shrinking, fuck. That's what they're thinking with their time. If you're constantly thinking about what little opportunities can I eke out, if you are able to give yourself that mindset, not only are you going to do better in the time of crisis, you are going to be setting yourself up in the time of opportunity. I mean, exactly the same thing has happened to us at Friendly Geordies, right? Like, you know, ticket sales are down. Revenue is down. Why is that the case? Because it's a cost of living crisis. People are moving back into their homes. I don't blame them for not coming to see my show, my hilarious Byzantine Empire show. Surely that's more important than covering rent. I get it. But if I didn't spend all of that time building up what we have now in this time of shrink, can you imagine the bad position that I would be in now? It was because we kind of took opportunities where we could. We were constantly looking for the opportunity. We were constantly not afraid to address a crisis when it was there. This is the other thing that I think a lot of people do. When a crisis hits, most people just try to continue living on. So a lot of the pain when it comes to cost of living, yes, cost of living is bad. But if you look at it, a lot of people are constantly complaining that groceries are expensive, electricity is more expensive. And it's like, yes, this is all true. However, this is an opportunity to be looking at all of the things in your life, like, you know, do I really need Netflix? Do I really need to have, like eat out and all this kind of stuff? Like, yes, there is that opportunity. But the thing is that when you come out and you are leaner as a result of that in every way, when opportunity arises, guess what? You have more money to save. You have more money to invest in the things that are going to get you further, like investing in education and all this kind of stuff. There is always the way of looking at everything in your life as an opportunity. And I think that honestly, when it comes down to everything, psychology is what matters. And if you are able to make that resilient psychology, you can get through anything. This is exactly what happened with me during the whole John saga. Everybody was always sitting there saying, oh my God, it must break you. It must be so bad for your mental health, blah, blah, blah. But it wasn't for me. It wasn't for me. Why? Because I held that mentality the whole time. I just saw it constantly as, if I do this, we can get the Great Koala National Park set up. And that guided me through. Um, if the LNP cancel the Brisbane Olympics, then worth it. I don't think they're cancelling. There's no way they're cancelling the Brisbane Olympics. I tell you what, though, I was hearing from some Labor guy that was saying that like I really didn't like Stephen Miles's Olympics plan. That he liked the Gabba idea a lot more, and I think that the LNP were pro it. And I guess that's one silver lining for the LNP getting elected, that they might have a better stadium plan that might set you up for the future a bit more. I don't know. If we're looking at positives, British Empire, $10. Why isn't it in sterling? Thank you for the $10, though. It's very nice of you. What would you have done about the Queensland election in hindsight? Also, can you please talk about Tasmania and the Liberal fuck-up? Next time, with the new Spirit of Tasmania boat incident. Don't know anything about that. I will look into that, though. It intrigues me. Anytime I ever hear about the Spirit of Tasmania, I think, you don't say. What would you have done about the Queensland election in hindsight? You really couldn't have done more than what Stephen Miles did. He didn't make a wrong step the whole time. And he was winning towards the end. Honestly, if they had like an extra week, he probably would have won. If there wasn't so many mail-ins, Stephen actually might have held on. It would have very easily just been a minority government. Surely it would have been a minority government. Yeah, dude, David Crisafulli doesn't look that happy. Yeah, he knows he's fucked it. Nah, he's really, like, that's a very slim majority that he's got anyway. Yeah, he was not expecting that. Yeah, look, I don't think that you could have done anything differently. They were really up against it. And again, it was because of the coal. Coal money influenced that election, as it always does. As it always does. $2. Can I claim this on tax? I don't know, Jaden. I don't know. Give it a go. Why not? Why no vids on Labor's waiving clause? It's bad policy and cause actual issues if it cause... Is it because you don't think it's worth it or haven't researched it? Yeah, haven't researched it. I just don't really think about vaping, even though I do it every time I'm on this pod. Really, no. I don't know. Just alcohol, booze. I don't have enough verve about it. Doesn't really pique my interest. I suppose because I'm just always trying to get rid of it. I just feel really bad every time I vape, even though I was doing that all this thing. But, it was a night of celebration. $10. What would Christopher Lash think of federal Labor? I am not sure what Christopher Lash would think of federal Labor. Let me turn that on you, BA Falcon. What do you think Christopher Lash would have thought of federal Labor? I have no idea. Christopher Lash seems quite... Let me just read Christopher Lash's politics, because I'm going to guess that he's actually quite a mainstream Democrat. What do you reckon? For anyone who doesn't know, Christopher Lash is a new hero of everybody at Friendly Geordies. We're all big fans of his stuff. Culture of Narcissism was a great book. Absolutely great. Let's just see if it's got politics here. Okay. Over time, his political perspective evolved dramatically. In the 1960s, he was a neo-Marxist and an acerbic critic of the Cold War liberalism. In the 1970s, he combined certain aspects of cultural conservatism with a left-leaning critique of capitalism and drew on Freud-influenced critical theory to diagnose the ongoing deterioration of what he perceived in American culture and politics. His writings are sometimes denounced by feminists and hailed by conservatives for his apparent defense of traditional conception of family life. Cultural conservatism and left-leaning critique of capitalism. Yeah, I honestly think that he just would have been like a mainstream Democrat voter, really. Don't you? It's just, if anyone is economically down the line of we should probably hem in the deteriorating effects of big business, I mean, look, you're probably going to be voting mainstream Democrat, surely. So I would imagine that he'd just be pretty cool with federal Labor. Ambient sci-fi. Really like the name. Why has this got so big all of a sudden? I'm a correctional officer in Townsville, and our prison is full. Does adult crime, adult time mean anything without space? Don't know. I mean, this is the whole thing. Adult crime, adult time. Isn't it just like we don't even know if you can legally do that? It's just a slogan. It's amazing that he just won on nothing. He won on promising nothing but to repeal the coal tax. That's the power of it. That is the power of it. 619. Thank you, Guffman69. Have you watched the Joe Rogan Trump interview? And would you go on Joe Rogan if asked? Yeah, of course I'd go on Joe Rogan. Who wouldn't go on Joe Rogan if they were asked? Jesus. No, all I've been doing is watching the Queensland election. I might get around to watching the Trump interview. I mean, Jesus, it's so big. But I'm sure nothing was said. It was just like, I like rock. Do you like rock, Joe? Yeah, I like rock. Yeah, rock's nice. Rock and roll. Good rock and roll. Come on. That was 3 hours of that. Joey Crook. Will Labor be able to reinstate the coal tax after the LNP get rid of it? If they get back in 2028. Queenslander! Queenslander! Nah, I reckon that's done. I reckon in the final analysis, they can say everything they like about it. Let's be real. The reason they lost that election is because of the coal tax. You had your chance, Queensland. But that is exactly why they lost that election. So that's done. No coal tax. It is legislated. So they are going to have to get rid of the coal tax to win. And I don't think that they're going to be able to do it. I think that they're just going to repeal it, and that's mission accomplished. And then after that, the LNP has served its purpose, back to Labor governing. But, yeah, I think that, unfortunately, that's the end of that. I think that you've just lost your opportunity for having a green, clean future. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, it's actually really sad. Anyway, moving on. Jimmy... $10. Bob Catter should have won. I thought he had a good night. Hang on.
I want to see the high medical and educational research come to Queensland.
God, Chris fully sucks. Look at his stupid little demented face. In doubt, 11 seats. Okay. Wow, imagine if Labor won like them 11 seats. That would be sick. So, hang on. So the Greens got no seats. I reckon surely Cat has got to go up to that 4. Maybe not because they ended up getting that majority, but Jesus, that was a slim win. Liam Stone wrote, can't wait for 4 years of Queensland content. Neither can I, good sir. Neither can I. All right. I think we're done. Gang, can I just say, thank you so much for tuning in. You really hemmed in the bitterness of losing this election. We all got there together. Solidarity and whatnot. Look, can we just say, what an incredible campaign. That was awesome. Good for everyone. I'll just read these quick little comments here. You helped me lose 25 kilos. Just wanted to thank you. Jaden, you're a king. You lost that 25 kilos. I want you to know that. You lost that 25 kilos. Asarin, I can't wait for the boomers to pass on so they stop dragging us all down with them. Look, there'll be other cunts to replace them. Don't worry. Got nothing on substance to say. I just have $5. When these guys eventually fuck up, I know you'll get them good. Doorknob Dave, you're a stand-up gentleman. Thank you. You are a stand-up gentleman. It's a very nice thing of you to do. Spectre MCG wrote, if you're aware of what happened there, do you think informing the public about the tests at Mar-a-Lago, Emu Field and Montebello Islands could potentially help disenfranchise people from the Liberal Party? What the hell are you talking about? I've never heard of that in my life. Dude, I wish you didn't write this while I was signing up. That sounds incredible. I don't know what that means. But thanks for the $20, man. Look, I really can't help you. But guys, thank you so much for tuning in. I think that was not bad. Really nowhere near as bad as anyone was expecting. That is going to screw up for Chris Fully, but I think the bigger picture here is that I'll talk about it later. Look, for now, let's just celebrate. Yeah, let's just celebrate. That was a W. Let's just take that away. That was a W. That was, Stephen Miles. No one could have done a better job of campaigning than him. He really gave it his all. He brought them back from oblivion. He put them in a strong position to win in 2028. Good on him. Bob Catter Party, credit where it's due. They're going to fuck him up. They're going to fuck him up immediately by introducing that abortion thing. It's going to put a sour taste in their mouth immediately. You could see that Chris Fully was not happy with that result. He thought that he was going to have a lot more of a buffer than he did. He didn't get it. Sucked in. Guys, we should be pretty happy with that. Anybody that door knocked, anybody that volunteered, anybody that was on the phones, anybody that convinced a friend, you should be happy about that. You should be very happy with that result. All right. I'm getting out of here. And I really, really, really thank you for tuning in.